You know,
being here. What's up?
I was thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
I was thinking about what's going on in the earth, right?
What's happening in our minds?
Yeah, and I wondered, why does it matter?
We're about to find out.
Holy shit. Ready?
Just kidding.
Welcome to Earth, Mind, and Matter. We said, fuck it, let's talk about albums. We said, let's talk about some movies and some fucking comics. This week in the universe, across the internet.
So what's up, Javi?
What's going on, Frankie?
Yo.
Well, you want to play Icky Cookie?
Icky Cookie?
Yeah.
It's my favorite game. What was that?
You haven't heard of Icky Cookie?
You know, I got the worst thought in my mind. You know, I didn't want to discuss what I thought about when you said that.
What did you think about?
You ever hear about that fraternity shit when they get in a group and they all jack off into a cracker and somebody has to eat it?
That's what Icky Cookie is.
That's fucking disgusting. I don't want to play that.
I don't know. You seemed pretty enthusiastic just a second ago.
I just know about disgusting shit all over the place, you know? Fucking, we're here.
We're back.
We're actually live in Toronto right now.
In Toronto,
Canada.
France.
Yeah. Yeah. And we got a couple special guests. Nobody important, though, to be honest. Nah, okay. We got two good friends over here. Say what's up. Say what's up.
Hey guys, I'm Spick One.
And I'm Spick 2.
And if we have to blur that out, they're just Mexicans. But we're here. What are we doing today, Javi?
Talking about what's going on in the earth.
What's happening in our minds?
And this is why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, Matter. I'm Frankie.
I'm Javi.
Our guest here is number 1 was Brian. Number 2 was Anthony. And real quick, because we don't do this enough, so we should do it more. Because you always advocate it. Follow us on the social, Earth, Mind, Matter Pod on Instagram. The YouTube, Earth, Mind, Matter.
Yeah.
And TikTok, Earth, Mind, Matter Pod.
Yeah, we've definitely been a lot more active on the social recently and things like that.
More stuff coming.
People have been looking at our stuff more and stuff. So it's just be nice to even hear back from our fans and things like that. Send us recommendations, participate in the polls, shit like that.
Anything. Just fucking heart some shit or whatever. You don't understand the boost it does to our egos. Nah, just kidding. Be on the lookout for a promo coming soon. I know we're talking mad about ourselves right now, but there's a promo coming soon.
I mean, we gotta.
Yeah, like, facts. Honestly,
it says it in the script right here. Promote us.
Yeah, and shout out to our sponsors, Nesquik,
Pitch Canker,
and lubricant.
What's it called? Astroglide.
It's Astroglide. It's non-binary lubricant.
Oh, why is it non-binary?
Because people are pussies today, so you don't want to offend nobody. You know what I mean?
So I guess that makes sense for it to be non-binary, but it's just that seems so unnecessary to add that.
It seems like unnecessary to add it to people. No, I'm kidding.
What?
We're just completely kidding.
But doesn't unisex also mean, like, if you say something is unisex, are you just talking about male and female, or are you talking about like all sexes?
Oh shit, that's a good question. That's like a 2022 question. My name's unisex, Frankie.
My name's Unilever.
What's that?
We just talked about this on the show. Unilever.
Forget everything we talk about as soon as we get off the podcast. Remind the people what Unilever is.
You hosted the episode too.
What's Unilever?
The fucking company that owns like a bunch of soap and Ben and Jerry's and shit like that.
The Pornhub episode.
Yeah.
That was a great episode. Check it out. Number 22 or some shit.
I think it was 22.
That's a good episode.
Yeah, we're on episode 24.
Yeah, man.
Our baby's growing up.
Yeah, man. It really is.
We're getting there. We're almost halfway there.
Taylor Swift made a song, right? 22. Like, I feel in 22.
Well, we're on 24, so.
Fucking, rest in peace of the day, Ivana Trump.
Yeah, we posted on the social.
The most magnificent, the most magnificent woman in the world has died today. That's all I can say, man. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to her.
I don't have much to say on it. I'm just kind of like, it sucks that she had to die, but, whatever.
It is what it is. Worms.
Life is life.
Yeah, man. So how you been, Javi? How's everything?
Been pretty okay. Been chilling, grilling. I remember one time I was just chilling here at home and Lucas came home and I was at my computer and he's like, oh, what you been up to? And I was like, oh, I've just been chilling. And then I started doing this. Like I started just like moving my hand back and forth over the desk.
Okay.
And he was like, what are you doing? And I was like, and I'm grilling. He was just looking at me. He was like, so you're chilling and grilling? I'm like, yeah, man. Just chilling and grilling all day.
And off that, check out Javi's comic book appearance in Everything Comics on July 23rd.
Yeah.
July 23rd?
July 23rd. So every Queen's Comic Party is having a little event at Everyone Comics and Books in LIC, New York.
Yeah, off the 7 train, Queensboro Plaza, literally right there.
Search up the location. It's pretty easy to find. It's right off of the train.
We even shot a podcast in the comic book shop.
We shot our 10th episode where we talked about the Sandman in that shop. It was a pretty good episode.
And an opportunity.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome, man, that we got to do that.
But I'm going to be back there again, hosting, well, not hosting, but being a part of this event. Going to be selling my stuff again.
And for what times?
It's going to be from 2 to 8:30 p.m. on Saturday. And then I forget the times on Sunday. I think on Sunday it's from like 12 to something else. Yeah. But we can always put that on the supplementary as well. Man,
absolutely. Even my own personal shit. Just if you can, if you're in the New York City area, check that shit out. That'd be awesome. And I mean, that's also, it's the second appearance you're doing, right? For a selling and stuff. The first one was in Brooklyn.
Yep, in Brooklyn back in April for St. Mark's Comics. And now I'm doing for Everyone Comics.
Let's fucking go, man. And to many, many more. And yeah, man. So to get the show started, we're here talking about the news again. Oh, someone's excited about the show. That's the guest appearance right there. Yo, Anthony, how do you say link in Spanish again? Gracias. Enlace. That's how you say it.
Man, he's really going at it.
I mean, it's Earth, Mind, and Matter, bro. If you're not getting that excited for Earth, Mind, and Matter. All right, so we're getting the show started. I got a couple topics here. I fucking went mad hard with the topics just because I had so much time to do so.
Nice.
So I'm pretty excited about these. I mean, not in the sense of their ecstatic news. It's just more so just interesting news. And I felt that I wanted to cover 2 pieces of major news that everybody's talking about right now. And one that is pretty interesting that just was written kind of boringly, I would say. I was talking to Anthony over here about how there's a certain article that I was reading. Oh, I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you right now. But it was just written so boring that I was like, what the fuck? Anthony is a journalist himself. And I asked him, I'm like, what do you think of when you write something and people tell you it's boring, right? Like when you get the facts straight and this and that. And what do you think about that? So Anthony, what do you think about that when that happens to you?
When an article is boring?
Yeah, like say you write something and it's boring, right? Does an editor tell you that, or what happens?
Yeah, so usually when I write something, primarily the editor will look at it and be like, it has to flow like a conversation, right? That's the whole kind of point of journalism. That if you explain sort of the whole point of journalism is to explain like a big topic in like broad sense, kind of, honestly. Because if you lose your audience in like the first, I guess, line, which is like the lead, then they're gonna be like, what's the point of reading? So you got to give like the first points of you know, like who,
interest.
what, when, where, why. That's
Okay.
like the top things you need in a lead as a reporter, like who, what, when, where, why. Because after that, then you start sort of breaking down your article by the most important on top, and then you trickle down with like secondary information, and then you end on something like that.
And if I could ask, who have you like written for? Like, what's your kind of credentials? Because I'm gonna ask you that shit because it's a pretty important guest we have. I've been wanting him on the podcast. Javi has too. It's a guy with a pretty hefty resume. So like, let me know.
Yeah, sure. I've written for Fox News, Breitbart. Nah, I'm just kidding. They probably wouldn't even hire me because they're very right wing. I've written for NBC, CNN. So you can guess now I'm going far right. I'm going far left. NPR, Forbes, and obviously my school's publications.
Nice.
That's fucking awesome. Can I say your full name so they can look you up?
Sure, they can spell it.
It's Anthony Telez, ANTHONY space TELEZ. Fuck.
2 L's.
TELLEZ. Oh, goddamn, I fucked it up already. Fuck this guy. Nah, but
No, fuck you.
I'm out of here. But one of the coolest things is that, you know, when you have friends that are, and this is a friend of mine, obviously, and Brian and Javi, that when you have friends that are in this field, you know, we do a whole show based off articles. You know, we rely on the truth being conveyed to us. And in the world where words like misinformation, you know, exist and stuff like that, they've always have, but now they're more, you know, there. Thanks, Trump. You know, some could say they thank him for that.
I mean, I don't know about you, but like when I'm looking at the articles and stuff that I pull up for an episode, I'm always very serious of like, okay, like let me be careful to make sure that this is an article that can be pulled as like misinformation later. Like I don't just look at an article that's interesting at first and say, okay, I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah.
I always read it and I basically vet the article before I decide it's good enough to be on the podcast.
Yeah. And with this podcast, there's more practice with that, because for me, it used to be exactly what Anthony said, that I would read an article, headlines were always the bait, and then you would read the first paragraph and you're like, this is boring, you know? And with the topic we're talking about, the third one is Uber. Okay. So Uber has faced a lot of backlash for saying, basically taking advantage of a lot of the protests that have happened between Uber drivers and like yellow cab drivers and stuff like that, and how they profited off, and they profited not only like economically, but they've used basically Uber drivers getting hurt and everything to their advantage to promote Uber more. Basically to say, our drivers are getting hurt, let's provide more safety for them and push our product at the same time. So that's our third product. So Anthony, I'm gonna ask you one last question. I'm gonna ask you many questions, but because it's such a brain to pick, and I love to do so, and especially when we can document it, it's awesome to me. And the one thing I wanted to ask you is, how do you think headlines have evolved since you were like before you were writing up until now? And how do you think it'll change in the future in terms of attention span? And do you think that articles are going to change completely in the future? I know it's a lot of questions, but you heard it all.
Yeah, I'll try to keep up. So headlines, they have changed a lot. When I first started coming up, when I was going to school as a journalist, one of the examples they told us not to follow was BuzzFeed, just because... Fuck BuzzFeed. Now, they actually do pretty good work, especially the investigative stuff. But early on...
They do investigative stuff?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like over the past few years, they've been doing a lot of investigative stuff. But obviously, when they first started out, they were obviously notorious for like top 10 things.
Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of BuzzFeed.
Exactly, right? But the thing is, they needed that revenue because at that time, I think it was like the early 2010s. Yeah, it's like 10 years ago. I know. It was around that time. And obviously journalism was losing a lot of money because, no one was buying print anymore. Everything was online. So, and obviously the clicks you garner online isn't the exact same money you're going to make when you sell space to an advertiser in print form, right? So they kind of sort of did this whole top 10 list kind of stuff and they became famous for it, but they kind of needed to do that because they needed revenue to actually push their actual journalism.
So they kind of got famous for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, because after they kind of dropped it, or I think, and I might be mistaken or I might be not. I have to look into it, obviously. How dare you? I know, right? God forbid I make an error as a journalist. Be crucified. Where they kind of separated both outlets, right? So there's one where that's strictly entertainment and one that's like kind of like hard news, which is where a lot of BuzzFeed investigations go into. Though I think that platform is kind of like dropping fast too. It's crazy. The media game is crazy. So yeah, when I was coming up, there was a lot of emphasis on headlines. Nowadays we focus on something called search engine optimization, SEO. Which is SEO, which basically means like certain keywords that might garner hits on Google. Not so much Bing. Come on, who Bings it? Dude, I forgot about that. Ask Jeeves. So yeah, it's like sort of like this. The algorithm sort of not shifted, but like the Google algorithm sort of rewards you for using certain keywords, right? And a lot of people don't realize this too about articles, that it's not just the headline nowadays, it's the URL. So if you look at the URL, they're gonna hit certain keywords, right? So let's say this Uber story you were reading about, right? So it's gonna say like WashingtonPost.com, like hyphen or like slash Uber, like hyphen investigations, hyphen a conflict, hyphen like these keywords that are probably peppered out throughout the article to kind of like bring it buzz, right? Because if you're gonna Google Uber, then that might be one of the top results, which is kind of like interesting, right? So that's kind of things you have to consider to not just your headline anymore, but also your URL. So that's nowadays most journalism outlets use custom URLs, mini teasers that kind of like almost serve as like a mini lead. Like kind of like teasing, obviously, a teaser trying to say what the story's about.
But a mini teaser about like the story or?
Exactly. So like, let's say like, not a teaser, but sort of like a little rundown on what's it going to say in like a sentence or two. Like, when you hover over like an article.
Like a story post almost.
Like a story post. Yeah. And like is
that like kind of like a headline altogether?
Yeah, you could kind of say that, honestly. Though a headline is supposed to be more direct. So nowadays headlines are kind of separated into two lanes, right? Because most people nowadays, they don't buy print, and let's face the facts, unless they're on their work computer, they're not really checking news articles. Most people just do it on their phone nowadays, Apple News, things like that, or the apps themselves. But so nowadays, like the desktop browser, their headlines are going to be different from the phone browser. Yeah, it's insane. Like, and obviously the social media is going to be different too. So it's like it's a lot of skills you got to learn.
Wow.
And I figured nowadays you got to hit that sweet spot of trending and search engine optimizer.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before on this show, but something that I learned about journalism is that one of the most important things about journalism in terms of telling a factual story is that you're mixing both storytelling and fact-telling together. And you need to be good at telling a story and getting the facts straight. And if you do one or the other, it's wrong or will not make as good as an article, because if you put too many facts, then it might be boring. If you tell too much of the story, then it might not be as factual. So it's a tightrope that they're constantly walking to try and make sure that everything is like on par.
That's why I feel with Fox and CNN that they're just so opposite, but they both, I mean, they have credible, articles within their whole realm of news, of course, but then they just have a lot of stuff that's just so indicative of having a reason to put it out, kind of like, hey, let's talk about this, especially when Trump was president. I don't really care about the whole matter of Trump. Some people are very passionate, like, left and right, but I just think that a lot of the news that I saw from Fox, I was like, oh, like Tucker Carlson, and then a lot of the news on CNN is just like, you're just advocating for your own personal reasons, and like a lot of things will say like analysts, and that's just an opinion. That's not really a news article, like an unbiased news article, which is important to have, unbiased,
Well,
I think
aren't
so.
analysts unbiased? I mean, all they're doing is just recording data.
They are, but they're also including their opinion. That's what I found out before too. Just like by reading off them and everything, and like defining them and stuff.
I didn't know that they gave their opinion.
That's why, like, some articles will say opinion, but some analysts are just that too. It's like trickery in the wording of things. We'll ask Anthony when he comes back from the bathroom because he has a little bladder. But I wanted to ask Brian something.
Your bladder is smaller.
Facts. Oldie fact. I'm about to pee like 7 times during this episode. Thank God we have fillers. I wanted to ask Brian something. So recently you brought something. I'm done. This guy's gambling. I'm fucking for no money, bro. Future addict. I wanted to ask Brian because he brought this up to me a while back, but you showed me that on Facebook now that when you share an article, remember I told you, I don't know if you know yourself.
Told me.
Oh shit, Brian, the fucking New York Times over here. He let us know that basically when you share something on Facebook and you haven't read it, it'll alert the person that says what this person hasn't read the article. So being somebody like me and Javi who just consumes any journalism or anything, come through any journalism or anything, how do you feel about what Anthony said and how you intake news to date?
I think it's very interesting because, mind you, and I told Frankie this. So when I was in college, I went to Berkeley College, and it was one of elective classes. One of my elective classes was Journalism 100. Okay. That's how you start off,
Yeah.
100, 102. There was a mix-up in the schedule, and I ended up taking Journalism 114 or some shit like that.
Okay.
And I was just like, what am I doing here? Because the teacher's like talking about all these, like something like probably Anthony would know, right? Spick 2 would know. And he would be like, what's marginalization, or what's column bias, or what's column grabbing,
Okay.
And so I didn't know shit about that because, mind you, I never took an elective in my journalism elective in my life, but somehow I was placed in like the upper events, and so I had to convince my teacher that I was like, yo, this is wrong, like I don't belong here. But funny enough, she stuck by it, and like she was easier for me to like grade because she knew that I wasn't obviously articulate to like the whole journalism world. So with that little knowledge that I have in journalism, I know that it's very interesting. When I pick up an article, right? So I really have to digress. How is it worded? When is it worded? And who is wording it? Mm-hmm. And one of the things that my professor taught me was so during the Holocaust, and I know you guys touched on this subject, in your episodes back, that there was this one person,
probably the most touched subject in history that we've covered.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. I know that it was very so she was telling me this story, and she was saying there was this person who was considered crazy. He was homeless, and he was warning the Jews in concentration camps, and he was saying, "No, don't go with the Germans. Don't go with the Germans. They're killing you, right?" And the Jews was like, "No, we're just going to confinement. It's okay. Like someone will rescue us." Blah blah blah. And again, this homeless person goes like, no, like they're gonna kill us, they're gonna exterminate us, and he was considered the crazy one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's so crazy because would you consider him a reliable source, or any you wouldn't consider anybody, right?
I mean, a homeless person wouldn't really be like considered like a reliable source, I guess.
So she brought up this person, right, from the Holocaust, and this is proven fact. But then she brought up another. I don't know if you ever guys seen the Men in Black movie.
Mm-hmm.
So in the first movie, Tommy Lee Jones is teaching Will Smith. You know how he's teaching him like the ins and outs of aliens and where to find the right story.
Yeah.
So he said, "Oh, let's look at tabloids." Right? He was like, remember he was in the newsstand when he met the bulldog, and he's trying to choke him out. He was like, but then the reason he said that was like, oh, because tabloids have the most extreme stories. Extreme meaning for aliens, right? And what are they hunting? Aliens, right? Or aliens that are not like, registered to be on Earth.
Damn, Men in Black is deeper than I thought. Yeah. Holy shit.
Hey, what the fuck is this Truman Show shit right here? I'm just trying to giggle and laugh and everything. You going mad hard, bro.
Yeah. So the reason my teacher explained that is like, every piece of information will always seem crazy to you at first. And that's when it blew my mind. Because it was like, would you believe this or not? Would you believe a tabloid? There's certain tabloids that have gotten the story first than actual news reporting articles. And doesn't that mind baffle you? Because it's like, again, your internship in that, but you're an English major, and you you could find out all these stories and stuff like that you're a heavy comic book enthusiast. But imagine if like a tabloid got something before you did, or like a discovery or something like that. Wouldn't that mind boggle you? Because it's like, oh well, why would I believe this tabloid? But they got it right.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely kind of come down to sort of like the reliable source of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing she was trying to teach me, is that like, no matter how crazy, no matter, and again, he's the Spick 2 is the investigative journalist, but imagine like how crazy do you have to be to believe someone or just follow up in that little idea, and that's where I said where all my back to the question that Frankie asked me was like, oh, so how do you feel about like or how do you digest news and stuff like that? I was like, yo, the crazier it is, it's just let's give it an idea, let's give it like some waiver to it, because you never know.
So you definitely are more of like, let's give the benefit of the doubt for a story.
And mind you, like I always still keep my like, whoa, don't like, I'm not gonna listen to that because oh, here's a writer that's such and such, and as Anthony said, like God forbid a reporter makes a mistake, and that diminishes their whole credibility and stuff like that, and it sucks. Yeah. And Trevor Noah said this. I watched the roast for the correspondent dinner, and he said at the end, like he roasted everybody, especially CNN Plus. And at the end of the day, he said, if you ever feel like you forgot why you do this for, it's the fact that you have the freedom of speech, right? He said, think about the people that are risking their lives or that are dead because they wanted to report what's happening in Ukraine or Russia, North Korea, Middle East, and as crazy as it seems, like even people that report the tabloids are not credible. There's always that one person that's like probably didn't get their break to be in the New York Times, so therefore they have to establish themselves in that tabloid, right?
Like needle in the haystack type shit.
Exactly. And again, it's so hard because like, you're gonna trust your senses and stuff like that, but also keep an open mind. And just like the Men in Black, remember when Tommy Lee Jones was like, well, this is a tabloid, I'm gonna read this because the craziest stories are here and shit like that. And you get me? And it's just like, I remember my teacher saying that, and it just opened the whole door. And mind you, I'm not an investigative journalist. I didn't pursue that career or nothing. It was just an elective that I got as a freshman. But I'm just like, what am I?
You're really sitting there like, whoa!
Yeah, I was just like, what is
going on?
No, literally, bro. I was like, my English level.
I did not sign up for this.
And as everybody knows, my English level was level of grade 3, bro. I was just, what am I doing here? Like, I don't know how to spell. My punctuation is horrible.
You
I
were
can barely
like,
speak.
how does Sesame Street get involved?
Basically, because I was like, yo, I'm still learning from Dora. So it's just like, I definitely don't know. But because she taught me that, the way I pick up articles in that sense, that's how I view it now. Because of her teachings, because of her aspects, that's how I view it. No article is too bad, no article is too good. There's always going to be a pitch, and that's an opinion. And if you remember, when we took our English regents in the 4th grade, they give you 2 documents, an opinion and a factual statement. And you were supposed to see what was opinion and what was fact.
Boy, I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
Damn, what the fuck?
I remember that vivid. I remember that so...
I guess you deserve to be in that class.
Right. So in the 4th grade, yeah, they gave us two columns. And it was a passage of an opinion and a passage of a fact. And you were supposed to differentiate between like what was opinion and what was fact. And you were supposed to put like, and I remind you, I was like, I feel like this is too complex.
Yeah,
it's too complex
grader?
for my 4th grade ass mind. But somehow I understood that. Could I write it? No. Maybe that's why my bitch has failed. But I understood the assignment. I just couldn't write it out because there was so much going in my mind. You know, it was like, what is going on? Why is this? You know. And luck maybe have it. That's why I found the teacher that I had when I went to college, and she explained it more thoroughly. And now I understand, because when you could relate to movies, art, and everything, it just makes you learn faster. You know,
sounds like a good teacher.
Yeah, and it's like a median to like, not a median. What's it called? That middleman to like to convey the message.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I've always thought with Trump, and I said this before Trump was elected. No way of proving it, but just know I did. I always thought that. When I saw Trump doing all that he was doing, and it wasn't really more action, it was just more verbal, right? And today's day and age, what do people get more riled up against more than anything? Quickly, at least, like verbal, messages.
Yeah.
And so I always felt that I was watching Trump, and it was headline after headline, like, oh, he said grab your pussy or this and this and that, and like wall. And I'm just like, I genuinely just thought, I was like, this guy is normalizing crazy. So when he does become president, or if he does become president, that the crazy things he'll do will just be normalized because crazy is now normal.
I mean, it definitely, I feel like that kind of happened.
Yeah. And when he does something crazy, it's like, now that's crazy. But in reality, before he was president, it's like it would have been the craziest thing ever. You feel me?
Well, I think it's funny that the 2 things that you noted is like, what'd you say? You said wall and
pussy
and grab him by the pussy. Those are your biggest takeaways from Trump's presidency.
I mean, that's literally what anybody.
Nothing else. You want to know what this guy said in the 4 years he was president?
What he say, Javi? What he say?
He said, grab him by the pussy and let's put up a wall. Get a nerve of this fucking guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, even the whole shit where he's like, I'd fuck my daughter. Even that's a paraphrase. You don't remember that?
I think I do.
Okay,
remember
but I
that.
said he said my daughter's so attractive. Like I wish something I would get with her or this or that. Incest ass, bitch ass, Donald Trump. But I mean, Biden is no better. He fell off a bike.
No, but I mean, definitely like since we've gone through this Trump era and things like that, and since we're kind of I guess we're still reeling from it.
Might go back into it. He might get reelected. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we're still reeling from it just because we're still dealing with a lot of aftermath of him being president. But I think in terms of like his craziness being normalized, that definitely happened.
Yeah, man.
Like the fact that people almost enjoyed reading these headlines about whatever Trump was up to next is proof of that. Like this was just almost like a TMZ like article for most people of like, oh, Trump is doing this now. Yeah. Hilarious. Share.
Exactly. And it's more so that you're desensitized, right? You're desensitized to all this ridiculousness. But once he's been presidency, like he's really allowed to do shit. And not for nothing, Anthony, if you want to fact check, if you want to fact check this, Mitch McConnell's family line has slaves in them. Like his family members in the past, from what I heard, we're gonna fact check it right now, but he had slaves in his bloodline. So that's crazy.
And Mitch McConnell, he's from the South, right?
Yeah, it's bitch ass too. Like he's actually the worst. He was like the majority leader Republican or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, from what I've heard, and we'll find out soon. But I mean, that's crazy. I feel like if you had slaves in your past, your family has slaves, you should not be at all part of Congress. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. So yeah, I mean, Anthony said it's true. What did you hear, Anthony? What is it? What does it say?
Just so your audience knows, this isn't no left or right leaning news outlet.
This is slaves, bitch.
This is the Courier Journal. It's local journalism. Support them. And the article basically says, in McConnell's boyhood town, where his family owned slaves, the reparations debate thrives. So yeah.
And damn, we could talk about journalism all day but I mean, Anthony always advocates for local journalism, which is very interesting. You said that's the best source of news, right?
Best source for local stuff. If you guys are in the New York City area, support the city. Gotham is WNYC if you're more of an audio person. And yeah, New York Times too. Their metro section is pretty good.
Hey, I know Javi's a big fan of New York Times. I like Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal is cooler. I just fuck with them because Javi fucks with New York Times. No, I'm kidding. But today, my sources came from New York Times a lot too, so I gotta respect. And Questlove was on a New York Times advertising recently, so I had to give it up the roots, you know. But shout out to real journalism.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, that's awesome. I mean, again, I can go on all day with this shit just because I think journalism is something that we've definitely, me and you especially, have delved more into. And I'm sure you've read before and I've read my shit beforehand. But what I think is cool is that we all have something to say. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I was almost a little concerned that we weren't going to have a pre-news conversation.
Oh, okay.
Because we kind of just jumped into the episode.
Nice,
so I'm glad we had this conversation before we get into the news, because we usually tend to have like some banter before we get into it. So
talking about whether you fuck your mom or your girlfriend if they switch body.
Exactly.
But today,
classic stuff.
Real stuff.
The things that matter.
Exactly. For the kids.
For the kids.
But today we do it for the journalist.
For the journalist.
And now I'm going to go on to the stories because I know if you're still listening, thank you very much. Check out Anthony on the social. We'll throw it up somehow. Not on Spotify, though, because you can't see that shit. But we said his name. And check out Brian. Just let me know if you want to talk to Brian. Cool motherfucker. Bar 43. Shout out to Bar 43. All right. But the three things I want to talk to you about today is I want to talk about the tragic shooting of Jayland Walker in Akron, Ohio. I wanted to speak to you also about the Highland Park shooting with that piece of shit who shot up the July 4th parade. No bias. And then I also want to talk about what I just mentioned earlier, which is Uber taking advantage of their drivers getting injured and hurt through backlash of taxi drivers in other countries and the U.S. So it's a lot of stuff, but
I'm glad that we'll end it on a high note.
And the reason I wanted to bring up the first two, I usually try to stay away from the mainstream news. I just feel like both of these correlate just a bit in terms of, you know, modern times. And they're important. They're important to know because I don't care if like 3 people listen. I mean, I care if more people listen. But it matters to me that at least if anybody listens and hasn't caught up on these stories, that at least they can listen to this and catch up with it. Because what I wanted to say ultimately about journalism is I feel that today nobody reads articles like that. I know there's a whole bunch of people that do, but I feel today it's all headlines, all, you know, catch one sentence and, you know, convey it to another person. But when you read details and find out the actual, you know, facts about it, you speak more factually, you know, to put it simply. And especially when it comes to police, you know, being terrible at their jobs, just like the Uvalde police, who should all be fired, you know.
And they're going to release the footage of what happened that day.
They've already leaked
crazy.
Footage. They've already leaked footage.
Oh, they've already released it?
This Sunday, footage is coming out. But they've already leaked footage.
Oh, wow.
And it's so tragic, man. The shooter goes inside. The cops come in. They get shot at, so they back up. They wait 30 minutes for backup. Then another 40 minutes. And then, like, time keeps going on. Then they confront the shooter. So imagine your kids are in there. And they handcuff parents trying to go into the school to save their kids.
I actually read about how one of the cops had a kid in the school.
And they went inside to get the kid.
And they tried to go in. They had to hold the cop back and everything, which is just fucking wild.
Yeah, fuck all those cops, man. I'm not trying to say that if you're a cop, fuck you. Like, I respect cops. But, like, really, when it comes down to kids matters, like, you know, you sign up for a job to protect other people, you know? And
yeah, if we know anything, especially from Thor, Love and Thunder.
Which is all right movie.
It's all about the kids.
Say it quiet. Let's whisper it. 3, 4, the kids. All right. So let me start off. So we're going to talk about Jayland Walker. And interestingly enough, usually I just read articles. And for both the first 2 stories, Jayland Walker and Highland Park, which involved Robert Crimo, I watched the press conferences.
Okay.
So I watched the press conferences and then I filled in any gaps of the things they didn't get at the time because it was so early. And then I filled it in today with all the facts from the articles. So I wanted to just go over the Jayland Park thing. I'm sure you've heard of it. What have you heard of it from so far?
Well, didn't we mention this
Jayland
on the
Walker,
show?
sorry.
Didn't we mention this on the show as well? That like 60, he was shot 60 times, 90 rounds were fired in total.
Yeah.
They were chasing him. I forget what the incident was exactly that caused everything to happen, but yeah, I mean, that's basically all I know.
And it's what the headline will tell you, which is a good thing. And I'm not here to bash him or promote the police or vice versa. I'm just gonna walk through it because I feel like that's ultimately what we're here to do. You know. So what can I say? In Akron, Ohio, whatever. They have a law that passed, and the law that passed is basically every time a police officer uses force, they have to release video footage within 7 days of the incident.
Okay.
So that's pretty impressive of Ohio to do that. This was passed with a 90% vote overall, like 90% at or even or above, right? And even the chief, Steve Milet, the chief of Akron Police, who just arrived there 10 months ago, he pushed for outside independent investigations for the officers involved in the shooting. I don't know if it was him or somebody else, but they were saying the officers and the police bureau should never be the ones that investigate the shooting. Because it's like, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So there's a whole different bureau. It's actually the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation that's going to investigate the shooting.
Does every state have like this bureau pretty much?
Every state has certain laws that correlate, but this specific one where you got to release the video and like outside investigations, right now, from what I know, is particular to Ohio only.
Okay.
So, or like maybe other states that do it, but obviously not every state. One thing he said is that in doing so, it'll increase perceptions of credibility of the findings and increase transparency to the public, and they tend to trust the results more. They tend to trust the results of the investigation because it's handed to an outside, bureau. And now we're gonna talk a little bit more about the shooting. So the shooting occurred Monday, June 27, 2022. And if you're listening to this in the future, that's dope. They wanted to stop Jayland Walker for a traffic violation. He didn't stop, and then a vehicle pursuit was initiated, and it lasted about 8 minutes.
Okay.
Now, 40 seconds after the driver fled from the attempted stop, there was a sound of a gunshot.
I always think about that episode of George Lopez.
What the fuck? Which one?
Where fucking like his grandma or his mom comes out and she's like, "Oh, there's a car chase on channel 11, and they're go. They're gonna like pass by our house, get the chairs," and they get the chairs and set it up outside just to see the car chase.
You remember the video I sent you the last week where it was the shooting? That shit was crazy. We'll put that in supplementary. That was intense. It's like 10 minutes of just fucking the craziest car chase that happened like last week.
In fucking Buffalo. Damn.
New York City, bro. Well, barely, but
New York City. Fucking 10 hours away.
Whatever. Let's go Bills. So 40 seconds after the driver fled from the traffic stop, there was a sound of a gunshot. This was heard on one of the cops' videos. And then the cops in Ohio, they only wear body cams. They don't have dash cams on the cruisers.
Okay.
So they heard a gunshot, and then on the video that they show from the traffic cams, there's a flash of light that can be seen coming out the left side, the driver's side of the vehicle where Jayland Walker was. So when they stopped it, they saw a flash, meaning that he shot a gun while he was fleeing away from the cops. Right? So to be a little more specific, which is kind of funny actually, this cop's sirens in the background right now. That's fucking crazy. The vehicle pursuit, it went onto the expressway for several minutes, and there's more specifics about which specific street here. I'm not going to read it. And at the end of the pursuit, he exited the vehicle wearing a ski mask.
Okay.
So when they checked the vehicle after they shot him, inside the vehicle was a handgun, a loaded magazine, and a gold ring. And then and this is all the press conference information. And right here,
how many carats was the ring?
I guess I'll find out. And you see the photo right here I'm showing you, right? Okay. And that's if you could say, what do you see right here?
See a gun and an extra mag.
And then a ring.
I didn't see. Wait, where's the ring? Okay.
Right? So this is all shown during the press conference, right? It's just a close-up photo of the gun. You don't know where it is in the car, but that's what the cops are showing to the people, right? Now, when Jayland Walker left the car after like the pursuit, they took out their tasers to go tase him. Obviously that's what they want to do first. But who do you do that for? Like when you tase somebody, right? Do you tase somebody who's armed or do you tase somebody who's unarmed?
I feel like it probably doesn't matter. Like I feel like regardless if they're armed or not, if they're being dangerous, then it might be worth your time to tase them.
For sure. And that's a good point. So I'm gonna continue. So they tried to deploy tasers, it didn't work, and then he kept running away. Then he stopped, turned around to the officers, and then that's when they unloaded at least 90 bullets, and 60 bullets entered Jayland Walker's body. Now, at the press conference, the attorney for Walker said that the gun was in the back seat, right? The interesting thing about that is that the picture I just showed you, does that specify the back seat?
No, it just looked like a blanket.
It just looked like anything. It could be anywhere. It could be in the cop's car, you know? So I thought that was very fishy by the cops not showing where the gun was or even mentioning where the gun was. Mind you, I watched the whole hour and 57 press conference and not one mentioning of it being in the backseat outside the attorney. Now, the police found no bullets in the handgun when they found the car after his death. Like they found the gun in the car after his death.
Okay.
Right? But they said he shot one bullet. So
was there a bullet missing from the gun?
There was no bullets in the gun in general. After they saw the muzzle, after they heard and saw a gunshot from the car and heard the gunshot.
So what did he fire?
Probably one bullet. Probably one bullet.
But was there a bullet missing from the clip is what I'm asking.
I mean, yeah. I mean, no, what I'm trying to say is that he shot a bullet and then when they recovered the gun, there was no bullets in the gun.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So he just emptied it or something like that maybe?
That or maybe there was just one bullet left. I don't know. That's just... I don't know. I don't know.
Interesting.
So, my thought, and this was just a thought I had throughout my notes, is that I think one of the officers are going to use this to defend themselves and say that his race had nothing to do with it because he was wearing a ski mask. I just think that they're going to bring that up in the trial. That they're going to be like, if there is a trial, that they're going to be like,
what? They couldn't tell what color he was.
They're like, I don't know if he was black or this or that, which may not be true because they're trying to stop him. If they know his license plate, they know his specifications as a human being, so that might not be true, but bullshit is bullshit from people. Now the mayor of Akron is Dan Harrigan or Horrigan. Now again, and one thing I will credit is that the chief of police in Ohio, in Akron, Ohio, he did a really good job doing the press conference. He really composed himself very well, spoke very wisely, and chose his words carefully, if I could put it that way.
Okay.
So he said, before stating some facts, he said, quote, "The damage of spreading misinformation can cause irreparable harm," right? And he stated these facts. He said, 8 officers are directly involved in the shooting. All of them are placed on unpaid administrative leave. That's standard process across the nation, right? They said that Jayland Walker was unarmed at the time of the shooting.
Okay.
So imagine loading 60 bullets into a guy that's unarmed. I'm just saying.
I mean, in the video that you sent me of that car chase in Buffalo, those cops were just unloading their guns like it's no one's business.
Yeah, but they were actually being shot at even while they were driving.
Yeah, I get that, but even still, it's just they're just, even when the car was just sitting there in the parking lot and they're just surrounding the car.
They weren't. And that guy survived.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, he gonna go to jail. After they shot Jayland 60 times, they diligently provided first aid.
Oh my God, are you dying? What the fuck?
That's quote. They diligently provided first aid.
Now that we've killed him, let's make sure he's alive.
And now one officer is heard saying, quote, "He still has a pulse" in the video.
What the fuck? Now,
again, I'm relaying what was said in the press conference, right? Now, they didn't mention if he was handcuffed or not. Even a journalist asked, was he handcuffed? They didn't say nothing of that. CNN put out an article saying that Jayland Walker was handcuffed behind his back when his body arrived at the coroner's office to be processed as part of the investigation into the officers who shot and killed him in Akron.
Well, that sounds sus.
It sounds sus, and it goes to show maybe this guy is just so good at speaking to the media where it's like, why did you not mention that the gun was in the back seat? First of all, that's what I wanted to mention earlier. The gun was found in the back seat. He was unarmed and shot that many times, and he was handcuffed after he was shot 60 times. That's fucking ridiculous, man.
It's why would you even handcuff him?
I mean,
what is he gonna do with 60 bullets in him?
Police, man. Also, It says 18, but I think it's only 8 minutes. The car chase lasted about, let's just say 18 minutes because my facts are here, before the brief foot chase. And he reached more than 50 miles per hour at the time going through residential neighborhoods. So that is pretty dangerous. Now, photos taken at the medical examiner's office after the shooting show Walker in the body bag and subsequently on the examining table. The photos show dozens of gunshot wounds from his ankle to his cheek on both sides of his body. They also show items such as Walker's driver's license and a bloody set of handcuffs. So again, not mentioned by the press conference, which was 100% known to all of them.
Yeah.
So, you got to really know what people's intentions are. Are you really trying to convey the truth or are you trying to protect your police department? That's my thoughts.
Yeah, because it's like, I don't know, just from what I'm hearing so far, it sounds like they handcuffed him after they killed him.
I mean, there's no way they didn't.
And
because once he fled the car, the shots, in the video, there's a video online and everything.
Because it maybe just be me. I don't know. It seems a little wild to fire at someone who's handcuffed.
Yeah.
Like, if they're handcuffed, what are they going to do?
And even then, he definitely wasn't, because in the video, he's getting out his car after he's done being chased and then he runs away. Then he gets shot. Then they handcuffed him. That's a fact.
Yeah. So just with that, I'm just kind of like, why would you handcuff him after he's dead? It doesn't make sense.
Why do we let cops be cops even though they barely train? And why do you want to defund these cops if we should fund them to be better cops? I mean, that's just a different question.
What happened to unbiased, Frankie?
Should have earned my matter, bitch. His death has been ruled homicide, right? So, how can I say? So the chief, and I'm paraphrasing, he said that the biggest concern is transparency for the reasoning for every bullet exiting each gun from each officer. That's his words, paraphrase.
Okay.
Now, there's a still photo in the video of Walker reaching for his waist, but he was unarmed, right? Jayland Walker turned around to the officers, but he was still unarmed. You feel me? Now, he said Jayland Walker photo shows a forward motion of his arm. Well, what was he?
Was he black?
Well, no, I'm saying, but he was unarmed.
Oh, okay.
He definitely was black. Now, once the shooting occurs in Ohio, I don't know if anywhere else, once there's a shooting, each officer gets sequestered and they're supposed to get interviewed as to what was happening.
Okay.
And they all said that Jayland Walker was reaching and turning to officers. But what was he?
He was unarmed.
Yeah. Now, I'm not biased or nothing. But Jaylen Brown was stopped for an equipment violation and traffic violation. The day or the week before, he was also stopped for a traffic violation. The difference is that one day he died and one day he didn't. Now, they said that it was just a normal traffic stop, but once he shot his gun, it was a public safety issues.
Okay.
So that I kind of understand, Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to be like a dickhead completely to the cops. There is a reason to say, okay, they knew he had a gun. Let's be a little safer about things. Let's be a little more cautious. But to justify 90 bullets into a human being, that's just difficult for me to reason with.
Yeah, it's just, because again, like I said, I feel like, in terms of tasing someone, as long as you feel like they're dangerous, you're probably in the right to tase them. But it just seems excessive to fire 90 bullets into a single person. That's why
I wrote this down, because right after that point I just made, some journalist asked, he was like, if there was a threat of a gun, why did they take out tasers first? Meaning, if there was a threat of a gun, wouldn't they have taken out guns first?
That's true. I didn't think about that.
Me neither. I mean, that's why journalism is important. It's when I heard that, I was like, that's a good point. Now, there was a shooting that happened back in Ohio as well in December, if I'm not mistaken, that had officers shooting into an unarmed car, unarmed people in a car. They shot 137 bullets into that car.
Wow.
The people inside were unarmed. And the chief said, I just got here. He said, I just got here 10 months ago. I don't know nothing about that. Mark Norman, the comedian I saw 2 days ago, he was, I don't mean to say his joke or anything, but I'm going to say it. He said it's like immigrants living in America. Basically, they get to love America without all the guilt.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If you're born here, you got to deal with Christopher Columbus and stuff. But you ask a Mexican why he loves America, he's like, yo, I just got here. So pretty funny joke. Shout out to Mark Norman. Now, The journalist asks, was Jaylen Brown, I keep saying Brown because a basketball player, god damn it. Jayland Walker handcuffed for the Celtics. The chief responds, the officer gave medical aid based on the videos, so who knows? Oh, my bad, I'm writing my own notes. He basically said that the officers gave medical aid. He didn't really say anything to the handcuff part. So I wrote, so who knows if he's lying and shifting the truth without mentioning the handcuffing of Jayland Walker. Now, people are asking for statements from the officers, but officers or nobody in general is obligated to give a statement. That's just America. You know what I mean? There's no law saying you have to give a statement after a big situation like this, right? Prior to this situation, Jayland Walker lost his fiance.
Interesting.
And
how did he lose her?
I don't know. But she died.
Yeah, but how?
I don't know. That I don't know. They didn't mention that. But they're still wondering why he left with the ski mask. I mean, I am too. Even the lawyer was saying that it's a bizarre situation and he was probably just under distress, meaning why he did everything he did. But it's still, I mean, bro, and there was like a lethal weapons expert that was on a certain news show who said basically, oh, well, there's 9 cops and they each shoot 10 bullets. It doesn't seem that extreme if you look at it in that perspective. It's like, I mean, you heard in the video, there was a cop that reloaded his gun or her gun. So I don't know about all that, And
it's just, again, like, do you need that many people for one guy? Like, honestly, it's just, it just seems excessive.
Exactly. I agree. Now, Jayland Walker's family, they said that they want to keep everything, more particularly the protest, peaceful. And they wanted the video when it came out to blur Jayland Walker's body. They're quoted to saying, we just want to, quote, give justice a chance, unquote. Now, the attorneys for Jayland Walker is Bobby DiCello, Kenneth Abarno, and Paige White, right? They brought up basically the Highland Park shooter being a white person who had an AR-15 in his car when he was arrested, and there was no bullet shot. It was done peacefully, and he had just killed about 7 people. Now, somebody who's black who has a traffic stop routine, shot 1 bullet to nobody, gets shot 90 times.
Yeah.
I mean, America, One of the lawyers, Paige White, she says, we will get nowhere with violence and destruction, but we will with calm dialogue. And I agree. The highest focus of both the chief, the attorneys, and the parents is to push peaceful protest. And they're basically just saying, like, this is the best way to help, Jayland Walker get justice. Because we also, with the George Floyd and everything else that, I mean, it just makes it look bad. And not that people don't have a right to be angry. Yeah. But it just worsens things for the city, and
yeah, just kind of like almost I mean, you see it in movies and TV shows all the time when like there's a death in a town and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, it really affects the town and whatever, and really affects the community. And it's definitely, it does a lot.
And black people are probably exhausted of hearing this shit all the time. Because it's not even just the last 10 years. It's all of American history. So who can blame, black people in particular? Even everybody, but more specifically black people. It's this real issue that's just, I mean, I think it's Dante Wrights, which I'll speak about. He was killed by Kim Potter, that piece of shit. Cop who pulled a gun instead of a taser. She's a 26-year veteran in the police force. But I'll get into that in a second. Okay. Now, the lawyer said that Bobby, the chief of police in Akron, Ohio, when they were talking privately, that was giving the press conference, he said that Bobby, the chief again, didn't see the movement that would have put these officers in fear. All right. So that's interesting, right? Now, that's just, word of mouth, but that's pretty interesting when you have the chief of police saying, I don't know why they thought that. So who wonders, I wonder what that's going to do to the trial, Now, again, like I told you, an officer emptied his clip and reloaded in the video. That's crazy. So that's alleged. I got to make sure that's we got to fact check that later. Okay. And never before this, Jayland Walker has never committed a crime.
He has no criminal record.
No criminal record. And he was described as a wonderful, wonderful young man. And the Jornette, whose cousin is Jayland's father, was quoted to say, not only that, but she said, I guarantee who Jayland is going to come out in terms of the person he was, right? I'm sweaty as fuck right now. Now, when the protests occurred, 50 people were arrested after the initially peaceful protest became violent. and damage was also done to downtown Akron, Ohio. I'm pretty sure that's where LeBron James is from.
Okay.
Yeah. And now I wanted to speak on Kim Potter. I only have like 3 little points. Kim Potter is a piece of shit, right?
Unbiased, Frankie. Unbiased.
By the way, when it comes to Akron, Ohio, they instituted a nighttime curfew around that time, around July 5th, for downtown Akron to avoid further violence, and they lifted the curfew later on after the protests and stuff.
Okay.
Now, Kim Potter, she was sentenced to 2 years in prison for murdering Dante Wright after she pulled her gun and pulled the trigger, thinking it was a taser, and yelling, "Taser, taser, taser." Right? Kim Potter was a cop for 26 years. And she was, how can I say? She was training other cops how to be a cop, basically.
Okay.
Right? Dante Wright was 20 years old. He was a father, and he was killed during a routine traffic stop. So that's crazy. I wanted to read what the parents said. The mother said, "Kim Potter murdered my son, and today the justice system murdered him all over again." Right? She said, "We're very disappointed in the outcome. Yes, we got a conviction, and we thank everybody for that, but this isn't okay. A white woman's tears trump justice." During the court or whatever, the trial, they dressed Kim Potter up as an old woman. Like, they put her in this old fucking clothing. They made her cry and stuff. They made her seem way worse than she really was, you know? I mean, way older than she really was, way more like mom-like and stuff.
So is she a mom?
I don't care. She killed somebody's father, you know?
But I don't know. Is she a mom? I feel
yeah, she does say she's a mom. She says she's sorry. I know how it's like to like, she said, "I'm very sorry." But even then, fuck her. You know what I'm trying to say? But the judges basically said leniency was warranted because the officer had meant to fire her taser, not her gun. Right? The prosecution aimed for a 7-year sentence, but they only handed down 2 years. So, I mean, that's just a brief, you know. I mean, one of the quote that the father said, they said, "They were so tied up into her feelings that they forgot about my son being killed. This lady got a slap on the wrist, and we sit around crying every night waiting for our son to come home."
Damn.
Yeah, man. So I just want to say, like, unfortunately, this is not new news. This is like 1,000-year-old news, you know? And I just wanted to get those facts right for Jayland Walker the whole time, because it's just, I mean, I just read about it like this week. You know, I heard the headlines myself, but it just sucks ass, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I mean, you keep saying it, but it's just like, you know, this is America. It's just that kind of joke and whatever. It's just like, it's not really a joke, but it's as serious as it is. Like, black people are dying at incredible rates versus white people. And I know that there have been some numbers out there before that show that white people are getting killed more, I think, in terms of black people, but that
like with opioids probably,
but that if I remember correctly, the number of like whites killing blacks is higher than blacks killing whites.
I mean, that's a fact. That's like, the ratio must be so out of proportion at this point that it's like, in terms of historical figures and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just, it sucks. It really fucking sucks, man.
OD. And these motherfuckers are right here, yo. What do y'all think about the whole situation? If y'all heard what I said, I don't know if y'all put in some input.
Now, we definitely heard. It was just very, when I read the article, I think it was like the day of that I heard about it. And it literally said, person shot 60 times or whatever the fuck times.
Yeah.
By the cops. And I was like, I had to click on it because I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Because I was just like, this doesn't make sense. You know, this is, what do you call that? When you, back in the days, you used to do it with muskets, you know, they would just...
like what, fire at someone while they stand still or someone?
Yeah.
I thought you meant duels.
No. It was they would execute them, right? But by you know, like firearms. Yeah, firearm squad. And that's what it seemed like. Again, every state, I don't know how the truth is, but I would assume every state is different in terms of like how they hire, the process for cops and stuff like that. That I don't know. But you know, I look at my cop friends, the ones that I have now, and I always ask them that question, like, how do you feel about this? And thankfully, all of them said, like, hey, like, yo, that was out of line. Like, I don't, like, they give us cops bad reps, you know?
Yeah.
But who gets bad reps?
the cops that wouldn't do that wouldn't shoot a whole clip, basically. And I remember looking back, and I was like, when I read the article, I was just like, yo, this is insane. This is just like medieval, like not medieval times, but I would say it was just like
pretty barbaric.
Yeah, or revolutionary times when they used to do that. You know, they used to kill slaves at like 10 muskets at a time and shoot them at once. You know. And I was looking back at the article, and I remember seeing that it was in Ohio, right? Ohio.
Yeah.
And they were doing protests and stuff, and I just couldn't I really could not think of an excuse as to why so many cops had to empty the clips.
Yeah.
You know, like that. I think that was the main concern for me. It was like, how can you find an excuse for this? You know, funny enough, I think the person that lives there is Dave Chappelle. I think he lives in Ohio, right? He does. I don't know if it's Akron, but he lives in Ohio. So I know he lives in a small town, and I know that he would be the first one to be like, stand up, because he's really about his community and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember just looking back and all the things that he said, and you know, through his stories and how maybe far right they could be, or it's not far right, or just right, or the idealisms based on his comedy acts and stuff like that. And I was like, damn, that shit sucks. You know, like I can't think of here in New York that would happen where it was like empty a clip. Like I've never heard of that. I had never.
But it does happen in New York. Eric Gardner, you know, they choked this motherfucker out for what? For selling cigarettes.
Yeah.
They fucking put him in a chokehold until he died.
Yeah.
And just many more people.
Yeah.
You know.
But I always think back to, it was also like, so I always think back to like, okay, so like imagine like 17 cops or whatever. How many cops were there?
And there, I think about
9, right?
Here, about 8 people are the ones that are involved in the shooting. So they say right here. So about 8 people.
Okay.
At least 8.
And here in New York was 4. Not that the numbers matter. I was just saying like, yo.
What are you referring to in terms of New York?
In terms of New York, I'm saying the amount of cops that took precedent in the situation, right? And all those cops that emptied their clips. And you're talking about the one that reloaded the clip, right? To shoot again. And
in what situation in New York that they emptied their clips?
No, I'm saying like I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. I never heard of the fact that in New York somebody emptied their clips on a person. You know, like that's more of like gang violence or something like that. But never have I heard like a cop, you know, empty the clip of someone choking or just malprofiling someone. But when you have 9 cops or 8 cops that empty their clips, it's like that to me just seems hatred.
Yeah,
that just to me seems no remorse, no like.
And irresponsible.
Yeah.
Irresponsible as fuck.
I remember having cops every time they fire their bullet, they're supposed to go to therapy, right? Or something like that.
That's if you kill somebody. I think so. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it's every cop across the nation, but I don't know if that's just movies or the reality of it, because in the movies be telling some shit like that too. Yeah. But from what I've seen from movies and films, that like when a cop kills somebody, they have to go to therapy for some amount of time. But again, I don't know how true that is. Anthony, you want to look that shit up? Mr. Journalist. And what do you have to say, Anthony? I know you here. You got a little book on you. Let me see the book. Gonna see that real quick. And what you think about the whole situation? Because, I'll look it up actually.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't read enough about it. I am a journalist, but what I focus mostly on is business journalism. So that's not my realm of expertise. Though I did, when I read the headlines and stuff like that. They shot him like what, 60 times?
Yeah.
How many bullets they fired?
At least 90.
Yeah, at that point they're just they were the judge, jury, and executioner. They didn't give it second thought. And correct me if I'm wrong, did they found a gun on him, or what was the whole case with that?
They had the gun they found a gun in the back seat of his car, but it wasn't ever on him at any point, it seems like.
Did he shoot at them?
It seems like there was maybe one moment where he fired one bullet back in the footage and stuff, but that's all it seems like. And
that bullet doesn't seem to be at the cops. It just seems to be just out the driver's seat window.
Okay. Well, yeah, so it's excessive, man. And and how many cops shot at him? 8?
At least 8. At
least 8? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, that's messed up. I mean, that point, didn't even give him a fair trial. You know, it's America, son.
Yeah.
Land of the free, home of the brave, and you're fucking innocent before guilty. At least, you know, we pretend that's that we pretend that's law and order.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man. So, yeah, at that point, they were just judge, jury, and executioner didn't ask questions, didn't do nothing. They just shot at him. And, and obviously people are probably making the case, well, he was threatening these cops' lives if he did shoot the bullet, right? Or if it was reported where he shot the bullet. But the thing is if you're scared of getting shot, don't be a cop.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's Anthony's take. Anthony's hot take right there. That ass. I mean, at one point, I do commend cops for being brave and being there for when we need them. But I hate shitty cops.
Yeah, but shooting people 60 times is not brave.
Facts. It's cowardly. It's annoying. It's the worst thing for the world.
Shout out to cops though. I'm not trying to.
What a pussy! Get the fuck out of here!
Look at this guy.
I don't mean
flip flopping.
I'm not a flip flopper, but this is the thing, man.
Fucking flip flopper.
Do I have flip flops on? Nah, I got socks on, bro. What's it called? Nah, that's not like a dig to all cops. It's just come on, man. If you really. But that's the whole ethos, right? To protect and serve.
Nah, I mean,
what are they protecting themselves? Apparently.
I mean, I get what you're getting at.
Me too.
I kind of think about it of being a guy. It's you think of guys that are give a bad image for other guys and things like that. I think of the same ways for cops with other cops.
Exactly. I mean, there's a few journalists that got caught fucking fabricating shit,
and all of them on the New York Times.
There's one famous case. Yeah. There was another one at the Washington Post.
I was just kidding about New York Times.
No. Yeah, there's journalists that made shit up, but and obviously it makes every other journalist look bad, but that's not the case always. So, same thing with police officers. There are some good cops. My brother knows cops. I know them. So it's it's not everybody, but yeah, it's wild. It's not black and white, folks. It's gray.
No, I agree. I never just come on here and be like, fuck cops. I don't agree with a lot of people hating on cops because we need them. I mean, we need those people. I mean, if you're not a cop, think about why you're not a cop. You get me? Just consider that. Why did you not sign up to protect other people? Because you don't want to die. And you don't want to sign up for a job that says you might die.
Exactly. And when shit goes south, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters? Nah, bro. 911.
First of all, it's a good ass movie. I'm going to need you to take Ghostbusters out your name. Out your mouth.
Out your name.
Fuck.
Anthony Ghostbusters, tell us.
You going to slap me?
I'm going to fucking... What's the gun? I forgot the gun they use in Ghostbusters. I like that movie so much. All right. And I'm going to take another piss because I'm dying. Let's clap it up. Let's want to talk. Let's clap. All right, listen up because I'm going to fucking ask you guys some questions. Shout out to Strong Bladders because I don't have one.
Yeah, you really don't.
Yo, that's just a fucking beer. Look at this Voodoo Ranger. This is trash. No, I'm kidding. That's pretty good beer.
Don't disrespect my Voodoo Ranger.
I'm sorry.
Not in my house.
I apologize.
You can do it outside in front if you want, but not inside.
Why do IPAs always have weird ass names though?
IPAs?
Why
do IPAs have weird ass names?
Yeah, they slap your mother lager.
Brooklyn bitches.
Exactly. So it's that's my only gripe with them. I mean, they're high alcohol, but the names are weird, bro.
And they taste like soap.
What's so weird about Voodoo Ranger?
I guess that's a pretty cool name. And the logo's pretty dope. Shout out to Voodoo Ranger. Oh shit, I thought it was your fault. Shout out to Voodoo Ranger.
I mean, like I said, they sponsor Face Jam. They can sponsor us.
One day, I hope so, bro. I hope so. Or anybody. I'll take Budweiser at this point, bro. All right, so we on to the second topic. And the second topic is the Highland Park shooting. A very tragic occurrence, which again, I'm sure everybody has heard about. Yeah. Everybody's heard about this. And it sucks. It sucks. It happened on July 4th.
I was actually talking to Ron from work.
Okay.
And he's from Chicago and stuff.
Okay.
And he's actually not far from Highland. So he told me that it was pretty scary hearing this news for himself and things like that, which is pretty interesting.
And it sucks, man. It sucks because it's just one of those things where I don't know if I was asking you or Beatrice, but I was just like, you think in the future that they're just going to not have these celebrations anymore because so many people are going to ruin them. I'll say this till the end of time. I love going to the movies, but for me, even to this day, when it comes to movie premieres, I still always kind of feel scared to go because of James Holmes, the Dark Knight shooting and stuff. Because, we went to go see Thor yesterday. And did they check our bags?
No.
You know what I'm trying to say? And we're fucking New York City. I'm not trying to give nobody ideas. God damn, I hope I don't. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to say, that scares me. Sadly, I thought about that going into that theater. You know what I'm trying to say? And it sucks ass. You know, and first of all, not to be on that note, but what do you think of Thor? We didn't talk about Thor. I didn't talk to you about it. So what was your thoughts on that shit? Because I know Brian makes a good comments, and so what was your thoughts on Thor?
Oh, wow, what a just fucking pull away from the conversation. Here's the second news topic. We're gonna talk about this awful shooting, but first, what'd you think of Thor?
Hey, the news ain't going nowhere. This guy in jail, so he's definitely not going there. And shout out. Maybe not shout out, but you know, whatever to R. Kelly.
God damn it.
That sucks for him, man. He shouldn't have pissed on that girl. You know what I'm trying to say? Nah, he did very disgusting things, obviously.
God damn it.
What do you think about Thor, bro? What's your thoughts on Thor?
I thought Thor was fine. I wasn't blown away by it. But I thought it was fine. Yeah. Like I something that I was questioning is like, is this Taika Waititi gone off the rails? Yeah. Or is this Taika Waititi going full Taika Waititi? Because I've seen his other films like Jojo Rabbit and What We
I didn't know he did Jojo Rabbit. Me and Brian saw Jojo Rabbit.
It's a great movie. But he also did What We Do in the Shadows, which is a mockumentary about vampires.
Okay.
Fucking hilarious. But he, Taika Waititi is just a really funny guy. And so it's just, I don't know if this movie was just like Marvel letting him do his own thing, or if like he just wasn't fully in it or something. Because comparatively to Ragnarok, because he did Thor Ragnarok, this one, Love and Thunder, it does not compare to Thor Ragnarok. Thor Ragnarok is easily still the best Thor movie.
Different flavors.
Different flavors. Nice. Like, Thor Ragnarok, it came in, they brought in a funnier Thor and stuff like that into the MCU and things like that. So it seemed like they were just going to continue that trend of Love and Thunder, but it doesn't always land. Yeah. There are like some story points that the stakes aren't really high in that movie. There's some story points that are a little questionable. Yeah.
And it was pretty fast. I mean, your brother Lucas, he said that it was too short. And to me, it didn't feel like that in the moment. But for something like that had so much fucking like gods and like, spoilers or whatever, like, ancient gods and stuff like that, there could have been a little more expansion. But my whole thing with it is this. It was too many jokes in the beginning where I was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, it's just joke after joke after joke where I was like, okay, like I get it, but this is overwhelming, It's just it's not even funny that's how many jokes it was,
I would say like maybe 70% of the jokes land, maybe like 65.
Yeah, 65 I would say, and barely too, just because they were so consecutive. Like it was so back to back.
Yeah.
But for me, at the end of the day, too much Guns N' Roses. I feel like the only song they should have put in was November Rain. I don't know what the fuck deal they had with Guns N' Roses, but they got paid because it was so unnecessary to put all that music in,
I mean, that's kind of what they did with Thor Ragnarok. They had a lot of Led Zeppelin in Thor Ragnarok.
I mean, I guess because I didn't see Ragnarok, I have no really comparison, right? But I was just like, bro, like again, November Rain, that like the guitar solo at the end was awesome. That's like that's like the best song ever from Guns N' Roses, I think. So they have a good song, Crazy Horse or Dead Horse or whatever. I love that song a lot too. But I thought it was just an over spillage of that music. I was like, they gotta chill with that. And I guess they want to expose their music to younger people. But even the posters on the wall and the person wanted to be called Axel.
That was like, definitely like a bit of a stretch. Yeah. I was like, no one that age is listening to
nobody.
Guns N' Roses.
Like you don't care. And they all talk like this. They all talk like Mickey Mouse. British people. You silly geese.
Spelling color with a U. Weirdos.
Dummies. Nah, I'm fucking just kidding. Huh? Both fuck them too.
I think they also do. I know Canadians spell.
I like Canadians.
Canadians spell something differently too with an extra letter. I forget what though.
Gray.
Is it E or A?
Gray.
Oh, I don't know actually.
Color can be spelled either or. I think. What can I say? I think canceled. You can spell canceled both ways. Like canceled with the LL. You can spell with 2 L's or 1 L. It says English, man. It says English. Anyway,
grammar isn't spelling, Brian.
Here we go, Javi. Here we go. No, I'm kidding. All right. Anyway, back to this horrific shooting.
God damn it.
That's right, from Mind Matter. So there was the Highland Park shooting, which happened on July 4th in Chicago in Highland Park. Now, the shooter is Robert Crimo. He's a scumbag for sure, and he lived in Highwood for the last 2 years, right? So around that area, he lived in his in an apartment in his uncle's home, and his uncle said that his nephew had recently lost a job at Panera, and he saw him the day before the shooting.
Okay.
So now, the U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland said Wednesday that the shooting took place just 20 minutes from the house Robert Crimo grew up in, right? Saying that he knew the area extremely well. Now, Robert Crimo was the Highland shooter. I know people go back and forth on whether or not we should say his name or not. I mean, I'm just going to say it just for the sake of, I don't want to call him the Highland. I mean, we got to start like recognizing who these people are. And I mean, I don't know. I'm not have a strong opinion on that. I'm just going to do it to do it. Like, that's just.
Yeah. I mean, like when I covered the Uvalde shooting, I was kind of back and forth of like saying the shooter or his name. So I feel you on that.
It's just kind of like, I don't want to feel guilty either way. It's just now you can look up his name, find out what he did, and hopefully just this helps you find the information, because I feel, like just we hide too much from people, I guess. I know that sounds a little too insensitive, but like I know nobody wants to see like the Uvalde kids getting shot for real. I know nobody wants to see Jayland Walker getting shot like unblurred. But maybe we're up to a point where people need to see that shit, to stop having this occur. I know that's not the best point, and I don't fully commit to that, but it's just the crazy world right now. So that's why I'm just gonna go whatever with it. But I have no stance on it really.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
There's victims in the shooting, and the ones who've died, I'm going to go down the list of names. Catherine Goldstein, she was 64, of Highland Park. Irina McCarthy, she was 35, and her husband, Kevin McCarthy, 37, from Highland Park. Stephen Strauss, he was 88 years old, of Highland Park. Jackie Sunheim, 63, of Highland Park. Nicholas Toledo Zaragoza, 78, of Morelos, Mexico. And Eduardo Uvaldo, he was 69, of Waukegan. There was also an 8-year-old that was left paralyzed in the shooting. He's from Highland Park, Illinois as well. Now, he experienced a setback and is in critical condition and is still fighting, his family said.
Man.
Yeah, it sucks, man. And it's not just them that died. There's dozens of people that were also injured. So it's not just the dead people that are like suffering. Now, he was initially treated after a bullet hit him and severed his spine. But he then suffered a collapsed lung and was placed on a ventilator in critical condition.
Okay.
So this piece of shit is just a piece of shit. To get more,
still technically breathing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he's dead now, but I saw the article today. So who knows? In April 2019, Crimo, the shooter, he attempted suicide. And this is on record. And in September 2019, Crimo stated, quote, he was going to kill everyone, end quote. And he had a collection of knives, and the cops came. They removed 60 knives, a dagger, and a sword from his house. A fucking sword, bro. But there was no probable cause to arrest. He just had threatened without like any true, intent, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, they did notify the Illinois State Police of the incident, right? But because there was no probable cause and nobody signed off on an arrest, they couldn't do anything, right? Now, when it comes to the shooting, apparently he did it because the numbers 4 and 7, or inverted 7 and 4, was an influence to the shooting. And that came from the music he listened to.
How so?
That's just all the press conference said.
What the
Which
fuck?
is odd as fuck. He was also a rapper called Awake.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, they took down all his videos, but in the videos on YouTube, there was one where he basically was like throwing bullets on the ground, and he had a gun in his classroom. And then there's another video, if I'm not mistaken, where it was somebody lying dead in the hallway of a school. So people were saying, weren't these signs of, somebody should shut down? And the cops were like, yeah, these are signs. But I also think there's so many videos on the internet. I mean, it's up to the people who see these videos to report it to the police, I think, too. But who knows if that occurred or not? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like one of those things where it's like, yeah, the signs are there, but it's like no one really reported it or anything like that. So that's just unfortunate.
And some people just look at it as like, oh, this is just an artist or this and that. But when will art start being, constricted in terms of expression later on because of these things?
Well, I don't think it'll be constricted, but just, I mean, art is an expression of yourself. So, for in this guy in particular, his videos show these sorts of things that definitely speaks to his mentality of that. You could guess that he wants to see people like that in reality. Yeah. So art definitely will say things that you would never say.
True, but I agree with you because that's like a outlet, right? But I also saw near where I live that there was this store that had this little art piece in the front, and it was I forget what figure, but the figure was made up of Nerf bullets to commemorate every dead child from gun shootings, right? But couldn't you also say that's an outlet that involves shooting, saying something about the person? Because it involves, let's say like imaginary bullets. So there's like, where is the gray line?
I don't know. I feel like that one might be a bit of a stretch.
But what if at the end of his videos he wrote, "This is to bring awareness to school shootings"?
I mean, that would speak a different story, but he didn't. And
but art is interpretation.
Yeah, but he didn't do that. Well, if that was his intention.
Well, but I'm trying to say, some people don't have to like just say it. Some people just let like the people just take it in. At the end of the day, you see how we're having this back and forth. I just think that in the future, for politicians that actually change laws, they're gonna have like the worst types of arguments for this. Like, because I get what you mean. I know for sure, like, what I'm saying is a stretch with the person doing the commemoration, because they stated it's a commemoration. But it could also be some, like, mentally fucked up person who's doing it in their own skis bag way to just kind of do it in, like, what's it called? Like, in plain sight. I know that's not the case, but I don't know how this is going to happen in the future in terms of lawmakers. Because I agree with you. I agree. This guy was a piece of shit who did it with his own intent without commemorating anybody, and that person did it too, so... But I think lawmakers are going to be like, well, where do we draw a line on art?
I mean, I don't think lawmakers are ever really going to try and draw a line in the world of art, because that's like a battle they'll never win.
What about Disney putting lesbians in their movies? They're already trying to come at that. Yeah,
but and we've already seen how clearly that it doesn't work.
For sure, but they're always going to complain is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, people can complain, but that doesn't necessarily change that they're going to continue doing it.
I don't know.
So it's just, it's the persistence of it. It's just being on top of it and consistently doing it that makes a difference.
For sure. I agree. And actually, when it comes to Nintendo, Mario, I know it's fucking random as shit, but in Japan, the Nintendo just came out. They've had this instituted in their like workforce policies, but they just came out to recognize same-sex marriages in Japan, where gay marriage is outlawed. But they're finally like doing that. So that reminds me of Disney also doing the same thing, But even that in itself is a political change. You get what I'm trying to say? That's a political change to art. Isn't that?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a political change to art. Like, just because you're allowed to marry someone of the same sex, that's not going to change how your art necessarily.
What I'm trying to say is that the norm used to not include that so often, right?
But I don't think that affects art so much, though.
It's always art, though. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's never not art when you're talking about cartoon characters representing what people would deem a political matter in today's climate. That's what I'm trying to say. I understand what you're saying in terms of just it being a thing that exists, right? But when things like that started to come out, it was more so just, oh, how dare you, and this and that, and like, this is against our religion and the mothers of this and that. So it's never not art, but people make it political, right?
No, I mean,
that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
no, I get what you're getting at.
And then it rises up to lawmakers who will like change laws.
It's just, I don't ever think like, I mean, I guess I'm speaking sort of ethnocentrically in terms of like America and stuff because of our free speech and everything. But I just comparatively to other countries, like we have the freedom to do these things.
For sure.
And like if we look at Lightyear, which is what I'm sure you're thinking of as well, like other countries have banned that movie from even being played. But as we've seen here in the States, the movie got played and it didn't do well in the box office. And some people like to think that that's one of the reasons for it.
Well, what about when like the movie, The Interview, got pulled out because we were going to get threatened by North Korea?
Well, that is definitely more of a...
But it's art, though. You get what I'm trying to say?
No, I was just gonna kind of lean into that of like, well, then I guess in that case, I guess it would say that politics definitely do get involved into art.
That's what I'm trying to say. That for me, my whole point is not that, like, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm saying that now when it comes to the individual, right? So say like Anthony or Brian or myself puts up something to like raise awareness for school shootings, but I'm trying to raise awareness, but I don't include at the end to commemorate all the lives lost. And then like I get investigated by the FBI. Like, do you think that things will get prohibited from airing now because they at least reflect just a little hint at this? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not.
No, I know what you're getting
cool,
at.
cool.
I just don't think that. I mean, I guess I personally don't think politics are ever going to get so involved that they're going to prevent from an individual artist, because it might be one thing with the interview where you have someone like Seth Rogen and James Franco where they're sort of, you could almost say political figures considering how big they are and celebrities and things like that.
I think they're the same person as me and you. Like, we're just putting things into the world.
Well, you know? I say that just because they're celebrities. When you're a celebrity, you have that platform.
But so are like people who go on YouTube and get the same.
Look at
views
what we're doing.
Well,
how many people are listening to us compared to Seth Rogen?
And how
James
many people
Franco?
listen to Seth Rogen before they listen to Seth Rogen? What I'm trying to say is that there's no like what you're trying to say is that celebrities and us are different, but in reality, we both abide the same freedom that you're referring to. Like, we both have those freedoms.
The
influence is different.
What I'm getting at is the influence. That's what I'm getting at.
But that's something you take upon yourself. I feel that you're not obligated to abide those influences. You make that choice, and that's why people censor themselves compared to people who don't censor themselves. That's why Dave Chappelle continues to make his jokes and doesn't let outward opinions stop him, because he knows that his intent is to create jokes, and that's why other comedians they just like shit on Dave Chappelle because they want to make themselves look better to feed the people that just care about other people's opinions. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, we're no different from Seth Rogen and we're no different from any celebrity. We're all human.
No, I mean, I agree on that, but it's just the influence is different. Like,
it's different, but it doesn't change how you convey messages.
No, I agree, but it's just, again, it doesn't change that, like, the platform that they have is different from our platform. Sure, we have a podcast. Sure, we have a small audience, but it's nowhere near the audience that someone like Seth Rogen has.
Absolutely.
Seth Rogen can say fucking hate all white people, and a lot of people probably be like, yeah, you know what, you're right, Seth Rogen.
Yeah, but
if we said that, a lot of people would be like, okay, who are these assholes?
I don't think
just
that's
probably
true.
skip ahead.
I think that that's irrelevant. I think at the end of the day, like you said, the freedom of speech, it dead as unless you sign a contract or some shit like the TVs. That's why the internet TV is different. Now the difference is when you sign a contract or some shit, you know, and then when you like do it on the internet, it's different. But the internet is slowly getting censored more and more. You know, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that when is censorship gonna close in on any form of art deemed by who? Like who deems art on the internet something that shouldn't be published?
I mean,
or like warning signs. You know,
I mean, again, I still feel like that. I don't think politics will ever get so involved into art like that. I know we've had situations like the interview, but if you really think about it, that was an instance that really brought up sort of nuclear destruction at a point where it's just, was it really worth it to release a movie to get nuked?
Was it really worth it to submit to North Korea's threats when they're always threatening us?
But my point is just like, is it worth it to release one movie over?
I think it is. I think it is because it protects our freedom of speech. It protects our freedom to say anything we want without being, you know, in fear of other countries doing what they do to us. You know, like I think that when they pulled out of that, it was the worst thing ever. And actually, when Obama was saying that it was the wrong choice, Seth Rogen celebrated that. He celebrated the fact that Obama didn't agree with that decision to pull it out, and it was mostly Sony's decision. And Obama was the president of the United States.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with them pulling out of not releasing the movie.
I never agree with that.
I don't really have much of a strong say. All I'm getting at is that it's understandable for in an instance like that, the government would be like, maybe let's not release this movie to not risk war.
I think it just,
like, politics don't care about movies. They like,
don't they though? I
don't think they give a shit about movies.
What about DeSantis and Disney?
Well, what I mean is that they don't care about like the arts, like how, say, like you and me might care about the arts. Like they're not gonna like, they don't interpret art as intensely as like maybe other people might. They might look at it as more black and white. Like you look at someone like DeSantis, and
so how do you look at the FCC?
The FCC, I mean, they're just the people that just dictate what is okay and what isn't.
And where does that stem from?
I mean, what do you mean? Where does it stem from?
It's not a government ran thing. The FCC.
I mean, it is, yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's interfering with art. It doesn't have to be just drawn thing. It could be like a show or this or that, you know, but they're interfering on what you can or can't say. And that's already a first step when it comes to TV. Now, when it comes to the internet, eventually, I mean, that could be a, you know, history repeats itself. Like you push, right? And I agree with right now, not before. That's what I'm trying to say. I think like maybe I don't think we're necessarily debating, because we never do, and I don't think we're doing that right now. And we could always, I mean, freedom of speech. But I think right now, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the internet is eventually coming to that. If people like this fuck it up. I don't know, or maybe it should be more, what's it called, overlooked. But even that's a form of just nearing censorship to the internet, which is the most, I guess, uncensored thing outside of like private conversations, you know?
I mean, I guess the way I see it realistically is just that the internet is too big of a place to be regulated.
Yeah, that I agree with. It's too huge.
Because something that I've brought up before in some of my classes before in the past in college is that because we have free speech in this country, but that's not in every country,
and we barely have free speech. It's get cut down every now and then. You know what I'm trying to say?
How do you dictate free speech on the internet? Something that's international, something that's global. How do you dictate? Oh no, it's okay for this person to make this comment, but they're not from America. How is that okay?
What was that thing that they were trying to do with Netflix and everything? It was that it was like the Middle Eastern guy that was trying, like he was the spokesperson for it. It was for internet. It was like you pay to have your internet faster or slower, and it was being debated. And I know that stuff. How can I say? You don't remember that?
No, I don't.
It was like internet regulation or something like that. We'll look back at that. You remember that, Anthony? Oh, remember, he's asking for that. Oh, we're on Instagram Live right now. Say what's up to Instagram. What's up? but it's basically, huh? So it's basically when they were debating whether they should have internet regulated by the government in terms of this. Like one of the features would be that the more you pay, the faster your internet would go. But if you pay less, it would go slower. And they could,
I think you're talking.
What was that called?
I think you're talking about net neutrality.
Net neutrality. There we go. Yeah, I know this. That don't have much to do with censorship, right? Or does it?
No, it's not censorship. Just like
regulation of the internet.
Right, not regulation. I would just say the primary thing was mostly focused on whether some companies would pay for faster speed for the internet rather than others, and people were saying that's pretty unfair because how are you going to compete with a giant like AT&T that's providing internet that can afford, like
faster speeds
and this and that, while like a smaller provider, let's say randomly Cricket, can't do it for their phones, right? So they'll have to go with slower services, and then they'll lose customers because they pay less and such and such. So yeah, something like that. Also, that dude who ran the FCC had a ridiculously big ass Reese's Pieces mug, I think. Like a coffee mug. Man random, I know.
Supplementary.
Now, I do know that one guy from the FCC was super against net neutrality. And so it's just, at the end of the day, like I agree that it's like, politics definitely do get involved and whatever, but I don't think they're ever going to get so involved so intricately to individual artists, people that aren't celebrities and things like that, and get their hands involved in their art. Like, I don't think the politics, or I don't think fucking DeSantis is going to get involved in someone's art showcase.
So like if you're a Joe Rogan, you might get because of the influence that you have, but if you're like me and you, we won't. There's hope for the future, but that's
what I'm getting at mostly. It's just kind of like it's mostly the level of the platform that you have. That's what I'm getting at.
Because how can you regulate so many people at once? You can only do the major ones.
Exactly.
That's interesting. Oh, I mean, you're right. I agree with, just because statistically speaking, it's so impossible to regulate everybody's word of mouth. I agree with. I just think that eventually they'll find a way. Like they just find a way, like just the way Siri, like, when you actually, I know you don't have Apple, but when you actually say, like, imagine I was talking to you and I was like, seriously, and then Siri be like, what, bitch? And I'm like, nah, I didn't talk to you, like just these keywords.
It happens the same thing for Google, Android, because, I'm not going to say, but if you say the okay,
the N word,
and then the word.
Well, that's what I always thought what it was. That like say we had a podcast, right, and we were like the most racist people ever, right, and we were just saying like the N word and the K word and all these other words, the R word now, people, and then like I think in the future or even now that they'll key capture those words and they'll shut you down because you're using derogatory terms. Oh yeah, what I'm trying to say. So I feel like that's something. So imagine like we have a podcast and it's constantly saying school shooters. I'm gonna shoot a school. I hope this podcast doesn't get caught on that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like they're gonna be like, wait, let's just shut it down off the rip. Like let's not even include context, because that's what they do to comedians. I know comedians is a big thing, but people get so mad at comedians when the reason for what they're saying is not to hate. It's to just tell a joke, which people obviously can't take anymore. But when you take things out of context, like what if we're advocating against school shootings and we say that so many times, and then we get a message from Spotify and they're like, hey, you guys talk about school shootings, we're worried that you're going to commit one, so we got to take down your thing because we found the keywords 8 times. And it's like, what? That's what I mean. Because they can't rely on hands-on listeners, that they'll just rely on cyborg list, like keyword takers, if that makes any sense.
I mean, definitely in terms of like audio stuff, it's a lot more difficult to keep track of that because, I mean, we talked about it on the show, but Joe Rogan was a very big example of that, of like in terms of his COVID misinformation and things like that and whatever, and how back and forth that was.
And some of it wasn't even misinformation. It was just opinion. People just deemed it misinformation because they're just so butthurt about people not taking the vaccine.
Well, he did make facts that weren't facts. That's a fact.
He also has thousands of hours of audio. How many times have we said something wrong?
No, I'm just saying.
but I'm also saying, like, I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm just like, that's the truth. Like, we don't get everything right all the time. But
of course,
you know who, again, he sits across doctors. You know, like he sits
and the doctors that he sit across has also made mistakes. But it happens.
But a lot of them, so that get points out, but the people who are correct doesn't. And some of them are wrong in the moment, but they're not correct later. But that never gets credited either. It's a weird thing, man.
I mean, it's more talkable when someone makes a mistake than when they're right.
Absolutely.
No one wants to talk about when they're right.
And that's the same thing when a comedian says trans and they're like, and they just don't take the full context of the joke. You know, they're just like, oh, Dave Chappelle said transgender, we have to get upset at him. And it's like, wait, what's the joke though? Oh, you just took out. I saw the Hot Ones the other day of Sean Evans' Hot Ones, The Wings. And Tom Segura was telling Sean Evans, he was like, read any comedian's like jokes verbally, like read it like on written down, and you'll always be like, this is the worst thing I've ever read in my life, you know. But and he says what you're not getting is the tone, the intent, the everything, you know. And that's the truth. That's why I feel like with the whole COVID thing, like, yeah, I mean, this guy has the biggest podcast in the world, but it's also just like he's sitting down in front of doctors in all different fields. When think about it, when you go to the doctor, right, and they say you should get a second opinion, what was the first thing he told you? His opinion, right? Okay. You get what I'm trying to say? And even then, like, this is a whole bunch of things medically that we don't know shit about that either. But you just have an open discussion. It's not misinformation, it's a conversation. Joe Rogan's not a doctor.
But
I've always made that point.
Facts. That's like, even when we talked about it in the episode, he literally said things like, yeah, they did this and they do that.
And that's what we do all the time too, and we don't get it right all the time either.
But our stuff can be labeled as misinformation. I wouldn't necessarily be like, no, that's wrong.
Everything can be labeled misinformation unless it isn't.
But misinformation is pretty straightforward. It's literally misinformation.
Well, if you're talking to a teacher that only teaches about, let's say, chickens, right? And you're like, hey, tell me about the coronavirus. Oh, well, you know what I heard? I heard this and that. Where's your source coming from? It's like getting news from a tabloid, right? How often is that going to be correct? Why is your source a tabloid? Like, if you want to learn about coronavirus, why are you listening to Joe Rogan podcast?
I mean, a lot of people, like you said, learn things from Joe Rogan. So a lot of people go to Joe Rogan. But that's not a source. You don't go to how can I say, a leg specialist and ask them what's wrong with my ear. But some people would. Like, that's the thing.
But that's like their fault.
Okay, but
you know what I'm trying to say?
Okay, but and like I said in the Joe Rogan episode, I still think like when you have a platform that big, it's your responsibility to be conscious of that.
I think that if you're a human being, you're responsible for everything you do and how you take the things you take in. Just because you read something on something doesn't mean that it's the truth. Just because you hear it, I mean, that's like the thing they said their whole life. Like, if you see it on TV, doesn't mean it's true. Like, that's just a basic saying. Like, you should it's your fault if you take something from TV and you apply it to your own life without checking. You know, it's just that's just like that's like negligence of how you intake information. You said it
yourself. Kids are sponges. People are sponges. Like,
and I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying that doesn't justify you making the wrong decision health wise. You know, like if 5 doctors tell you to take a pill that can save your life, and Joe Rogan says don't take that pill, and you don't take that pill and you die, it doesn't matter what you are. It could be a sponge. It could be the coral reef. It's at the end of the day, you are in charge of doing what you do. And at the end of the day, Joe Rogan is a comedian, and he talks about whatever he wants to talk about. And if you take medical advice from a comedian, the real problem is you. You know, I think that's the base of it. And I think that with anybody, same thing with Fox News and Tucker Carlson and all those people like Chris Cuomo and Andrew Cuomo, like, and Dr. Fauci, you know, like, I think who do you listen to these days? Because even the vaccine shit is a lot of bullshit sometimes too. I mean, that's just a whole different story though. I think if we said vaccine, we're going to get like fucking COVID information, you know, but that's my whole thing about it.
We've gotten COVID misinformation things on our episode.
Honestly, on the Joe Rogan episode. Because I think we put COVID in the title though.
Did we?
Because we talked about
we talked about Omicron one episode, and I think we got the thing for it.
At the end of the day, everything's in the hands of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Shaking my head.
That's pretty funny. And you guys want to partake in this little conversation? You guys didn't say anything. Nice.
So I'll say this in terms of the misinformation, especially with the Joe Rogan podcast, and I do 100% agree with Frankie was saying. It's like it's your duty to seek out the information, criticize everything, and know your knowledge. And again, that's something that my professor taught me when I took that advanced level as fucking course.
That Harvard.
Yeah. Again, but because of that teaching, I could say like it's our responsibility, and to a certain point, I agree. Where it's like, if you're looking for information here, you're not doing your job. You're not doing you're being lazy. You're 100% being lazy. Now, if you want to blame this person for misinformation, in terms of like saying, oh, this person, and like how Javi said, like, you know, like adults are sponges, 100% right.
We never stopped about it.
Yes, but I also think like
until 25.
That is true. I really do feel like it's our responsibility, and like how many times do we hold ourselves accountable? You know, like we're all hypocrites at one point.
If I may say this real quick, the cigarette companies, people will smoke cigarettes till they're 90, and then they'll get cancer. They'll be like, "What the fuck?" Yeah. And then they'll sue the cigarette company. It's like,
I've never heard of that.
I have, man. Then you could look up lawsuits where they sue the cigarette company, but that's like neglect on their own, you know. And
so that when I was actually studying law, that's actually a thing. Like, yeah, people will wait their whole lives to do something. It's like me drinking alcohol right now, and I'm surprised that I get liver poisoning at 55, and then I'm just like, but I know it's accountability, and that's where I feel like that's the difference between misinformation and hold the person accountable for misinformation. It's like, yeah, this person did do information. It was a proven fact that he did misinformation. But now, are you gonna, like, you as a person, are you gonna go out of your way to believe that misinformation? It's like, no, you know, it's something that science teaches us, like, question everything. You know, question everything. Do your research. You know, and like again, as I said in reporting, and I know something that Anthony does is like, you have to ask the right questions. And that's where I feel like Joe Rogan gets his stigma, but it's like rightfully so, because at the end of the day, who's getting popular? He is. He's making his money. You know, I don't know him as a person. Maybe he doesn't care about the money. Maybe he does care about the money. Maybe he cares about popularity. Maybe he doesn't. At the end of the day, he has his little tribune of like a podcast, same thing as you guys do. And I know one day maybe you'll blow up and do the same. And you'll be a little hard. I know you guys will do the same. And at the end of the day, I'm not gonna hold you guys accountable to the information.
You're gonna be like, yo, fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, what's Korg?
Korg?
Yeah, where he's like, he points them out. Like, yeah, they were speaking.
They were speaking.
So put it, fucking spoil this. Fucking, they're in a whole fucking hall of gods, and Thor and Rest and Ko are talking, and Zeus is like, who the fuck is talking? And one of Thor's boys with Korg. He's like, these motherfuckers.
That's exactly what I would do, because you know, I don't give a fuck about these guys' information. I appreciate the information, but am I gonna do my information alone? The hell yeah, because I'm an independent person. Like, I'm not gonna rely on one source. That's horrible. Like, if investigation teaches anything, if science teaches, like, you're not gonna trust one. That's why you create samples.
Say what you just said to Brian right now.
Speak to.
I said, why every time you mention journalism, you guys got to point at me?
You're a motherfucking journalist.
Because this is Mexican Superman. Instead of the S, it's just the M.
Mexican Clark Kent, right there. But yeah, man. But
yeah, I mean, I'll say it's just like, like, I agree with Brian. It's definitely down to the individual person to take what they take and do what they do with that. But it's just, the reality is not everyone does that. A lot of people will look at one source and just go with that.
But that's not the source's fault. You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, it is kind of the source's fault.
How so?
Like, because even if we don't talk about Joe Rogan, say the New York Times.
Anybody. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
anybody.
So it's like you look at, because I know you've had your say in the New York Times and whatever. And
no, I joke around completely the times. Like when it comes to the one mishap or couple mishaps, that's happened like in the 70s and shit like that, where it's like they fuck up. I think anywhere, like if you just hear something on TV in general, like even the old saying, like you can't believe everything on TV. It's like, it's the truth, man. You should, especially when it comes to your own body and health, like you really should just go see somebody that's gonna tell you literal facts. That you can't. It could be a book, it could be a movie, it could be a podcast, it could be a song, anything. You know, but you should not be basing life decisions or how you treat your own body health wise off anything. Doesn't matter how big the influence is. Now I get it. Like there are like children who like make decisions based off influencers and celebrities, but that's why we don't let them smoke cigarettes until they're like 18 or 21 or join the army. Or
but they're still smoking cigarettes.
No doubt. And it's like saying like
the worst thing you could do: smoking cigarettes, listening to Joe Rogan, and listening to Guns N' Roses.
And we'll end it there, America. That's fucking funny. Don't ever listen to Joe Rogan. What'd you say? Smoke cigarettes?
Smoking cigarettes and Guns N' Roses.
If you do that, you're going to hell. All right, you know what? Fuck that. Well, I think agree or disagree.
Yeah, you know that's what we do.
And you know what that was?
What was that?
The beehole.
That was the beehole.
That was the beehole right there. That's how it goes, man.
And if you don't know what the beehole is,
go fuck yourself. I'm kidding.
Listen to our older episodes.
Yeah.
Plug them.
Yeah. Or we're explaining here. A beehole is when we go on a tangent.
God damn it.
We're going to call it the beaver hole, but then we want to call it the rabbit hole.
You forgot that the rabbit hole was called the rabbit hole and you called it the beaver hole.
And then we abbreviated it
to beehole.
To beehole. And that's why we'll come out with shirts, hashtag beehole. Or just beehole.
Just beehole.
Just beehole. No hashtags. What is this? What
is this? 2018?
Anyway, back to the shooting.
God damn it. Yeah.
The beeholes and shootings. Anyway, so this Cremo guy attempted suicide in 2019. It's not a laughing matter. Nobody laugh. No. In September 2019, they took a sword, daggers, 16 knives from his house. No arrest was made. Now, look, not to get back into it. Again, like I told you, we fucking went on a whole beehole. He did the shooting apparently because of the numbers 4 and 7 and 7 and 4 due to the music he listened to. That's what the burp is brought to you by beer. The music he listened to. Jesus Christ. He shot 3 30-round rifle magazines, and when at the scene there was 83 spent shell casings. He had on him a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 and a semi-automatic rifle. Those change eventually because the facts I have later are past the press conference, right?
Okay.
So now remember I told you in September they took away all those knives from his house? Mm-hmm. After that incident, he was able to purchase 5 firearms after that incident. Mind you, they reported that to Illinois State Police, right? And I'm pro-gun. Like, I think you should have guns, but there should be stricter laws to it. And this is why I think there should be stricter laws to it, you know? I'm not saying pro-gun like America, you know? I don't think, think they should outlaw? I think they should outlaw guns at protests.
Guns at protests?
Yeah,
okay.
I think they should do that and have, I mean, I don't know. That's just a quick thought I had. I'm not like heavy on that. Don't come at me.
Okay, chill, Joe Rogan.
America. Chill, Fauci. Officers saw a certain female witness on the cameras. They saw a witness watch Cremo drop an object into a red blanket, which eventually was found to be an AR-15. And the store that it was in front of was a Ross's, and he did this right after the shooting. He was able to access a roof through a fire escape of a business, right? He injured approximately 45 people.
Okay.
And injured and deceased. Cremo is 21 and will turn 22 in September. Unfortunately, September is my birthday, so that's like that. Damn. I guess we'll both be celebrating.
What's your horoscope?
We're about to look it up. Anthony, want to look up Virgos for September 2022?
The weirdest motherfucker is
You're I said look it up, not base it off your thoughts.
No, like August.
No, I'm not saying like who's a Virgo. I'm saying like
what's your horoscope?
The horoscope for Virgo. Can you look up future horoscopes?
The horoscope is Virgo.
No, I'm not saying it was a horoscope.
What's the horoscope say, my guy? What are you talking about?
This is why it's Earth Mind Matter and not Earth Mind Speaks.
I'm letting the intrusive thoughts win.
Nice. Shout out to alcohol because this is sponsored the video.
Virgo the Virgin, yeah.
All right.
God damn it, Anthony, sit down.
He's saying
Like, what is the horoscope
today for us Virgos?
in the future?
Oh, what am I? Las estrellas con Walter?
Basically, bro. Basically, that's why he's asking. Yeah, you want me to read it?
Sure. Wait, read it to the mic. Read it to the mic.
For us three Virgos, pick 1, pick 2, and pick 3. Today will not be a too stressful day, and you are suggested to stay at home and work over your life. Don't be too stressful over anything, as it is perfect day to chill. What are we doing?
What are we doing right now?
Involve yourself with people who make you happy. You can even meet your old buddies and enjoy their company. Isn't that
Oh, can we get a collective all? Go to the,
Get over here, Anthony.
1, 2. Oh.
All I'm saying is I was just waiting to see Link. That's my old buddy. Fuck y'all.
I see you guys regularly.
Anyway, oh shit, my notes. All right, this is a crazy show. So he purchased 5 firearms after the September incident, and he injured approximately 45 people. He's about to turn 22 in September. Shout out to September. And he pre-planned the attack, and he bought all the guns legally. The crazy thing when it comes to the guns is that in 2020, Cremo bought 4 weapons. He bought the rifle allegedly used in July 4th attack. These are the weapons.
Okay.
I don't even know I don't know any of these names. I've never shot a gun. And when I had the chance to, I never shot it. So that's me. A Kel-Tec Sub 200, a Remington 700, and a shotgun. And then in 2021, after his 21st birthday, he purchased a Glock 43X. So my spiel is that like he should not have been able to buy these if he had publicly said the words, "I'm gonna kill everyone."
Yeah.
With a whole bunch of swords in his house. Like that's where I draw a line. Like, and it gets interesting because
Did he have face tattoos?
yeah, he had Anthony.
Reason number 1, you shouldn't be allowed to buy it.
I'm gonna reiterate that because I hope that Mike didn't pick it up. But Anthony asked, "Does he have face tattoos?" And we're like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Reason number 1 why he shouldn't buy a fucking gun." And I agree,
bro. If you work in a gun store and you see some dude with a face tattoo show up and impulsively buy a gun, just be like, "Nah, bro, we don't do that." Or at least
not today.
Or at least talk to him for at least 30 minutes to make sure he's not unhinged. In 30 minutes, I'm pretty sure you could find that out. Because if you do your own psychological test, bro.
That's a highlight right there. That's fucking funny, bro.
He finds out that the guy's like what you call it toes are pointing at him, and he's like, "Oh, that must mean he likes me."
Damn, I'm going to be real quick. Like, right? If somebody was gonna go buy a gun, right, and they had like above their eyebrows it said "school shooter," and they went to go buy a gun, can you deny them that right? Can you deny them that right legally?
I think you can.
Legally, you can most likely because if you own the gun store, then it's a private business.
Yeah.
So you can deny them the right. Because come on, bro, if I see teardrops on the side of your eyes, I'm not fucking selling you a gun if I own the gun store.
Okay.
Because I know what that means. Either that means you lost somebody who you loved a lot, or you killed somebody.
First of all, rest in peace to all the Highland Park victims. This is good. But I'm trying to. Okay, so now, say private business aside, right? What if you had tattoos that said "shooting star"? You get what is the fine line?
I mean, I think Anthony brings up a good point. Talk to him for 30 minutes, see if you can feel them out, and go from there.
I mean, I don't know, Larry and the Star. Don't put his shit on the fucking internet.
My ID
don't
on
put
the
it on the
fucking
internet, bro. Okay. I like how we both stop and show like motherfuckers.
God damn.
Hey, yeah, I hadn't have an ID for like years, bro.
That's true, right? Come on, at least
Well,
talk to him. That's a red flag. You got a tattoo on your face. Look at you. Like,
so don't sell Tekashi 6ix9ine guns. So in Chicago, you're supposed to have a FOID application, FOID, right, to purchase a gun. Now, officers said 3 months after the second incident in September with the knives, Cremo obtained the firearm owner's ID card after being sponsored by his father. right?
Okay.
And this is what the police said in Illinois, and they said, quote, there was insufficient basis to establish a clear and present danger and deny the FOID application. So it's interesting because the Ethan Crumble kid, I don't know if you remember that, but he was 15 who shot up his school as well, and he was, remember?
Yes.
He was gifted a gun from his father.
Yeah.
So maybe we gotta stop gifting guns. In Texas, you don't even have to like do anything legal. You could just gift a gun to somebody.
Yeah.
Fuck, and you don't have the permit. Fucking dumbass Greg Abbott, that bitch ass motherfucker.
We should have an episode about him.
I would love to, and just cut his ass. Like, the roast of Greg Abbott. What's a black all over after a fire on the second floor?
What?
Greg Abbott.
Damn.
I fucked up the joke, but you know what I'm trying to say. Stephen Hawking too. Anyway, Cremo's parents have not been charged in the connection with the shooting. So so regardless of the sign off of the FOID application, like they're not being. But I skipped over this because it was so relevant. But they had a lot of runs with the police. Like their relationship was already kind of, and Cremo's parents, yeah. And,
Cremo's parents,
yeah. And then they had a lot of calls to the police about like the mass day. Like they told them I should break up already. Like a bunch of shit like that. So I left that out because I thought that was irrelevant. But that is a thing that's occurred.
I don't know. I feel like that could be relevant towards his like childhood and like his mental health and things like that.
I agree. I mean, yes, it is, and I agree completely. But does that like hinder any trial coming forward? Where's the line? Are we gonna eventually accept that?
I would think it would speak to his mental health at least
to
see if he was mentally unhinged or not.
For sure.
Because like, as a product divorce, that shit fucks you up.
Yeah.
Like,
and I agree completely. And you're right. I mean, I just the sad thing is I agree you're right, but then in the future, does that let people off?
I mean,
not off or like lessen their sentence.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Because I think when you deem someone as insane, they just go to a mental ward. Yeah. So I think that's better than putting them in prison for the rest of their life, or they're never going to get any mental help.
Yeah, man. I think the problem with it is that people have been trying to use the insane, defense for so long that it's like it's really difficult to get there, and like we're not even. And
it gets denied sometimes, so it's just not everyone gets away with it. Or I think like that.
The reason I think it gets denied most times is because psychology is such a young subject. You know what I mean? Like just observing behavior.
You said that one episode, but I disagree with that.
Why do you disagree with that? I mean, it's getting older every year.
Well, psychology has been around like as any other science. It just hasn't been talked about as much.
I don't know about that.
It has. It just hasn't been talked about as much.
We gotta have a conversation about that in the what's it called, the backup episodes.
Okay,
we gotta do that because I don't
about the mental health stuff. Because you think about it, back in like the 40s and 50s, bro, they used to electrocute motherfuckers with shock therapy and shit.
No, I mean,
for like the dumbest thing too, like, oh, you're gay, there must be something wrong with you.
And they still do that today with like religious conversions. I'm not like disagreeing with that. What I'm trying to say is that. And it's not that it hasn't been acknowledged. Like, I'm not saying that this not have been talked about. Like, we talk about even in the Crime and Punishment book I'm reading. This and that. Like, I'm sorry, that's a long book. Like, they're talking about him being insane because he's sick and this and that. I'm not saying that. I mean, the witches, like in the Salem witch trials, like that's always been a factor of things. I'm saying the actual science and the real, what's it called? The organized field of it has not been around as long as everything else.
It has, though. It just hasn't been talked about as much comparatively.
I disagree, and I really disagree.
Nah, science has been around for a long time. It's just that
science is every science.
No. I'm just saying that back in the days, they look at you like, yo, this man's stinking different.
Oh, I mean, witch. I mean, I think the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because I'm not trying to say that like people. Observing behavior is a natural thing for human beings to do in terms of sophisticated and organized society, no matter how early that society is. But I'm trying to say that it's a most recent science, not in terms of not talking about it, but like really organizing like societal structures to form professionals to examine. It doesn't matter how early it's been talked about. It just
you're just questioning how long it's taken for its application to come about.
But that's what I'm trying to say. And once, what I'm trying to say is like,
put the mic over to him. He's got something to say.
The fastest way to identify a psychopath is ask them if they like almond joy.
All right. Wow. Anyway, I like almond joy.
Yeah, I like almond joy. So give me
Yo, come on.
Can we get a fuck Anthony? Fuck Anthony.
Fuck Anthony.
Now, what you were like fucking, what's it called?
Hershey's?
Three Musketeers?
And notice how these two psychopaths have a podcast.
give me some knuckles out.
Fuck that
Because
shit.
we do. But we will do this to prevent another BO. We will have a backup episode and we'll discuss that. And
Yeah.
because we're gonna have those backup episodes seem interesting as fuck, man. I want to like discuss some history without being modern news and stuff. But fuck it, yeah, let's do that
Let's
shit.
do it.
Fuck yeah, let's go Mets.
Let's go Mets, man.
Let me get to this fucking Highland Park shooting because we're never gonna finish this. I'm almost done. So the parents haven't been charged in the shooting, and when he was escaping the whole shooting afterwards, he dressed himself in women's clothing, and he wore makeup to conceal his face tattoos. Right? He fired approximately 78 rounds from his rifle. And on the rooftop, which I said earlier, they discovered empty 30-round magazines and 83 spent shell casings. He borrowed his mom's car, and somebody spotted him and called 911. The prosecutor said that Cremo, the shooter, made a voluntary statement confessing to the attack, telling police he dressed up like a girl and covered his tattoos with makeup because people recognized him. Right? Now, I'm just going to compare to Jayland Walker. At the traffic stop, Cremo was arrested peacefully, and in the vehicle was his second rifle. So he was arrested with another AR-15 in his car, and he was white and arrested peacefully. It rings a different story.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Now, he's been charged. His full name is Robert Cremo III. He's 21 of Highwood. He was charged with 7 counts of first-degree murder in Lake County State Attorney's State Attorney Eric Reinhardt said Tuesday, dozens more charges are expected to be filed in the coming days. He's expected to be charged with attempted murder, aggravated discharge, aggravated battery charges, and dozens of more charges. If he's convicted, he would be given a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's good. Fuck him.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think we could disagree on that. This motherfucker should rot in jail.
Actually,
I don't know about that one. I like face tattoos. Oh, YouTube took it down all his videos, by the way. You can't find none of his videos on YouTube if you were trying to look for those shits.
okay.
Because I tried to look for those. Officers said that Cremo went to his mother's house, like I said earlier, borrowed his car, got spotted and stuff like that. And he also came across another event that he contemplated shooting up as well. The reason he did it is because he didn't do enough research about the event. So he's just full of evil, man. And to end it off, this is a round note. Cremo's father owns a local coffee shop and pantry shop around there. So he even knew a lot of people that got murdered at that parade. And yeah, I mean, I know that's a second story. We chat a lot, but at the end of the day, the reality is that shootings are still just as frequent as killing black people by police. You know, these two things are as American as, you know, pecan pie and hot dogs. You know, and that's like I'm not even trying to be funny.
I would
like,
say apple pie.
apple
right?
pie, apple,
Yeah.
whatever. I like
This
pecan
guy, pecan pie. Get a load of this guy.
It's not funny. Trying to be political, man. But I don't even like apple pie that much, to be honest with you.
Man, get out of here.
What do you mean they were? They stopped being fire?
No, they air fry them now. They don't deep fry them.
It's that millennial apple pie, bro. You gotta get it from Confederate Aunt May. She make the fire apple pies, bro.
She makes it with love.
She makes it with
Racism.
That's that flavor. Anyway. But yeah, man. You ever had crawfish?
Yeah.
Really? Is it good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I never
I only
had
had it once, but it's pretty good.
I heard it's sweet.
I don't remember. I'm really bad at describing how things taste, so don't ask me. All I know is that it tasted good.
Javi don't like ketchup.
I don't like ketchup.
You need to leave.
I don't like ketchup. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a pure, like, I like ketchup on my burgers, but it's just, you know, I'm not a fan of ketchup. I'm a purist. Like, sue me.
Nah, man, I eat ketchup on my eggs, fries. What else? Oh, my chopped cheese. I have to have it on my chopped cheese.
When we went to Petey's, you fucking doused your shit in ketchup.
I was like,
Dude, so what do you dip your fries in? Mayo like a European?
I just eat the fries. I just eat them.
That's crazy.
That shit ain't dry as fuck, bro.
That shit is salty and I like it.
Oh man, Javi knows how to eat out a girl.
Yeah, I like fries without the ketchup. I'm a purist. That's all I gotta say.
So do you
I'm
not
proud
like
of it.
pizza then? That's straight up ketchup.
I mean, I like pizza. I mean, I like ketchup on my burgers. I'm just not a fan of like ketchup as like an accessory.
Do you like pickles?
I do like pickles.
Oh, no, I fucking hate pickles. That shit's disgusting.
Brian's ass.
I love
Pickles are the
pickles.
shit. What about olives?
Nah, I don't like olives.
Oh, your ass, Javi.
Nah, fuck olives.
I fucking hate pickles and olives. If I had a gun with 2 bullets, and the person that invented pickles or discovered pickles, and the person that discovered
Olives.
what's that movie with Will Smith and Will Smith and
It's a bad movie.
yeah, it's a horrible movie.
With his son.
No.
Earth, Wild Wild West.
Fuck.
Collateral Beauty.
Collateral Beauty, yeah. If I had a gun with 2 bullets and it was the person that discovered pickles and the person that directed Collateral Beauty, I would shoot the person that discovered pickles twice.
So I think at the end of the day, what we've discovered is the key signs to school shootings is Collateral Beauty is the main one, but not listening to Joe Rogan, right? Not liking
Eating
ketchup,
pickles.
not liking ketchup, and face tattoos. I think that's what we learned today, right?
I think so. I think that's the best way to not be racist. If you don't want to be racist, do all those things, and you're good.
That us. That us. And now we got a third topic on the way. Nice.
How you feeling with your bladder?
Man, I feel like Michael Jackson, but not like that. Oh, I'm gonna definitely steal a joke right now. Why did Michael Jackson like 25-year-olds?
Why?
Because there was 20 of them. You don't get it?
You said it. I was like, Jesus.
Nah, I don't get it.
There was 25-year-olds.
Oh,
That was from Louis C.K. movie. Go see Louis C.K. movie. That's a great movie. We're gonna end this live right here. I don't know who's watching. Probably like -3 people. Oh shit! Yo, fucking Conrad and Monica. I haven't seen both of you in that long. That's fine. Lauren was here. Yeah. I'm gonna try to
read
save
the
it.
comments out loud.
Let's see. There's a lot of comments here. There's a lot of Angel. You got coronavirus? You're not watching no more. My cousin was watching. Shout out to. Okay, let's just give it a shout out real quick. Shout out to my cousin Frank. He has my name. Shout out to Angel for watching. Shout out to Jonathan Hypebeast. Shout out to Timothy the Goat. Saya. Listen to his music. TSAIAH. Shout out to who else? Lil Brian. You remember Lil Brian?
I've met him a couple times.
I always forget you met him. Shout out to Vanessa, the homie. Shout out to Lauren, Monica, and Conrad. I don't know who's still watching right now, but if you are, you're amazing. Anything you want to say, bro?
All I gotta say is keep watching the show on Spotify.
Do it, bro. Did you read the comments? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh, the comment? That's mad comments. Then we got a podcast this shit. I'm gonna save the video though. Hold on. And now, can I save it when I end it? I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share it to my. So sorry, we don't gotta put this into the fucking episode.
Nah, I was watching Super Mega Podcasts.
Okay.
Super Mega 64, their YouTube channel.
Right.
And I saw that they have a lot of just like fillers in between, like while they're filming.
Mhm.
Like this one dude took a break to go lay down because his back was hurting.
Hey, my
They're
back
like,
hurting
all
right
right,
now.
we'll be back, and we'll be back with the episode. And I was like, that's dope. I wish we could just do that.
If this makes it into the fillers, shout out to lean beef patty.
Oh, plain beef patty, pepperoni and cheese, motherfucker, with a little bit of cocoa bread. Come on, bro. Act like
Nah, that's some IG girl.
You know, I can't wait till we have a third mic for Gaz.
Right?
It's gonna be fucking. It's gonna be a long episode. Shout out to Collateral Beauty.
Never saw it. Don't plan on it.
Shout out to Will Smith.
Okay, shout out to Will Smith.
Shout out to Chris Rock.
Shout out to both of them. Both of these guys, you know what they did for the Oscars?
Can I tell you a joke?
Sure, why not?
Knock knock.
Who that?
Anyway. knock knock.
Who's there?
Jada.
Jada who?
Get your fucking my wife's name out your mouth. Nah, I made that joke a while back. It would work better if we had more mics, you know.
Yeah.
But shout out to Prime Day. I got the Galaxy Buds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is completely filler. We don't gotta put this. Maybe we might. If you listen to this long, you might as well listen to us, band. Yeah, I got the Galaxy. Huh?
Sony headphones, the big ass ones.
Nah, I already bought them, bro. I'm not trying to. 250. You act like Bunny Grows is on.
Boy, how much shit did you buy that you couldn't spare $250 for some nice headphones?
I bought a chair. I really bought a chair, bro. I got high, bought a chair. Huh? I did.
He did.
Yeah, my chair is broken, bro. I leaned back and that shit cracked. So I only have the seat.
Why should check out with like 3 whiskey?
That shit gonna be a stool.
Frankie's gonna hit me up, be like, "Help me build this chair."
I'm like, you try to shoot the podcast? You come over, it's just a chair, bro.
I don't got a gaming chair, but it's an ergonomic chair. I pulled this shit off the curb.
Oh,
yeah.
Ergonomic chair. Look at him, big words.
Let's finish. You finish half of this, I'll finish the other half.
Okay.
Finish that one first.
All right.
Because that's the last one. I don't want to.
Chugging it.
All right, chug that. And then I'm going to finish half this beer and we'll finish half that beer. We could fast forward it or you could just listen because you know what? While we chug this beer, Anthony and Brian are going to have their own podcast.
Shit. Why not? Do I have to
I
say
already
where
finished
Javi
mine.
is?
All right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you guys want to finish your beers?
Go ahead.
All right.
Notice I didn't even offer me the seat, bro. I'm standing.
So this is this is called segment called Spick 1, Spick 2. So I was in Mexico, right? And I was walking
part
on
of
the
Mexico?
street, Puebla, right? Or all the streets are the same in Mexico. They're all dirt. And then I remember I remember just walking my good old way, and there's like a big ass hill, and you know the steps are not level to the street. You know what I'm talking about, right, Anthony? Like you know how like
The sidewalks aren't exactly inclined down the street, bro. Like I swear to God, in Mexico, what it is, if there's an incline, bro, the sidewalk is going straight out. Doesn't matter. It could be a fucking 90-degree incline that's just sticking out like an L.
So I'm playing with my Game Boy at that time, right? And I'm not paying attention to the street.
Not your Game Boy, your Juego Niño.
To su Nintendo.
I was playing with my Nintendo, and I'm walking, right? And I'm not paying attention to the steps. I can't say street because it's literally just steps. So it's like imagine this level, but it's like 1, 2, and I literally have to step. And you know, I memorized it. You know, going back from like the end of the grocery store back and forth, and I didn't realize that there was an earthquake. Months prior, there was an earthquake. So that leveled the street a little higher. So my algorithm of memory was off. And so think of it like if this step, like I reached a step and I'm going to take this next step, but it was a little higher. And I remember trying to like, I'm like, I like bump my toe to the cement and I fall down with my Game Boy. And I was just like, what the fuck? And like, so the way it landed is that the Game Boy landed on like my side of my stomach. And the cream cracked, and I was so upset. All thanks to a bitch ass Mexico sidewalk, bro. I was so upset. You don't understand. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4. ¿Qué cosa la fiesta? Mesa, 2, 3, 4. Mesa que más aplaude, sí. Mesa que más aplaude, no. Mesa que más aplaude.
Wait, did I ever tell you guys the day I had to fucking fight all my classmates in Mexico? I never told you guys that. All right, so, but I did tell you that there was a brief time in my life where I lived in Mexico, right? Yeah. So I lived there from 2011 to about, actually no, 2008, right after the recession. Thank God I missed all that. Nah, I was too young to care anyways. And what's it called? I don't know why it occurred to my mother, because she's not documented. And I don't know what occurred to her where she was like, let me just go back to Mexico. And me being the youngest, I had no say in the matter. Just go over. I mean, you can edit this stuff out.
Continue though. What were you saying? You said that your mother's undocumented and you were trying to be over there and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my mother moved back to Mexico. She's undocumented, so she knew for a fact she couldn't go back, right? And she just dragged me along because I was the youngest. I was like 10 maybe. So obviously I had no say in whether I could go or not, right? So I remember I spent a whole summer there before school started and such. So I had a blast during that summer, right? Because I was under the assumption that I'm gonna go back to the States. Little did I know, she's like, nah, you're gonna be enrolled in school in Mexico. I was like, what? Bro, I had hair as long as Javi's. They made me cut that shit off because they're very strict over there. They're like, I don't know what it is where they view long hair as you're a delinquent. It's strange, especially when you're in a small town like I was.
I do have long hair, and I sometimes feel like a delinquent, but I don't think that's because of my long hair.
I mean, I have long hair.
I guess you could say you call it Stranger Things.
Jesus Christ!
I didn't watch it, so I feel left out.
Fuck out. Feel left out, motherfucker.
Nah, right? So, all right. So the point is, I enrolled in school over there, and I remember my first day, right? They had me in a uniform, and I was not used to that because obviously in public school in New York City, you never wear a uniform, right? You get roasted for some fake ass J's you got. Over there, no. You just wear some shoes, no brand, and so no one can make fun of you. Even worse, actually, they don't make fun of you for your uniform. They make fun of you because of your face. Nah. At least over here, they make fun of you for your fit. All right, so it's less personal. But point is, I remember I went there, right? I was very nervous. My head was shaved because I had long hair, and my mom was like, "Not give him a number 1 with a shape up because schools don't roll like that over there." And I remember just walking in. It was a very different vibe because over here, public school, well, at least in New York City, you're used to like being in a building. Like you spend the whole day at most walking up and down flights of stairs. That's it, right?
Like period after period, and you go to one classroom to another or some shit like that.
Exactly,
or you
right?
Stay in one classroom the whole day for like elementary school and shit.
Exactly, and like especially when you're like, well, I was at that point it was already middle school, but in middle school, like you just go your own way, right? You mix classes, but over there it's different where instead of the students leaving, the teachers got up and they dipped, which I wasn't used to.
They used to do that for classes in like my high school, but they like kept all the special needs children in one classroom, and they would do that for all. Like I'm not trying to relate to yours, but they would have teachers come in and out, and they would stay in the classrooms. I didn't know they did that in Mexico. That's crazy. Do you know the name of the school in Mexico?
Yeah, Jose Vasconcelos.
My dad went to Lazardo Cárdenas High School. Oh no, a school, whatever.
Damn, son. No, all right. So I remember walking in, right? And mind you, this was already, like the first day of classes was already 2 weeks in. So mind you, when I first went in there, classes were already like 2 weeks in session. So I was basically the new kid. And obviously being the new kid in any type of school is fucking crazy, right? But imagine being the new kid in what's supposed to be, your home country. But obviously I was American, so I didn't really relate as much to these Mexican kids. And my Spanish at the time was not very good. I mean, I kind of felt they might have known I wasn't going to be from around there, but I was just hoping, to be quiet and shit, right? And such. But I remember when I went in, there was like some guidance counselor type lady, talking to me, in Spanish and such. And I mustered up what I could because my Spanish wasn't that good. And I was just hoping, I remember walking to the classroom, right? 1A, that was my classroom. And, the floors are concrete. The whole building is fucking concrete. Everything, right? I walk in. Even worse, son. She walks in. And like I told you guys earlier, like over there in Mexico, before you walk in, you have to ask for permission. I don't know what it is. They try to educate these kids like that, in that manner. Sometimes it's sick. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. Point is, we walk in, right? And I'm literally walk to the front of the classroom. I'm there like, and obviously in Spanish, she's like, oh, hey everybody, this is the new student, Anthony, and such, introducing me. And my one hope was like, please do not let these kids know that I'd rather be known that I'm not from the state than I'm not from the fucking country. And what does this lady do? She looks at all these kids and be like, oh,
this motherfucker not from here.
He's illegal. Nah. She basically could have said that because she said, oh, he's from the U.S. And I was like, shit.
I do remember you telling me this story a long time ago.
Yeah, you were probably drunk, just
Probably.
like me. Nah, right? So I was like, oh, shit. Like, why'd she have to go and say that? It kind of ruined the vibe. My vibe was trying to be incognito and, pass, like, be a regular kid, right? Because shit, I was already in Mexico that whole summer, so I was as dark as them, so I could kind of blend in. And they didn't say anything because obviously there was a teacher there, so he went through his whole thing, his whole spiel. He's like, "Oh, go sit down, Anthony, such and such." Now, and I sat down in this fucking small ass wooden ass desk, and just buried my face into the desk. Hopefully, nothing was gonna happen. And I remember, the class went on as usual. Kind of no one was kind of really talking about me because I'm pretty sure because the teacher was there. But I remember at one point, obviously, just like when every class ends, you just hear the loud beep, and I got up because I'm.
I thought you heard. I
thought I heard a school shooting.
Not in the U.S.
Not in Mexico, at least. What's it called? And
School chancla.
What's it called? And yeah, and I remember I got up because I was like, okay, like I'm accustomed to you hear the beep, you get up and you leave, but all the kids were kind of looking at me like I was stupid. They're like, why are you getting up? And I was like, oh, because we gotta leave, right? He's like, no, the teacher leaves. And I was like, great, I already look like a dumbass, right? Yeah. So to even further prove the point that I wasn't from there, right? And then like the teacher said, oh, I'm gonna see you guys and yada yada. So there's like a 5-minute window, depending on how like far the classrooms are, and especially in Mexico, because in my school in Mexico, it was like an open campus type situation, where like
you went to college, bro.
It's kind of like college, honestly.
Okay.
Not college, but like the layout is like college, where like the rooms are like that far apart, and at most there's probably like a 5-7 minute delay, especially if the classroom that the next teacher is coming from is like all the way across campus. Basically, it's like a 5-7 minute delay. And I remember once the teacher left, I'm just there like, oh, hopefully these kids, don't try to not harass me, but like obviously they're gonna ask questions, right? And I was like, damn, I don't know what to answer that. Bro, I'd wish they'd ask me questions. You know what I heard? The first thing I heard once the teacher stepped outside,
fuck him up.
Basically, they were like, yo, who wants to fight the fucking gringo first? I was like, what? I'm like, not me, right? Bro, I'm 5'6". I was probably like fucking 4'11" then.
So you think that I know you do like martial arts now and stuff like that, right? What do you do exactly?
I do Muay Thai.
Muay Thai, right? So you think that attributed to you pursuing Muay Thai, like defending yourself?
Nah, not really.
You know, all right. For him say otherwise. Nah, okay.
Facts. He loves to get fucked up.
I'm a masochist by heart. What's it called? No. But it's funny enough because like they wanted like, so over there was pretty commonplace that you would fight between your classmates. I don't know what it was, but it really is like that. And there was like
how Trump said we're all rapists and murderers.
We're not that. We're fighters at heart. What's it called? And like, I don't know. It was like kind of an unwritten rule that if you're going to throw body shots, if you're going to throw like punches, throw it to the body because the teachers can't tell if you have a uniform on, so they can't see a bruise.
I'm never going to Mexico. Okay.
So they can't, they obviously you can't see a bruise under the clothes, but if you get punched in the face, and they're going to start asking questions. So that was kind of like the unwritten rule. But I remember, dude, I was like 4'11" and shit. And like these kids, like they're strong because like most of my
they were construction.
No, they don't work construction. But like most of my classmates, like what I came to find out later, like during the years when I met them, or like I knew them better, is that they, some of them had like campos, and they would go help out their family on the weekends or even during the day, which is kind of crazy, which kind of opened my mind. But I just remember that whole point, like it's just like they just wanted to fight the foreigner, and I was like, fuck. Because in my head, I was just like, yo, I'm not technically
like the movie from Jackie Chan, The Foreigner.
Exactly.
That's a good movie.
No, but point is, it's just kind of like, it's very interesting, right? Because technically that is my homeland, the motherland, right?
Yeah.
But that isn't my motherland because I'm American, first.
That's an interesting conversation to have, I think so. Yeah.
So, no, exactly. So, like, when I started fighting these kids, bro, I remember my one of my boys, Luis Antonio. Mad Mexican last name.
Oh, D, bro.
What's it called? But he was like as tall as Brian in fucking 6th grade. I swear to God.
That motherfucker got left back.
Nah. He was just built different, apparently. What's it called? And he was like, I'll go first.
Half German.
I wish. And
I wish he would have fucked you up more if he was. Not because
what's it called? No, then he would have just got very serious and started building something. And
he would have concentrated on you. No,
exactly. No, the point is before.
What's the point?
The point is like there were so many emotions running through my mind.
I can imagine
in that time, but the most prevalent emotions for me, at least, were because I had the responsibility of two nations on my shoulders. I had to let these kids know that just because I'm American, like, or Mexican American, I'm not a punk because I wasn't born in Mexico.
You're not cheeks.
Exactly, I'm not cheeks. But I also got to let them know that that just because I'm Mexican, like, you know, I was born American, you know, I'm not a punk. But I also got to let them know that Mexican Americans from the U.S. are fucking tough as fuck too.
That's interesting. My thoughts would be just to survive.
No, my thoughts were just like, I got to weigh America and Mexico on two shoulders. Like I'm like that fucking, what the fuck is that?
You're Aquaman. That's what you are.
Exactly. I'm land and sea, boy. Missing air. But no, I swear to God, I remember I was like, bro, like it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes in that interval between the teachers. And bro, like what amazed me is they had like a whole system, bro. Like during the fights, like someone would just be outside the door chilling. They'd be like, yo, the teacher's coming. Bro, it was like almost like unsanctioned bare knuckle boxing. They just be like, yo, they got people on the lookout, this and that. Sometimes the other kids from the other classrooms would just like peer in on your windows. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
You were the main exhibit.
I literally was. I felt like I was in a museum. I was a caveman. They were trying to study me on the low.
So let me talk to the Uber article so we can fucking go on this episode. But I like the stories you have from Mexico all the time, bro. I'm gonna finish the Uber episode. Javi, we'll continue. Fucking
yeah, just tell me to go fuck off.
Nah, we about to have a 5-hour episode, bro. Because I can listen to yours all day. Shout out to our terrestrial podcast that will start in the future, maybe one day.
It's sir, illegal terrestrials.
Terrestrial. We came up with that at a bar. We were drunk as fuck. Terrestrial. Be on the lookout. 2020, 25.
Feels weird to be back in this seat right now.
I try to get you back in there, bro. Anthony's about to talk for 17 years, but I do
use that as filler.
Nah, it's sticking in the whole episode, bro. Nah, I do like the story.
That shit staying in the episode. 100%. I can't wait to listen to it when I'm editing it. It's gonna be great.
I like when Anthony tells stories, bro, because I know like he goes on, but he tells some real shit that I never knew. I never been to Mexico, to be honest with you, so I can't.
I can't
relate to Brian. You never been to Mexico?
No.
Nice. I've been to DR though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, bro. You been to DR? Of course you have. Yeah.
Plenty of times.
Nice. Nice. Fucking. All right. So let me talk about this last subject. Facts. But you read this article, right? Halfway. I asked you about this article, and I that's the whole thing we were talking about at the beginning, how boring it was to read this whole article. The whole Uber leveraging off their drivers being attacked by yellow taxi drivers or like cab drivers that were there before Uber. Because,
so what do you mean by being attacked? Like,
so when Uber was introduced into countries,
got one more.
When Ubers were introduced into, what's happening? You want some Marcelo?
No, because I had one. I just wasn't sure because I know you guys were sharing one too. That's why.
Oh,
okay. I left it there when I moved.
That's my kind of you right there. That ass. Basically, when Uber was coming out, like, and being really like trendy and popular and all that stuff, a lot of people who were already taxi drivers that weren't involved in Uber, they were getting upset because their livelihood was being kind of suppressed, and like, you know, they weren't making as much money as Uber drivers because Uber would have lesser prices for the trips that they would usually, like the routes to the airport and stuff. Mm-hmm. So people that lost their livelihood because of Uber would start attacking Uber drivers. Now, the chief executive of Uber would kind of like take advantage of this and use Uber drivers getting injured as, you know, basically to his advantage and promote Uber through that. So that's why it's a little complex in terms of wording, but that's why this article was so interesting for me to read, because it was so boring. Like, it was such a boring article, bro. It was the worst.
I feel that when I did the article last episode about the Supreme Court limiting the EPA, I felt like that was such a sort of boring article in terms of the facts and things like that. Yeah. And just, it was really hard to condense it.
As a journalist, I'm glad you guys find democracy boring.
but what was it? What was your response to when I asked you whether it was boring or not? Because you said a couple of things.
Well, I said that I just think the article took a little bit of a long time to get to like a direct quote. Most of the quotes were kind of abbreviated from obviously the internal documents they had, which were pretty interesting. And like I told Frank, usually when people read a news article, whether that's digital or print, it goes through a lot of rewrite because I'm a journalist. So when I give the first draft to my editor, it's hardly the final that ends up on the site. So that's how journalism works. Is because like if my editor points out certain things like this is boring, this is that, yada yada yada, then they'd be like, all right, go back and rewrite it. Or they might just during the edits they might just put in blurbs and saying asking questions themselves, because if they ask the questions, that means the audience is gonna ask a question. Even simple thing, just like, are you sure it's 15? And they're like,
ask it regardless. If you don't make it clear to them, they're gonna ask.
no, like let's say I put a number 15, they might just put a simple comment, just be like, are you sure of that number? And you'd be like, yes, I'm sure because so and so told me. Things like that. So for people saying alternative facts and all that, like no, we go through a rigorous process of verification.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm not gonna lie, people do make shit up. Like I said, New York Times is like famous cases. There's famous cases, but that doesn't mean we're all like that. We try our best. Come on, the shit we say as journalists here, you can't get away with saying that shit in fucking Saudi Arabia.
Facts. You can't join Muhammad, right? The prophet, or whatever, the whole religious figure. Whatever. Well, let me read the highlight. It says Uber leveraged violent attacks against its driver to pressure politicians. Right?
Okay.
And it said in push for global expansion, company officials saw clashes with taxi cab workers as a way to win public sympathy. A trove of new document shows. So that's the headline in itself. So when I read it, I was like, you know what I mean? I was just bored as fuck. I was like, nah, okay. It was interesting because we all use Uber. I think everybody here has used Uber once. You know, Link is dying over here. And so I'm gonna give you some background. So Uber, I'm gonna go through it kind of quick, but it's a lot of fucking information. So stay tuned. Uber launched in San Francisco in 2010 through Chief Executive Travis Kalanick, right? Basically, in the conference in 2014, Kalanick said to the people, he said, quote, I'm still a David, end quote. He said, quote, the opponent is an asshole named Taxi. Nobody likes him. He's not a very nice character, he said, adding that we have to bring out the truth about how dark and how dangerous and evil the taxi side of things is. And, you know, talking about, you know, yellow taxis and stuff. But Uber faced pushback from taxi unions and challenges from startup hailing apps, you know, like maybe like Lyft and this and that. But Lyft never ever
reach like the level of Uber.
They never even pushed back against Uber. They kind of just side competed with Uber.
Okay.
You know? But other startup housing, like I think there was one that was ass as fuck that I forget what it's called.
Via, maybe? I think
that shit ass as fuck. Yeah. I remember I waited 37 minutes for Uber. I was like, I might as well just stay home. And Kalanick recognized basically that the up and coming competitors were like, just, you know, you got to compete with them, you know? But he saw a business opportunity. He wanted to take advantage of it, right? So basically, there's a guy called Mark McGann. He submitted 124,000 company documents to The Guardian. And Anthony, come through whenever, because I know you read a bit of this, right? But McGann, the guy who submitted the documents, was Uber's head of public policy in Europe, right? Europe, the Middle East, and Africa from 2014 to 2016.
Okay.
In 2016, Uber was valued at $50 billion by investors. Google was one of these investors. Squab. Mind you, it was started up in 2014.
Yeah.
Right? He wanted to expand to Africa, India, and Asia. And cab drivers such as hail cabs began to assault Uber drivers. 80 assaults in 2015 and dozens of destroyed cars in 2015. So Uber drivers were just getting fucked over because they were destroying livelihoods. Not directly, almost indirectly from the company that was becoming more popular, Uber, right? Now, Paris was the main issue of everything in this whole article, but before that, protests occurred in 3 continents by taxi drivers, and they stated that Uber violated local laws, right? Tallinn, Germany, and Netherlands all looked into Uber's stay in their countries, and in Hamburg, Germany, a senator for economic affairs wanted to ban Uber for not having permits to operate. So they will open up a lot of places in different countries and everything, but they wouldn't have permits to like have it function. So that becomes more relevant later on when it comes to what happens when they were investigated, right?
Okay.
Now, Uber offices in Bangalore, India, and Chongqing, China, were raided by authorities. In Bangkok and Madrid, the company was served with orders to cease operations. And in South Korea, authorities issued an indictment for Kalanick, the chief executive then, for allegedly running an illegal taxi ring. So these are all the things that came with, you know, them instilling their app into different countries, you know?
Okay.
Protests started to occur in Paris, and in the protests in Paris, it resulted in 50 taxi drivers clashing with Uber drivers, right? Managers around there decided to work in unmarked offices and urged people that work for Uber not to wear clothing that said Uber, right? And Travis Kalanick, the former Uber chief executive, he wanted to push a counter protest against the violence, but with two motives. One, to protect the drivers, but the second motive was to use altercations within against drivers as a way to benefit Uber. And now here,
so what do you mean by that? Like,
I'll tell you right now. In the text, it says him texting his other coworkers, right?
Okay.
He says, quote, like, this is all directly said. It says, if we have 50,000 riders, they won't and can't do anything. In the second text, he says, I think it's worth it. Violence guarantees success. He says, and these guys might be resistant. No. Agreed that right place and setup must be thought out. So in a way, it's like saying, and this is why I think it's interesting, because he's trying to use the violence as a way to promote Uber. And that's kind of back and forth. Because what he said is that it's perfectly legal to do that. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not like he's causing this violence himself. Just because it's occurring, he's just kind of publicizing a bit more.
Yeah.
But when you publicize that the taxi drivers that are losing their livelihood are getting their livelihood destroyed because of Uber, you're kind of diminishing those taxi drivers and putting them in that darker light. Mm-hmm. And like maybe you would want to benefit Uber more and use Uber more because you don't want to benefit the people that are causing that violence.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's why the wording of all this was just fucking like, oh my God, like I was exhausted reading it and I had to read it over and over again. But pretty much that's the whole basis of this whole thing. Uber, what's up?
Point is, shit is wild.
Shit is wild. Shit is wild. And if you use Uber, you're a bad person. But I use Uber all the time, so I don't give a fuck.
Lyft, baby.
Lyft all the for the win, baby, all the way.
Amazon too?
Nah.
Hard pass on that.
All right, whatever. I use Amazon. I got the earphones, Jess. I got the Galaxy Buds earphones. So I'm saying that's a positive lift. Amazon.
All I want to say is in that Uber article, yo, that dude's wild. Travis Kalanick.
Yeah.
Wild.
That's the one who sent the text. And it gets kind of crazier now.
Yeah, he was basically in the article. At one point, they were trying to rally like 50,000 like Uber drivers, or like 50,000 Uber drivers and 50,000 riders, right?
Okay.
And then when people within Uber asked them, like, how are you gonna make sure this doesn't get violent? Because maybe some people might want to fight. This dude literally he texted them back, which is wild because it's like, yo, bro, at least call them so this shit's not on like on record. But he emailed them or texted him saying that violence is good. It promotes our message.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
So like exactly that. And then right here I'll say like right here, I mean it's a whole bunch of shit, but basically what Anthony said is exactly correct, like word to word. He used Uber to quote leverage violence against its drivers in its efforts to win sympathy from regulators and the public, right? He was forced out as chief executive in 2017 by investors, right?
Okay.
So in a lot of cases when drivers were attacked, the executives basically said, we need to capitalize this. And if a driver had been stabbed or beaten or bricks had been thrown at the car, company officials behind the scenes provided details to the media if they thought the violence would result in negative attention for the taxi industry. So again, this is all to put the taxi industry in a bad light, you know? And I mean, they just saw the potential in that. They basically said they would just capitalize off all these incidents. It's pretty much that being word to word, back to back to back, for not only public benefit but political benefit, right? It was considered as beneficial to weaponize Uber drivers in this way to get them to stand up for what they wanted, and of course, what served Uber's purposes. That's what the guy who provided the document said.
Okay.
Again, a former lobbyist for Uber, right?
Interesting.
Now the people who run Uber, they say that, we don't do this today, and they look down on Travis's actions, right? But Kalanick, the guy who Anthony says is wild, he denies all these allegations. He says he justifies his efforts to expand and promote itself through legal procedures set up by Uber in the past.
And he also says that it wasn't just him, that his decisions went through a lot of legal, and a lot of people, lawyers and top executives who work at Uber when he was CEO, because they kicked him out in 2017, I think. Point is, he said that it's not just me, it was all of them. And it's funny enough, if you read the article, the spokeswoman who they talked to never denies it. They just said they made mistakes during his direction.
Interesting.
And that's a lot of the wording of the article.
So they really just kind of said like, we're not really for it,
Yeah.
but these things just kind of happened while
it's like
he was
these
in
things
charge.
have happened. We're not for it now, and we're not going to do it in the future. And in the past, 4 Uber drivers were attacked in one night, right? In one of those incidents, masked men surrounded an Uber car and held a weapon to the driver's throat while taking his license plate and slashing his tires. In another, an Uber driver was seriously injured. So that's why I'm getting into more specifics of it, because Anthony's absolutely right. And I mean, it's easy to just say those things because what I'm trying to point out is the real like grit details, because it is pretty embarrassing by Uber to never. I mean, this has happened in 2015, 14, 16, and this is 2022, and like people have been using this app without at least acknowledging this at all. This article came out last week. I mean, not even like within a week, and how can I say it? So McGann is again the former lobbyist, right? And he provided the documents to the Guardian. Come through whenever you want, Jess. You could talk whatever you want, say whatever you want. We got a special guest, Jess, in the house right here. She in the back drinking a Stella over there with the Polo Ralph Lauren hat and a striped shirt. She got thoughts, but the fly on the wall. There we go. Basically saying, so McGann, again, the person who provided the documents, the next day after a bunch of things happened. I mean, any violence that happened. One specific day when violence happened to the Uber drivers, he basically said, "Excellent work. This is exactly what we wanted, and the timing is perfect." Meaning all that violence that happened to the Uber drivers, and he forwarded.
But why would that be beneficial for Uber if Uber drivers are getting attacked? Why would that be beneficial?
How can I say? Look, you have 2 companies doing the same thing, right? Now, the one that's gaining reputation and popularity is putting the other one that's always been there in a bad light. You're deeming your Uber drivers more safe to be, drive you around. They're cheaper, and all they're trying to do is get you from point A to point B. And the people that have always been there are the ones attacking those drivers. It's like any community that's being attacked. You want to advocate for them to protect them.
Okay.
And not only that, their prices are cheaper, so it kind of coincides. You benefit not only price-wise, but you also don't want them to be hurt because they're just being taxi drivers. You don't sympathize with other people in other career paths because you don't know what it's like to be in with that career path. And to get further into, just skip over a bit, a lot of these taxi drivers that are in that business committed suicide and also have lost their job and lost their livelihood. You get what I'm trying to say? This is why they're so angry. Because a lot of times when Uber sets up their industries in a lot of countries, they don't have permits to have those rides going out. A lot of their intel in terms of computers, when they get raided, they have a kill switch. So when they're being raided, the basically Uber says to that little area, whether in Paris or Africa, whatever, kill all the data. And they kill the data, and the raid can't ensue, meaning they're continuing to operate because what they want is to have the due process.
Okay.
And they justify it by saying we're only doing that because we want to make sure the privacy of the people that use Uber is guaranteed. But it's really just bullshit. You know what I'm trying to say? Look, and Uber paid drivers in Europe, where most violence occurred, $17.50 an hour, and an additional $15 on top of a $2.20 wage in Hamburg. Basically, they gave out rides for free, right? No cab could compete with these low prices. So they were trying to diminish the taxi industry that already existed. If that makes any sense, right?
Yeah.
Now, they spent about $90 million to influence other countries. One major cost going to hire David Plouffe, a senior White House advisor under President Barack Obama. Right? Now, in Uber had at least, I'm going to read this off just straight up because it's more better like that. As it operated in some countries, despite court orders to desist, Uber maintained a 24-hour multi-country emergency response system that was used to keep this is the kill switch, company information out of the hands of investigating authorities. Basically, what I said right before, the kill switch was used at least a dozen times to sever connections to Uber's internal computer networks. As investigators moved in, sometimes with employees using stall tactics to keep detectives away from screens until they went dark. So, it's fucking sus how you trying to keep people away from that information. Why are you trying to keep people away from that information?
Yeah.
And again, they said, let's see. Fucking so much fucking words here, bro. Office. Yeah, man. I mean, not even big words. It's just a lot of fucking words in general. So basically, there was an email that said, "Response: Kill Paris. Access now." The message recounted how officers from France's General Directorate for Competition Policy, Consumer Affairs, and Fraud Control had just raided Uber Paris's location, and company officials had shut down access to company data. Let me skip over that. It's just Jesus Christ, this fucking article sucks ass.
No.
Oh, how long is it? It's probably like what?
It's fucking long, bro. I spent a long time reading this fucking article. Man.
I mean, I like just from what I'm hearing right now, it definitely seems like Uber is just trying their best to save their ass and just trying to pull a narrative of like, oh, well, we're okay. It's just, you know, this just happens from time to time. It's not a big deal.
The thing is that this isn't an article to say how Uber is doing now. You know, this is basically a whole investigation of what occurred between 2014 and 2016. And the main reason I wanted to bring this up is because there's a lot of real issues within that time frame that we can kind of gloss over being in 2022. You know, kind of be like, oh, we're good now. Like, we've learned from our mistakes. But there's a lot of accountability that is being upheld. You know what I'm trying to say? There's a lot of, at the very least, disinformation being out. I mean, why don't you use Amazon?
I mean, I just don't use Amazon because I don't appreciate their what they do as a company.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, when it comes to Uber, what they did as a company, I feel like wouldn't line up with you know, what you would want in a company that takes you from point A to point B. You know, what they did to a whole, like yellow taxis. And we don't use yellow taxis no more. You know, the last time I used a yellow taxi, actually it was like 2 weeks ago. But before that, yeah, it was funny. I was in the city. But it was like, I don't remember using the yellow taxi for years. And
I only ever used it with my parents.
Huh?
With my parents, I only ever used yellow taxis.
And how long ago was that? All right, shut up, Anthony.
Like, when they pull up, you're drunk, they're a little drunk, it's fine.
Well, but what's up?
And I like the fact that, unlike Uber, because I've taken Ubers before, when you're in Uber, they actually try to make an effort to talk to you because the ratings matter, right? Because you have to rate them 5 stars. With a yellow cab, there's no airs on, man. That dude just looks at you, he's like, and keeps on talking on his Bluetooth phone. Actually, unless you're taking Uber and the driver's Dominican, then he doesn't give a fuck about you.
All right, so that's Anthony's opinion. But they do have the Uber.
I kind of agree with him. I don't give a fuck if they talk to me.
I do. I don't want to be talked to. I'm fucking in the car. I don't know you. But they have like options in Uber. I don't pick them, but they have options in Uber to say you rather a quiet ride. You don't know about that? You know about that? Like, if you can pick, I want to have a quiet ride.
Really? I've never seen that before. What the fuck?
Like let me quote a person I know named Javi. Open your eyes. You know, so that's why I lean towards, like, you use companies that you have no idea they do these things. You know what I'm trying to say? And not only in the United States, but more so in Europe, particularly Paris, but also in Africa, Germany, China, India. Like, they're diminishing a whole part of, like, hard workers, like Americans would say, right? Like, they took our jobs, you know, like that type of shit, you know. But it's more so a company who sought to take advantage of not only a company that was already existing, but there's a better way to do it, but to ensure that we make them look like we put them in a bad light. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm trying to say? That's why I think this article is important. I didn't want to do it. Honestly speaking, the article I wanted to do was a woman getting set on fire on a bus. Yeah, someone. It was a hate crime. It was a hate crime, right? That's interesting as fuck, right? Like, if I brought that up, it'd be like, oh wow, like a woman got set on fire. That's crazy. Oh my god, we would have been done. We would have been talking about Elvis already.
Damn, you spoiled the A.M.C section.
Oh yeah, Elvis. We're talking about Elvis. Fucking yeah, but fuck that guy. I mean, it's New York City. If you see that shit, you surprised you lived here too little. You know what I'm trying to say?
Still something that surprised me in New York City.
Nothing surprises me, this motherfucker. This is fucking the worst place in the world, but the best place in the world. You know? Nah, I'm kidding.
Taxi driver, where you're driving around in your yellow cab.
This is the hardest that I could do. I can't keep up with these fucking words and these. Nah, bro. I love that you interject. Your name's Anthony, bro. What's up? Let's see. Okay, Uber operates in 71 countries and books approximately 19 million trips a day. So it's a lot of money, right? They pulled out of China. They lessened marketing in Germany and India and decreased operations in Russia, I would assume because of the whole Ukraine shit. And nowadays, rather than dominating cab industries, Uber now partners with them in some countries. So when a company, so say everything you hated about Amazon, right? Say they fix all those things tomorrow. Would you start using it?
I mean, why not?
It's interesting. What have they done in the past that you don't like?
I just don't appreciate their like warehouse work. It's just like working people to the bones and just like making them just work until endless hours where they had to piss in bottles or sleep in their car in the parking lot because they literally don't have a home to live in.
When did you read about that?
I don't know, like a few years ago, I guess.
Interesting.
I think I was like at the height of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, I could not Amazon exclusively because I used before my career as a journalist, as a college student, I took many of odd jobs. I used to work at UPS, the one on 12th Avenue. I used to have the 10:30 to like the 3 in the morning shift.
Damn.
Shit was wild. I remember coming out of work, bro. Like that was Hell's Kitchen in the winter. So I'd be fucking freezing my ass off going home. And I would see wild shit on my way home. Bro, I'd be mad tight because the trains wouldn't run that good during that time. Bro, so I'd be like waiting half an hour for a fucking 7 train at Times Square because that was the closest train at the time. But yeah, and like if this is true of UPS, because I remember they would like time us for our bathroom breaks and everything, and you wouldn't get paid those hours, those minutes. Fuck hours. You wouldn't get paid those minutes, which is wild.
They time you on the UPS drivers too. Like if you're a UPS driver, they time your truck and everything too. Like the FedEx and UPS, there's all those trucks are timed. Like for bathroom breaks and all that stuff too. Even like Nike and Adidas, like when you would transport one shoe to the other, they competed so much that Nike and Adidas would watch you. Like they wouldn't want you to relay the secrets from one to the other. So they would time everything. And that's like a regular norm for all truck driving. So it's just like, are these things ethical or are they not? And would you not use these things for every delivery service? And would you only rely on the postal system at that point, like USPS?
I would think Nike and Adidas would time you on how long it took because if you're wearing their shoes, you're trying to make sure your shit makes you speedy.
This motherfucker.
God damn it.
Fucking make jokes over here, bro.
This fucking guy.
Just get your Netflix special.
Get this man a mic.
I let my intrusive thoughts win.
I like that.
This fucking guy.
I was gonna say.
This fucking guy got a name, bro.
This fucking
Anthony Tellers. This fucking guy.
I think it's his fucking.
And the nerve is driving eyeballs.
That's the thing you got. I was wondering the whole time your hat. Is that what it says?
No.
What?
What are you saying? What are you? I thought his hat said the nerve is driving.
I'm doing the SpongeBob joke. The nerve of that guy and his driving eyeballs.
I didn't get that one. What is it? It says no mercy. What the? I can't read.
Yo, man.
Semicircles. Strike hard. Strike first. In what order though? Like what order do you do all those things? Hold on, I'm take a piss real quick. You talk, Anthony.
Cobra Kai, bro. Cobra Kai.
I never watched that shit. I watched like 2 episodes.
You never watched
The movie or the show? I don't even know.
Well, if you've never seen Karate Kid, then yeah, why not?
I've seen the Karate Kid. But I don't really. I've never seen Cobra Kai. I never really cared too much for it.
Really? Why not?
I don't know. Like what? Why,
shit, bro?
Why do I care? Like what's to care about it?
Coors Banquet. That's what's to care about it. Maybe they might sponsor this show.
Sell me on the show. What's so good about Cobra Kai that I should watch?
Wait, so you've seen the original, right?
Yeah.
The original Karate Kid.
Yeah.
What's the point of it? That he gets bullied by these people like Cobra Kai, and he gets taught by Mr. Miyagi, my son from Okinawa. Shout out to my brother. He's stationed over there as a Marine.
Okay.
Mad random, I know. Point is, and then he does the tournament, beats him the fuck up, and wins, right? And his life is fucking sparkling, I guess. If you don't count the next 2 movies where he gets beat up again. But my son Daniel-san gets, his life is sparkling and such right after, right? But what happens to my son Johnny? Damn, esta pedo. Yo, why you low-key flipping me off? I saw her go like that. She was like, you ever seen that Seinfeld episode when the waitress is like, oh yeah, what do you want?
I haven't.
What's it called? And point is, my son Johnny, right? The guy he lost to, right, in the finals. What happened to his life afterwards?
What happened?
Went to shit. That's what happened. And then the whole premise of the show is that, he's down on his luck, working job to job as a handyman. Well, my son Daniel from the original movie come over here selling cars like he's the sleaziest car salesman in the world. Right? And that's the whole point. And then the guy, Johnny, builds up, because I think his like karate dojo went defunct, but he's like, you know what? After that, I'm going to bring that shit back. And he does it. And his first student is a kid that ironically is getting bullied at school. So then he teaches this kid basically.
Is he telling you the plot to Cobra Kai?
Pretty much, yeah.
Basically, that's the whole point. That's why you should watch it, because it's the reverse, right? So now the bully is teaching a bullied kid. So roles are reversed, and he teaches them not to be a pussy and fight back.
Okay.
Exactly.
They should have taught you that shit in Mexico.
I did fight back. I lost, but I at least they knew not to mess with me as much anymore. Funny enough, they became my good friends afterwards in Mexico after they beat me.
Aww. Yo, man.
Yeah, at the end of the day, fuck Uber. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's just
Fuck Elvis.
fuck. Nah, I don't know about to say that. You going hard, bro? Elvis is pretty cool. I don't know, man.
Did they address that in the movie?
I mean, it's just one of those things where you got to really take it as it is.
Did they address it, or did they say, or did the black man encourage him in the movie? Like, no, because our color of our skin, we can't perform, but you're white.
I think it's one of those things. I mean, I'll talk about that shit. We'll talk about Elvis. Yeah, I'm gonna try to finish this fucking thing. Look, a woman. I don't even know. It's so much things. It's the hardest episode to do ever. Oh my. Let's see. Fucking. Let's see. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna just go to the controversy. It's really interesting. I feel so bad. Fucking a woman in 2014 in December, she hailed a Uber in New Delhi and she was raped by the driver. And the driver had a history of sexual allegations, right? So initially the company was blaming the Indian government. They were like, you didn't do no background checks. And, people were just upset. Eventually they would say they would conduct stricter, background checks, right? The same week, the taxi drivers in the Netherlands were protesting to demand that authorities enforce a court ruling about 3 months earlier that Uber Pop, which was a Uber app that allowed like non-professional drivers to, ensue an Uber and shit, right? And they said that it was illegal and it was punishable up to 100,000 euros a day, right? That night, Uber drivers were attacked. And in one incident, Max men surrounded an Uber car, held a weapon to the driver's throat. I think I said this already. And took his license plate. Did I say this already? I mean, it's just a whole bunch of this shit. I'm gonna cut this one short just because it's so short. I'll share it with you personally. It's just so back and forth. It's gonna be kind of hard to convey this. At the end of the day, if you want to do some research on Uber, do it. It's a very interesting article. It's on the. I'm gonna just put it right here so I can fucking anybody that's listening. It's on the Washington Post. And I don't have the writers for it, but it's a good article. And I mean, it's boring as fuck, but it's super dumb interesting.
Lyft, do you want to sponsor us? Now's the time.
Barely a fuck Lyft. That should take. Nah, it's all right. Free rides. That wait and save.
I didn't get a free ride last night.
City bike, son. You live right across the street.
I'll continue this next episode. But yeah, bro. That's my two topics.
I mean, all I gotta say is just, that sucks. Like, that's just kind of shitty. And it's like,
it's pretty shitty.
On a scale from 1 to shitty, I'd say it's pretty fucking shitty.
Yeah, man.
I would just hope that things get better, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
All I can hope is that, Uber's been a lot of shit over the years, like a lot of shit. All I could hope is that they just get better and that maybe someone takes charge that knows what they're doing.
Well, that's the point. I mean, they have gotten better. Like this isn't really like now. This is more so what happened in the past. You know what I'm trying to say? Like in a tech, because the thing about this article is that it includes real texts and emails from the people that ran Uber. You know what I'm trying to say? Like there's a guy called Nari Hordalin. Oh, I can't spell his name, whatever. But he was a European top lobbyist, and in the message he sent this, and it says, quote, "Cocktail and war stories is exactly what we both need. Man, are there some good ones." He said, "Get some sleep when you can. Remember that everything is not in your control and that sometimes we have problems because we're just fucking illegal." It's a lobbyist for Uber. You know what I'm trying to say? And I mean, I don't know. That's why when you, I know I bring up the Amazon thing a lot, but that's why I say, like, what companies aren't doing this shit when they reach a major milestone of things? You know what I'm trying to see? Like, what beneath the, in the shadows that you don't understand what's happening, right? And when does a good company stop being so genuine? It's hard to tell. You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, I agree. It's just, being a conscious consumer is very hard in 2022.
Yeah.
It's very hard to dictate what's good or bad or what a company is doing.
And a lot of small businesses benefit from a lot of companies, not just Amazon, but just like those evil companies that people say, like, I mean, like not even nothing, but like the company Starbucks, like we talked about the CEO and how a lot of their things were to, make people trying to unionize. They hired a whole law firm to prevent that, and they spied on workers. And I mean, nobody talks about that. That doesn't make major headlines, but you get your fucking latte and you feel all good about it, but it's momentary. You know what I'm trying to say? That's why I think it's all about intent when you use any company.
That reminds me. I actually had a customer ask me if we unionize or not, which I thought was really interesting because, like, he asked me, he's like, "Oh, I heard about like someone unionizing in this city and stuff. Like, was it you guys?" And I was like, "No, it wasn't us."
But there's like a couple. The story in my job, the Starbucks name my job at the dog cafe shit. They unionize and they're never open on the weekends. I'm like, motherfuckers. Like,
damn, I wish I was them.
Y'all could do it, bro. Y'all could do it. But they train the managers to prevent unionizations. I mean, it's in the news. We read it together. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what they want. They want not to unionize, and they label it as, why would you want to unionize? Like, you don't want to get less pay. It's like, bitch, what? Like, I don't think that's exactly what we're trying to say right now. Next episode, I'm gonna go over that Uber shit because I really want to go over the Uber shit. You want to do the A.M.C section later? You want to do it right now?
I mean, all I gotta say is, I like Lyft better than Uber, so I'm gonna just advocate that. I'm gonna just
Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna just
get the fuck out of here.
Use Lyft over Uber.
There's a word for that. I don't know what the word is, but get the fuck out of here. Hey, man, you not like a ketchup ass.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter. I can do it. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
That's a fact.
Use
That's
Lyft over Uber. That's all I gotta
Use
say.
Uber. You know that shit better. Fuck Lyft. What? Nah, nobody taught this motherfucker. Who the fuck? Waze? You mean like the traffic app? Waze is a traffic app. It's not even a. It's the most ignorant fucking journalist we ever had. You're not only the most ignorant, but you're the most informed because you're the only journalist we ever had on the show.
Talk about credible sources, am I right?
This is the most credible and incredible journalist we ever had. And you're both until we get another journalist that sucks ass. I don't know who that is.
The guy who broke the Harvey Weinstein story.
No way.
Wow.
Yeah, met him once.
Harvey Weinstein.
What's his name again?
Wait. What's his name?
Ronan.
Ronan Farrow.
Okay.
Shout out to him.
We'll put that in supplementary.
And shout out to Harvey Weinstein.
Nah. That guy can stay behind closed doors. I don't want to hear about that guy.
I bet you fuck with his movies though. I don't fuck with Harvey Weinstein, but I fuck with his movies.
I mean, his movies are
Unfortunate.
I don't like Amazon. I don't like Starbucks, but I fuck with Harvey Weinstein's movie. But I do too, though. I'm not even talking shit.
I mean, he doesn't have a final end, like say at the end, like movies get made without him knowing. I'm sure.
What do you mean?
Like, I'm sure they make movies under his production without him knowing.
I thought he fucked girls for roles though. Like girls fucked him for roles.
I mean, yeah, but like. Girls fucked them to just basically get anything in the movie industry. Like, it wasn't just like a specific thing. It was just like,
It's incentivized, right?
Yeah, it's just
you're kind of guaranteed a role.
Yeah, it was incentivized.
Just say like, you like Harvey Weinstein. Just say you like what Harvey Weinstein has done for the movie industry. Just
I don't.
I respect that. This is an interesting episode.
This is a weird episode.
But you know why I like it? Because Anthony's here, Jess is here. She's on her flip Galaxy phone. It's a good one. Nah, man, we do this shit. We're gonna stay here 24 hours. This is a 24-hour episode. We didn't tell you that before you got here.
You didn't know, Anthony? I'm so sorry.
You think all those tangents were just for fun? We gotta stall, motherfucker.
We gotta stretch that time out.
This is a charity event. Actually, we're doing a 24-hour fundraiser actually for Harvey Weinstein to get out of jail.
Whoa! You didn't tell me that beforehand.
Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, and R. Kelly.
Okay.
Right.
Now that I know that, I feel a lot better.
Good. This is the best show in the world, right?
Best show in the universe,
In
Frankie.
the universe.
Let's get it together.
Best show on the earth.
The universe is bigger than the earth, so let's get past
our show's
that.
name is Earth
No,
Might
no,
Matter.
no, no,
Our
no.
show's
We'll
name-
get past the earth. We'll get into the universe, buddy. All right. You saw those James Webb telescope photos?
Oh.
We're in that.
Fuck those photos. People get so hype over fucking photos.
Those photos are beautiful. Fuck you.
They're all right. You know,
beautiful.
they already have photos of planets that have life forms like light years away.
What life forms? Fucking little like germs that just walking around.
You mean like
dick
your little
nothing?
star photo by James Webb?
Hell yeah, that
Dead
shit's
stars you can't shit.
beautiful.
I mean, they've already done that shit. It's old news, you know. It's
Man, you're a hater. That's all I gotta say.
man, I just appreciate reality. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yo, man, I can't wait to not see you on Mars. I'm gonna be on Mars. I'm like, yo, fuck Frankie.
You're gonna be on Mars doing nothing. I'll be on Earth going Six Flags.
I'm gonna be on Mars and we're gonna try and film the episode and there's gonna be a 5-second delay. I'm gonna be like, yeah, right, Frankie?
We just talk over each other.
Yeah.
I didn't get what you were doing for 5 seconds. We should shoot the A.M.C section next. This is a long episode. You with that?
Let's go to the A.M.C section. So we've gone to Mars and back.
Yeah, man. We never even left, to be honest with you.
No, I mean I went to Mars.
Oh, okay. I was just sitting here the whole time.
And it
The
was
whole
pretty
time.
nice over there. I saw Elon.
Yeah. Did you see Jeff?
I did.
You saw Jeff?
Yeah,
Jeff B. That's what I call him now.
Yeah, he was riding alongside Elon actually in their roadster and
roadster, okay.
and just fucking dying because
I think
you
it'd be
can't
like
breathe on Mars.
I think I say just fucking. You know what I mean?
Well, they started dying and they were like, "What are we gonna do in our last breaths?"
And fuck.
So they started fucking.
That's good, man. That's good. You know what?
But they started with foreplay because foreplay is very important.
It's the most important thing in the world. No foreplay, no fun.
Yeah, like
that's a shirt. That's a shirt.
might as well call it fun play.
Hey. What if when they climaxed, right? Their sperm, right, just travels into space, just floating and stuff, and it just right at the right time of the universe, and aliens' legs are just open, right, and it just bloop, and that could happen. That could happen.
You know, in Star Wars, you don't know this, but Anakin, he was born without a father. His mom was impregnated by the Force, by the midichlorians, is what they're called.
His mom got raped.
So he's kind of like almost like space Jesus.
That's crazy. Yeah, he is space Jesus. So he could just do the force hand thing, like boom, and then you're just like, what the baby?
I you know, they don't ever really fully go indefinite. They're like the midichlorians, man. They impregnated her, crazy.
So we are canceling Star Wars next. George Lucas and all. Again, that says a lot.
But you know, I'm so upset that we spoiled the A.M.C section.
We did spoil the A.M.C section.
And but it's okay because we made up for it for the fact that we had some fun guests.
We did. They're still here.
They're still here. They're just very quiet.
They've gone mute actually. They're asleep.
We bored them so much that they just kind of fell asleep because you know, we're not funny.
We're not funny at all. We're not entertaining.
We're ugly.
We stink.
We have bad credit.
We definitely have bad credit. We don't wash our clothes.
I only wash myself once a week.
Yeah, and I only use one piece of toilet paper the whole week. Reduce, reuse, recycle. So I guess I'm a good person.
I use the paper that they wrap the toilet paper in
the
to
plastic?
wipe myself.
Oh, the paper. Oh, the ones that are wrapped in paper.
That's
good though because you're saving the earth.
Yeah, because you know
I got a phone call right now. Hold on, let me put the phone call on speaker. Let's see. Hold on. Hello.
Oh.
What? Hello?
Hi, this is Anna from Medicare Health Center. How are you today?
I'm amazing. How about you?
This is regarding your qualification for additional Medicare benefits without any additional cost.
Ooh.
Do you have Medicare?
I might. Fuck out of here, lady.
Just hang up.
Yeah. Fuck out of here, lady. Imagine she was dead serious. But she's like, this bitch. I can't wait to hear how that sounds.
God damn.
Nah, man. She was talking too slow, man. Nobody talks like this. As soon as she took that little pause, fake as fuck, man. Fake as a faff. That's pretty funny though.
That's so fucking funny. She must have been sorry to bother you. What if she's black?
She put in the white voice. That scene is crazy. I can't wait till we do that movie because that movie's really fucking good. You talk like this? Nah, not even. It's just so specifically white. If you haven't seen Sorry to Bother You, that sucks ass for you because that's a great fucking movie.
I mean, some are like others would argue otherwise.
For sure that, but they have bad taste. I don't know how popular this opinion is. I think Sorry to Bother You is Lakeith Stanfield's best film.
I can't really think of any other of his movies off the top of my head.
He was in Get Out, which I think he played a very minor role. A lot of people
he played a super minor role.
Yeah, a lot of people think that's why. What's the main guy's name in Get Out?
Daniel Kaluuya.
I feel like he doesn't get enough props because of Lakeith Stanfield. Because Lakeith Stanfield is very popular, you know. But every movie that they're in together, I feel like people just think of Lakeith Stanfield. Mind you, I just forgot his name, and I always will. Daniel
Kaluuya.
But in the what was that film they had? Fuck, I gotta look it up right now because Get Out was good, but I think Daniel guy did way better. And then the other one where it was like, I'm gonna look at the movies real quick.
I mean, I like the people that I've known have always kind of remembered Daniel Kaluuya and really like him from Get Out, and people were really excited to see him in Black Panther when he plays W'Kabi.
He does.
And I mean, the fact that he got a Marvel role like before Lakeith Stanfield, and he, now he's starring in Jordan Peele's next movie. Nope,
I can't wait for that fucking movie. And Judas and the Black Messiah, which only has a 7.4. I'm surprised it only has a 7.4, but fuck whatever for you.
Nah, Judas and the Black Messiah was okay.
What? I guess you don't like black people. No, I'm kidding.
Like, you know what's crazy about that movie though?
What's up?
When that movie got nominated, neither because it's both of them, right? Daniel Kaluuya and Lakeith Stanfield in that movie.
Yeah,
right?
both of them. And
neither
again,
of them got nominated for a lead role. They both
crazy.
got nominated for a supporting role.
But the Daniel was the main role, I would assume so, right?
If they're both the supporting role, then who's the lead?
And I don't know, actually. That's a good question. That's dumb. That's super dumb.
Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah, that's super dumb. and even in that movie, I felt like Lakeith Stanfield was, again, the side character. I feel like Lakeith Stanfield is the most famous side character right now, which is not a bad thing. He makes or breaks the movie, but it gets me so tired when people say he's the star of Get Out. It's like, do you even watch the movie? You know what I mean? Do you even understand?
I've never heard anyone say that. Bro, that's crazy.
It's not even that I hear people say that in particular, but they're like, yeah, Lakeith Stanfield did so good. And I'm like, say more things about the movie. Say 3 more things about the movie. And they're like, man, the tea. Just things. I mean, I don't know. I think the Daniel guy's a good movie. I really like Judas and the Black Messiah. I thought it was a great fucking film. But I'm very interested as to why you didn't like it so much. But you seen The Black Phone recently. Yeah. And I didn't watch that shit at all. Man, you can spoil it. What's it about? Tell me. I'm not gonna watch that shit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you want me to just spoil Black Phone?
Everything. I'm dead ass not gonna watch that shit. I'm not gonna take that. Yeah, because I saw it in theaters, and again, I just think it was in marketed as well. I guess maybe that, or I wasn't in the stride of the marketing.
I don't know, man. I would love to see what you think about it because everyone else loves it.
Okay, so maybe I'll watch it. Maybe I'll check it out. But that's gonna take a while. So, but I will check it out and we'll discuss it.
Because apparently, we were like the only two that didn't like the movie.
Oh, Jess didn't like it either.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
It was so weird. As soon as Lucas and my cousin saw it, they were like, before they saw it, I told Lucas, I was like, you might not like it because Lucas can be really critical of movies, like more than I can.
Yeah, he wasn't a fan of Thor. He was really. I know he made some pretty valid points too.
So I was really just kind of like, I don't think you're gonna like it, and he came out of it, and he was just kind of like, it was fine. Like he didn't think it was like great or amazing, but he was like, it was fine. You definitely he said that I underplayed the movie.
Gotcha.
And I'm just kind of like, I don't know what to tell you. Man. It just didn't hit for me.
Now I was gonna be like, it's the for me. We were just talking about this, but anyway, but we're on the A.M.C section now. I'll check out Black Phone in the future. And what are we talking about today, Javi?
So we already spoiled it. But we're talking about Elvis Presley's debut album, self-titled Elvis Presley.
Yeah, man. And I'm very excited.
Which is funny because this is the second album that we've done that is a debut self-titled album.
Whitney Houston was the first one. The GOAT. Fucking. Rest in peace, and rest in peace to Elvis.
Yes.
Of course, this movie just came out. Elvis, called just Elvis.
Yeah.
And Javi wasn't able to watch it, but I saw that movie like a week ago. Oh, bro, it would have been dope if you watched it. Hold on, let's go watch it right now. Let's come back.
Okay.
We're back. Javi still didn't watch the movie.
We just got really drunk and high and
went to my Everest. Fucking yeah, pretty much. We did that shit. But I'm super fucking excited to talk about Elvis Presley, man, because I feel, I feel like there's two opinions today about Elvis, which is not true at all. I'm just saying just whatever I'm saying right now. But like I hear a lot of people say Elvis, and he's like, oh, he stole all black people's music, oh, he's a racist, all this and that and everything. And then I hear like just people who praise Elvis and like him, but he's not really in much of discussion today outside of the movie. You feel me? I think that's fair to say. Like he's kind of an old timer, just kind of.
Lucas, like who's younger than us, he's still like a teenager. He when the movie came out, he was like, "Who really cares about this?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Damn."
Facts. I was like, "Oh," and I respect that too. And like even then, like again with the whole stance on him like stealing black music, just like people say that Eminem did the same thing, and a whole bunch of other people, like white rappers take and like Elvis to like black music and stuff. It's a controversial subject, but I bet y'all fuck with Eminem though, because talent is talent. And I'm not trying to take one stance or the other. My whole point today is to talk about, the album, but also him. And I want to let that topic kind of be in it of itself. I definitely will bring it up for sure. But, man, I'll kind of start it off with just a little bit of Elvis talk and stuff.
Okay.
This basically the whole fucking talk. So when I was little, I had this alarm clock, right? And I had like 8 options for songs. One of them was Elvis's, if I'm not mistaken. And then the other ones, I can't remember all of them right now.
Imagine if you were wrong. It's like the story has no point then.
But one of them was like that 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock done.
Yeah.
Rock around the clock. That song. I don't think that's Elvis. And there's another one. There was whole like Pretty Woman walking down the street. That song. So I grew up with that alarm clock. And that definitely was a big. I love all music, from that to like classical to like opera to like everything. So. What I want to tell you about Elvis is what my friend Carol told me, and I shouted him out for the Beatles and everything. And I remember this day very vividly. This is like before, a long time ago. It was probably in high school or like maybe a little in college. We were sitting in a park in Chinatown in the city, and we're sitting on a bench. I think we're eating, we're just chatting. And he starts telling me a story about Elvis. And he tells me this, and this is my first history of Elvis that I carried with me. That again, a lot of people will come at Elvis and say like, "Oh, he stole black music and to profit off of himself and this and that." But Elvis, and this is before I research everything. He says Elvis really loved black people's music, and it's because his love for it that he covered it so many times. So he would sing it so much and so much and so much, and that's when the controversy arose from outside in, and that people know him as also the king of rock and roll, which I disagree with. That's straight up not true. I say Chuck Berry. Some people say a whole bunch of other people, because it's definitely not Elvis Presley. I knew since then. But the reason, and this is what Carol told me, is that they deemed him the king of rock and roll because on radio, they would only play white people when they wanted to and not black people as much as they could. And because the media always controls the narrative, they were like, hey, we have a white rock and roll artist that sounds great. And he wasn't even a rock and roll artist in the most sense. He was like, blues and all that stuff. They were like, let's call him the king of rock and roll. And that's how that name was the origin of everything. So, so I was always like, wow. like, just straight up listening. That guy's a history freak. So that was like the first history lesson I ever got of Elvis. But I always carry that with me. Because, I don't know, like, definitely people have their own personalities and stuff. But music is music. And you can find that. From the voice and how they sing it.
Do you remember what they referred to Elvis as in Lilo and Stitch? Did they refer to him as a king of rock and roll in that movie?
Oh, he was a prominent part of that whole film, right? The music and everything. I forget.
Because that might be interesting to think of, like when that movie came out, that was early 2000s.
Yeah, but this is around the 50s and 60s that he was around and stuff like that.
No, I know, because I just think about that because like someone like Lucas, who I guess like younger didn't really grow up on Lilo and Stitch like that. It's like I feel like people like us know of Elvis just because we're just a little bit older.
We got that
and
rear
stuff.
end of his career and a little more of his, like, you know, before like 1,000 artists and Spotify and stuff like that.
Yeah, and again, like Lilo and Stitch, like I remember that super vividly of like, oh, Elvis, like that's where I learned of Elvis.
They loved Elvis in that movie.
Yeah,
wow, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome to bring that up. We gotta put that in the supplementary. That's fucking cool as shit. I definitely forgot about that. Yeah, man, that was a whole big part of it. And even like Stitch would dress up as Elvis with the hair and stuff like that. Oh my god! And if you don't know what Lilo and Stitch is, you guys are lame. Lame.
You know they're doing a live action Lilo and Stitch,
like real life. Ah, damn, they're gonna be trash. It's gonna come on, just reanimate these things. Why do people want? There's a comedian, William Montgomery, who like he loves the old style of Disney animations. Like he likes when they like drew the characters rather than today. It's more computer graphically designed and stuff and everything. And I'm kind of like, I agree. I like that. And I know that doesn't kind of attract like viewers and stuff, but think about it. Like Minions is huge right now, you know, and it's animated. So let's just keep everything animated as it should. Because Lilo and Stitch animated would be awesome. You know, Osmosis Jones and shit, you know, fucking all these other movies. But yeah, man. So we're talking about the album. The album came out in 1956, you know.
Good year.
That was my favorite year, actually.
It's like my fifth favorite year.
What's your third favorite year?
1922.
Why?
Roaring Twenties, baby.
I had a bad day. Where's my wife?
Damn.
Javi in the 1920s.
Oh, hey. It'd probably be more like I'd be getting beat up just because I'm brown.
Oh, probably. I don't know. So we have we know a couple of people in this world, and one of them is Angel. He's Mexican, and me and Brian, our guest, who's still here right now. I'm looking straight at him. We were playing pool.
Blowing kisses at him.
And then we were playing pool and everything, and then like an old style song comes out, right? Old style, like kind of like, let's just imagine this 1930 song. And Angel's like, damn, man, like, they don't make them like they used to, man. I wish I was born that time. And then Brian's like, no, you don't, bitch. They were racist as fuck. And then he was like, oh, yeah. And I always forget about that little piece of information that, you know, it may have seemed nice, but probably not. And we'll go through that, to be honest, with this whole thing. But to get on the album real quick, and then I'll kind of tell some history on Elvis, because I have a whole bunch here. We could run, like, let's briefly talk about the album. So it is Elvis Presley, came out in 1956. I'll get more into the studio information and everything too. And you have the track list on you, or I could say it too?
Yeah, I got the track list for you. It's like what, 10, 11 tracks.
Something.
It's not a long album whatsoever. It's less than 30 minutes.
Kind of like a punk rock album.
Yeah.
You know, like
like there's not a single song on here that's 3 minutes long.
Not
all
at
of
all.
them are like 2.5 minutes, less than. But yeah, the track list goes: Blue Suede Shoes, I'm Counting on You, I Got a Woman, One-Sided Love Affair, I Love You Because, Just Because, Tutti Frutti, Trying to Get to You, I'm Gonna Sit Right Down and Cry Over You, I'll Never Let You Go, Little Darlin', Blue Moon, Take 9M, and Money Honey.
And this was recorded, it was released on March 13th, 1956, and they had sessions on the 10th, the 11th at RCA Victor Studios in Nashville, Tennessee. And, you know, I'm sure most people haven't listened to this album full, you know, and the reason I have listened to this in the past before is because I have this kind of, I forget the word is. I'm kind of fixated on older like artists in the past. I always like to listen to the first album. A lot of people are like, man, just listen to the other stuff too, like, you know. But for me, I kind of like Owen John. I still know his first album more than all his other music, except for hits, you know, Rockin' Man. But this one is like one of his first albums, if not his first album that came out. Yeah, it's his debut studio album. And that was always important to me, because I feel like when you're going to listen to an artist, you should listen, especially one as credentialed as Elvis Presley, you want to go from beginning to end, you know, just to see that growth. But that takes a lot of time, you know. But this is the album I was most familiar with. I'm sure there's other albums that have way more experience than a matured Elvis. But his youth is just as important as his elder years, you know. And so what was your thoughts on the album and everything?
I mean, I'll just say in response to what you just said, this is the first Elvis album I've listened to in full ever. I've just only ever heard like his songs here and there. I've never gone out of my way to listen to Elvis. And I really don't know much about him. Like I said, I learned about him from Lilo and Stitch. So when you told me we were doing this album, I was like, okay, this should be fun, and I do really want to go see the Elvis movie, so I'm definitely gonna figure out when to see that. But yeah, I think it is important to listen to like an artist's first album. Like I've always done that when I find a new artist, a new band, or something like that. I always listen to their first album. It's what I start with.
Yeah, man.
I just think it's really crucial to see where an artist begins.
Yeah. Even with Turnstile, you said like you've heard Glow On, but then the other two albums they had beforehand, like you're even more interested to listen to the first two, right? It was 2 or 1.
They have 4 albums.
Yeah, and it's like damn, so late in their career, and you're only hearing this, and like what do they have in store earlier? And sometimes you go backward, and it's not as great. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, okay, definitely they matured in this sector and this sector and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, of course, to each his own, but. I don't know. This is a cool album. I even like the cover a lot, and the little pink to the green and stuff like that. You have
it reminds me of London Calling by The Clash.
I don't never heard the album, never seen the cover either. Let me look it up actually.
Yeah, search it up. It like the way that it's lettered and like the colors. It's like the same colors. So like the
oh yeah, it's exactly the same actually. What the hell? It's definitely influenced by Elvis Presley. Is it or is it like maybe it came out?
I have no idea. I just I was curious if you were gonna bring it up or not, but
no, it definitely is 100%, if I'm not mistaken, because this came out in 1979, and this one came out in 1956. I mean, from my mistake, I definitely think you've seen it before, right? I'm gonna show you, but if I'm not mistaken, this has to be 100% influenced by the Elvis cover.
We'll put up in the supplementary.
Oh yeah, man! And even on the Elvis one, that's awesome. I never knew about that. It's a good album.
Yeah,
maybe we'll cover it in the future.
Dope-ass album.
And I like how like this album cover, it has Elvis singing midway through a note, just mouth open, just passionate, eyes closed, you know, and it kind of captures the essence of Elvis, you know, and who he was to become. And I feel like his singing and everything is half the story. Like it's really his story. And the reason I'm doing the Elvis Presley album, I've always wanted to, but also the movie goes back on the history of him. So I kind of will spoil the movie for you, I guess. But like, but when you watch it, you're going to see, I'm not going to tell you what happens in the movie. I'm going to tell you what happened in real life. And then you'll see how they portray it in the movie.
Okay.
Which, by the way, I'll straight off the bat tell you, Tom Hanks did a terrible job. And I'll tell you why afterwards, but not for the reason you may think. That's my opinion. I'm going to keep it. Okay, so... But yeah, man, how'd you feel listening to like Elvis off the bat when you were like getting into the album and everything?
So I mean, overall, I enjoyed the album. I thought it was a good album. It definitely is that sort of rock and roll sound to it, but I see a lot of blues and jazz mixed in as well. Yeah, and the fact that he does a Ray Charles cover and stuff, like the fact that you are telling me that he takes a lot of influence from black artists. Yeah. Like, now understanding that just makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So he's an interesting fucking guy. He makes some good music, and he kind of plays guitar like Chuck Berry. Not as good as Chuck Berry. But he's got like those like those kind of riffs and things like that.
And his voice is so fucking iconic, man. Like there's one where he's like, you know, like all that stuff, and then he'll go like, I'm counting on you. You know, like it's just such a switch up where it's amazing, right? Where I know that that's so brief to two differences, but he's like, and the voice is an instrument, and this guy captivates an instrument and a dancer. You know, and when even then his dancing is just as much taken from black people as well, you know, and controversial. Later on, you'll learn that he almost gets thrown in jail for dancing and crazy stuff. It's incredible how racist this country is, like was and still is, you know. But that's not my whole point of this and covering Elvis, because I don't want to tarnish, you know, the energy of this talk with that. You know, I really, it's amazing, man. Like. People are fucking crazy, especially white people. Respectfully.
But I mean, to just kind of go down my notes, like for Blue Suede Shoes, that song is just so, like such a bop in that sense. It's just like you just wave back and forth to that song, and I really just love that line, "Lay off my blue suede shoes," and the way he sings it, and
it's one of his singles too. Like, he has 6 singles on the album. And they're Blue Suede Shoes, I Got a Woman, I'll Never Let You Go, I'll Love You Because, Just Because, and Money Honey.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense that it was one of the singles, and I think if I saw correctly on Spotify, it's like the most played song out of the album.
That and like Hound Dog. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. I don't know if you heard that yet.
Well,
but
I mean, from this album, just that it's the most played.
Oh, okay, got you.
So definitely, it seems like it was like the top hit of this album. But yeah, it was good. I'm Counting on You. I really enjoyed the great piano to it.
Yeah. It aided the voice really well, actually. I actually didn't think about that. That's my favorite song on the album.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful. It's beautiful, and it's just so like Elvis had this sensitive side to him too, like this very gospel. That's not a gospel type song per se, but he definitely loved gospel music as well. Played it more often than he could when he was by himself. And this song just captures that beautifully, like he hits those notes beautifully, and I encourage anybody, if you want to capture a little bit of the different side of Elvis, to listen to I'm Counting on You. That's a great fucking song.
I mean, while he sings great in the song, I also put in my notes that there's some great background vocals too in this song. Okay. Like the sort of chorus background is just so good. I thought like that mix with the piano and his singing all together, I was like, wow, this is almost heavenly.
Yeah, man.
I really like that song. For I Got a Woman, I like when I saw the title, I was like, I didn't put one and two together of like, oh, is this this song? And then as soon as it starts, I'm like, oh, this is totally a cover.
Wait, cross down.
And I had to search up who did it first, if it was Elvis or Ray Charles, but I found out that Ray Charles did it first by like a year or two before him.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was really interesting to find that out.
Even to bring it up real quick, Ray Charles' take on Elvis, you can find this on YouTube Shorts. If you just type in Ray Charles and Elvis, he basically says Elvis was a punk, and that's his thoughts on Elvis. To put it briefly,
nice.
I'll get more into it later. But again, justified reason as a black artist, musician, and stuff like that. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but that's just a little snippet that's what's to come in terms of that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I and again, credits to his voice, because I really love the way he sings the two lines. She saves her lovin' just for me. Oh yeah, like the way his voice just sharps up. She saves her lovin'. Just for me.
Yeah, bro.
It's just like the way he does that, so good. I think.
Oh, this is a talented motherfucker. Rest in peace.
But One-Sided Love Affair is a song that I had to replay before we started filming and stuff.
Because, yeah.
The notes that I have for it is that it has that classic piano line during the bridge of the song where it goes a dun 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 dun. And like when I heard that, I was like, wait, is this where this is from?
Yeah.
Because I feel like I've heard that all my life, and it's just now that I finally heard it in this song,
it has to carry over to something else. Where do you find this? Where do you find it somewhere else?
I couldn't even tell you. It's just like
a classic bass to a song, like a B-A-S-E. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
it's just like those notes. Like I've heard them like all my life, like before. And I'm like like commercials or something or TV shows or whatever. I don't know. But it's just, I've heard it before. And so when I heard it in this song, I was like, is this where this is from?
And even then, it could trace it back. I've heard a lot that when you think about guitar solos and how crazy they go, like, like those can, also just have been piano solos put into guitar notes. Like when you think of piano, like even the Flight of the Bumblebees or something like that, like those that could be turned into a guitar solo. And it probably has been. Somebody has definitely covered it on YouTube or whatever. But that's awesome to think about. Back when Mozart was playing, like those the way they were written on stuff can just be today's guitar solos. So like I definitely believe that for sure. And yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean those are the only notes I had for it. I mean it's a good song. But that piano thing was just like what had me going. I was like, fuck, I want to know like where this is from. But I Love You Because is definitely was it this one or I'm confusing I Love You Because and Just Because. I Love You Because.
Fair enough, by the way. They're pretty similar.
I Love You Because is the slower one, correct?
I think it is too. It probably is. We could listen to a little right now if you want. Cut it out the thingy. Okay. Let's do that real quick. Just because all right, put it right here.
So yeah,
So we just played the song, by the way. We're not gonna put it on Spotify because they get our ass. But that'll cut out.
Yeah. Now with that song, I really like that song because of the slowness to it, and I really like I forget what it's called, but I've always just referred to it as a standing guitar or like a table guitar. Like I don't know if you've ever seen it yourself, where it's like it's literally a guitar that's like on a table. And you strum?
Do you strum it as well, or do you kind of like hover it?
And like you pick the strings, and then you like use your finger to like have you ever seen
the instrument that stands upwards, and you kind of like go up and down? Because that's how I look at this. It has that little like wow 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 kind of sound, but like stretched out.
Yeah, it's like that sound like okay, the riff to that one Cage the Elephant song that everyone knows that's in the Borderlands music video, the din.
I probably know it if I hear it, but it sounds familiar as fuck, but I can't for sure say.
Like the way that's done is just there's this tool on the guitar that's like a slider is what they call it, I think. It's like a tube that you put on your finger, and so you just like run the tube across like the bridge of the guitar. And so you pick the strings with one hand and you run your finger like with your other hand, and that's how you play like the table guitar, like the standing guitar. I don't know what it's called exactly. We'll put it in the supplementary.
Yeah, 100%. That sounds dope. And we'll put the Cage the Elephant song too, which was fuck it. That sounds dope as fuck.
But yes, when I heard that in this song, I was like, nice. These are like definitely those like Hawaii vibes and stuff like that.
Hell yeah, that Hawaii sense is really there too. Like a luau and everything. You're hanging out and everything. And I mean, I'll just pick some random lyrics, but I very much like the romanticness of music or even movies and stuff, like the simple things. And like, even just reading the second verse where he's like, no matter what the world may say about me, I know your love will always see me through. I love you for the way you never doubt me, but most of all, I love you because you're you. You know, it's just very simple, man.
That last line is what I have written down in my notes. I love you most of all because you're you.
And I love you for 100,000 reasons. Like, you know, like today I feel like love is so suppressed, and people think of it, especially with like social media and stuff, that if you show your emotions, you're like a pussy or whatever and this and that. But like people want that stuff. And
ew, you love your girlfriend?
you are, you know, like just stupid stuff where I feel I think that's a little more dead than ever. Of course not. Love is always gonna exist and be free. But just with like younger people and this and that, just I don't know.
Hey, well, you know what, Frankie?
What's up, man?
I fucking love you, man. All right?
I love you too, bro.
I want everyone to fucking know this shit. I ain't afraid to show it. Hold
on, let me play a song again.
What y'all got to say about that, huh, audience? Huh? I fucking love this guy. That's it.
Some guy said, hey guys, check this guy out. This guy loves. Okay. Yeah, man, whatever. Love you too, bro. But yeah. So the next song is Just Because.
Just Because.
So this should be the faster paced one that you're talking about.
I wrote in my notes savage.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was kind of thinking of this. So let me find the right lyric. But you go on. What you're gonna say?
I don't have like any lyric examples, so you definitely pull those up. But the one lyric that I do have from this song is I love the way he sings a long, long time go. Like the way he just stretches out that time is just it. Again, his voice fucking great, but he's a savage in this song.
Oh, I think it might. Let me see. Make sure it's this song because I know it was like my mom, like, you know, my mom was this and that. But let me see if I can see it. Let me show you the lyrics actually, because maybe they're a different song. Let me see. Right here. Handing my laptop of truth to Javi.
Let's see. Mm-hmm.
I was just hovering the lyrics and everything.
Wait.
Right? I think
these are the lyrics to I love you because
I'm tight. But just because my bad. It's that because stuff got me confused. Why would you put that back to back, Elvis? What the fuck is up with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna just read the lyrics. Fucking well, just because you think you're so pretty, just because your mama thinks you're hot, or just because you think you've got something that no other girl has got. You caused me to spend all my money. You laughed and called me old Santa Claus. Well, I'm telling you, baby, I'm through with you because well, just because.
That was the original. Fuck these hoes. Origin story right there.
Listen to this guy. Yeah, well, there'll come a time when you'll be lonesome, and there'll come a time when you'll be blue. Well, there will come a time when old Santa, he won't pay your bills for you. You've caused me to lose all my women, and now you say we're through. Well, I'm telling you, baby, I was through with you a long time ago.
Throwing the yeah, man. I remember I was listening to this the other day, and I was walking home, and I'm like, damn, Elvis, what is up with you right now, bro?
Who broke your heart?
Facts, man. Oh, that's hilarious.
What a fucking savage, man.
Yeah, man. And it's just funny because like we look at Elvis, and some people may think like, oh, he's probably from the past and everything, but realistically, he's not that far away from us. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I know it's 2022 now, but like the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. I mean, you know, I heard it well said that basically, like, you know, people who were like owned slaves, right? They're like 3 dead people away. When you really look at it, you get me? That's pretty fucking recent when you think about it. So just put that into consideration. When you think when you're like, yeah, slavery was a long time ago. Like, is it though? Is it though? You know, and like segregation and racism and stuff are alive and well. Not well. You know, alive.
Depends who you ask.
Depends who you ask.
Frankie, are you a proud boy?
Nah, bro. I'm the least proudest of boys.
I'm a disgrace boy.
Not trying to get canceled out here. So we get to Trying to Get You.
Wait.
Oh, what the fuck?
Tutti Frutti.
Yeah, my bad. This fucking track list is fucking me up right now. Tutti Frutti, which is a cover by Little Richard. And,
I didn't know that.
You never heard Little Richard's version of his?
I don't think so.
Oh man, I'm showing you this right now. I'm sorry. We're gonna take a little. I gotta show you this. Just at least the beginning. Little Richard is the king of this song, and we could keep this part until I play it. Little Richard has an amazing voice, and he's shown in the film. Little fucking spoiler, but his voice is tremendous, and he has this stylings of, I'm not gonna say a Prince, but kind of yes, you know. Okay. But a lot of people argue that Prince is a better artist than Michael Jackson. He played way more instruments than Michael Jackson ever did, and he actually learned a lot. Michael Jackson learned a lot from Prince himself. So one day we could cover a Prince album, but let me show you a Tutti Frutti song. We'll be right back. So we just played Tutti Frutti by Little Richard, and Little Richard is one of the most greatest artists to ever live as well. And I think, like, you know, usually we don't pause during the show to like listen to the music and stuff, but like I think it's important just because I think that like before Elvis, there's so many black artists that I do appreciate like immensely, and definitely old school music. And I'm not even just trying to say that just because, like, you know, I know one Little Richard song, but it's just, to me, it's the soul and all the music. I know 1.5. The other guys in the wheelchair. Oh, but it's the base for everything. And honestly speaking, like, think of any music you like. Anybody that's listening to music today, if any modern music, you like rock, you like rap, you like hip hop, you like this, anything, just know that like black people are some of the biggest, most hugest influences to all the music we listen to today. You know, even back when they were slaves, they would have a song. I forget what it's called there, but they would just sing songs to keep work going. Mm-hmm. You know, and it just, there's a whole trace back of history where it's incredible. A lot of their stories were passed down because of music, and that's not rare to hear from all cultures. You know, but in the United States, it's fucking important, man. So as much as I like how Elvis plays this song, you know, Tutti Frutti, he does a great job too. You know, but even when Little Richard goes, ooh, you know, like that little stuff right there, like, where do you hear that? And Michael Jackson, you know, like, oh, you know, like, you know, like those things. And I think Little Richard's a better singer than Elvis Presley. You know, like, some may argue this or that. Maybe they're different and best in their own regions. But Little Richard had this, I mean, the way he's played in the movie is incredible. Incredible. And I think, if you look at the album cover, which I can show you later, supplementary for sure, it just captures amazingness that's to come later on. But how much of that was blanketed by him being black at that time, you know? So it's, but yeah, no, but Elvis Presley killed that shit too. I just had to show you that.
It's interesting finding out that that's a cover because now I'm just kind of thinking about like the controversy, I guess, of like doing covers of other artists and stuff on your albums. Mm-hmm. And then it makes me think of Led Zeppelin because
they're assholes for what they did with a lot of their music. Led Zeppelin's all credit, but they stole a lot of shit, bro. A lot of stuff.
So like, it's really interesting to think about that.
But I think that there's a difference between what Led Zeppelin did and what Elvis Presley did, for sure. Because Led Zeppelin straight up just stole the music and just kind of enhanced it. For sure, made it better. But we definitely should go into a little, like, maybe go into a live stream of that, or maybe figure it out how we could put it on Instagram where we show Led Zeppelin singing the music. You could find it on YouTube for sure, easy. But like, what's a couple of Led Zeppelin songs? 'Cause I always confuse all those big artists.
Immigrant Song.
That they stole and everything. Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin.
Yes,
they stole that for sure.
Yeah,
and
I don't remember which songs exactly are the ones that like are stolen and stuff like that. But I thought you were just asking like general Led Zeppelin.
Oh no,
songs.
like the ones that, because I know like there's a couple, and Stairway to Heaven is definitely the one.
Yeah.
Is a stairway to heaven, like that. You know how it starts, like ding, that little thing. They like there's the other artist that did it completely ripped off, and I'm gonna show you that later on because
no, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's sad. And Bill Burr, like I listened to it on Joe Rogan thing, and Bill Burr he learned how to play the drums and everything. He loves Led Zeppelin. And he ended up calling Joe Rogan. He's like, it's all a lie. It's a lie. And he was like, they stole everything. And I heard it like play live on the podcast and everything. And I was like, I couldn't believe it, man. Like those songs are legendary. And they fucking killed that shit too. But I don't think necessarily Elvis did that though. Like he didn't deem it his song. You know, the credits are still to Little Richard and stuff like that too.
Okay.
So like even right here on the bottom where they credit. Yeah, and that's never been the case of like what Elvis did. But a lot can argue that Elvis singing it exposes it more to white people than if Little Richard did, you know, which is unfortunate. But
yeah, I mean, all I really got from my notes for is that, you know, what a bop.
Hell yeah.
Woo! But I also put down that the song has a pretty interesting solo.
Mm-hmm.
He does some pretty interesting. He hit some interesting notes near the end of the solo that I'm like, huh. The timing on it is very like the time. Like structure on it is very weird and it throws me off. Like I don't know how like I would be able to play that in pace. It's weird.
You should try to cover one day. That'd be interesting to hear, to be honest with you.
But yeah, I mean, Tutti Frutti, pretty good song. Interesting to find out to cover.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely listen to Little Richard's Tutti Frutti before Elvis Presley's. That's a fact.
Maybe we should put both of them in supplementary and put a poll to see which one people like more.
We could definitely do that. We are gonna do that. All right.
But we get to trying to get to you. For this, I got in my notes that the lyrics stick out to me the most are there were many miles between us, but that didn't mean a thing.
Yeah.
And it's just another simple line similar to this song I Love You because this is another slow song.
Yeah.
But it's just that romanticism is nice.
And it's also very religious, and Elvis is a very religious person from the South and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's another thing I had in my notes. Like, but I only caught it at the last second because I said a religion at the last second.
No, but even then, like reading through the lyrics, because again, these lyrics are so short that we were able to read them full through here, and it really has no mentioning it up until the last like verse where he says, "Lord above me knows I love you. It was He who brought me through when my way was dark as night. He would shine His brightest light when I was trying to get to you." And the words in the music are by C. Singleton and R.M. McCoy. So Elvis didn't write a lot of his music. He preferred not to in reality, you know. He just, again, played a lot of other people's music. And like how they would talk about it, like when he would be at concerts and stuff, he would kind of pick up on people's like dance moves and stuff and just kind of make it his own. You know, and it's like, yeah, call him a thief, call him this and that, but like, sorry, he did it better. You know what I mean? Like, and that's pretty much the whole like case of this. You know, like Elvis, nobody's crediting him for being like the one who wrote all the songs. He is a Las Vegas show that is Elvis Presley. You get me? And around his time when the Beatles were coming up later on in the '60s, when the Beatles and Bob Dylan and everybody else is coming up, they wrote their own music, and that's something that Elvis never had. You know,
and it's just so weird to think about that Elvis came before the Beatles.
Yeah, man. I mean, you gotta pioneer anywhere you go, and I don't know this for sure, but who's to say that if Elvis didn't exist, if the Beatles would exist? You know, we don't know. I don't know. I didn't do that research, but we don't know. You get me?
You want to pause right now so you can do the research?
Yeah. Let me just look it up. Let me Google it real quick.
Okay.
Just talk to the mic.
No, I was just fucking with you.
Okay. I was about to. I kind of thought you were fucking with me, but I was like, I could do it. Supplementary. This will be a supplementary heavy A.M.C section. Maybe we could do like a supplementary on like as a post for the Instagram or something for this one or some shit if we have a lot of them coming up. But the polls, we gotta have the polls up and everything, right? We're just chatting at this point. And then we get to the next song. Which is let's see.
I'm gonna sit right down and cry over you, and the over you is in parentheses.
It is.
And I think I didn't have any notes for this song because this song didn't really jump out too much at me. But I did appreciate, I guess, like seeing Elvis's sensitive side.
Yeah.
Because we've already kind of seen it with a couple songs in this album that he definitely can be emotional or sensitive. Yeah. But to literally have a song that says, I'm going to sit right down and cry. Yeah. And like you're a man in the 50s,
pussy, and that's what it. I mean, the one thing I'll say about this song is that he loved his mother very fucking much. That's like everybody knew that in terms of Elvis and stuff like that. And right here, like even in the last song, he was it Just Because when he's like, I'm gonna tell my mama and this and that, and here he says, I'm gonna tell my mama, tell my papa too, so they'll know exactly what I'm gonna do. And if you ever say goodbye, if you ever even try, I'm gonna sit right down and cry over you. Him and his mother were very, very close. Like you know, mad fucking intertwined. And pretty much all he was trying to do for his mom was just make sure she didn't have to work again, which is a common theme you hear like people say today. You know, I think it's always been a thing. And I was actually finishing up the documentary. I didn't get to finish it because I didn't want to kind of go into the latest life. I kind of wanted to go into some other things. But it's amazing, man. They hear like there's little snippets of it. Check out The Searcher on HBO Max. It's a great documentary on Elvis. There's 2 episodes. They're both like an hour and a half long. But he says, and I'm paraphrasing, he's like, yeah, man, like, no. Yeah, man. He basically says that he's able to buy cars and, you know, all these clothes and his house and stuff. But he, you know, if he's not feeling happy, and like you could have all those things, but it's nothing if you're not happy. And again, like you're saying, like a man in the 50s and the 60s, like, you know, showing this type of emotion. And like you hear people today, like some of the smartest people. I mean, it's a basic thing. Even when we're talking about, well, technically we were talking about the 4th of July, and John Locke was saying like the pursuit of happiness is crucial because without happiness, what is life? You know, the philosopher. But today's day and age, we emphasize that more than ever. Because if you're not living for what you're happy for, you know, or like what makes you happy, it's like why? I'm not saying why you're living, but definitely shift if you're able.
Why the fuck are you on this planet,
pussy?
If all you care about is money and pussy, huh?
What are you, unhappy?
Boy, go to therapy.
Yeah, hell yeah. But again, but it's super true. And shout out, I'm gonna shout out a podcast called Smile Out Loud by Maggie Chen. Right? I don't know if she wants to know her last name, but it's an album. It's completely different from ours. Like definitely like turn over, right? But it's
Sunny Side Up.
Yeah, basically, which are great. I like egg Sunny Side Up slamming on the like sausage links and a little bit of like, hash browns and fucking some toast with butter and jelly and like a glass of apple juice with a little bit of ice cubes, but also hot coffee on the side as well. Like fucking on my griddle.
You got like the most whitest breakfast in front of you.
Like the movie breakfast. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's a mangou with the onions and cheese and the salami.
Thank you.
That's slamming too, though, with the egg Sunny Side Up on top.
Oh,
the best places to get Dominican food are in delis. Yeah, you ever got mangou from a deli?
Oh yeah,
so fucking good. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, the Smile Out Loud podcast by Maggie. It's just so positive, so positive. It's like happy music playing in the background, and the whole point is to emphasize positive conversations and this and that. And one of her episodes talks about like, you know, pursuing your passion and why it's so crucial to do so. And I listened to a little bit this morning, and I was like, yeah, bro, hell yeah. Like, that's what actually made me kind of have this thought of, you know, how happy I am to do the podcast and stuff. So we could definitely shout that out, you know, on the social and stuff. But also, I mean, it may not be everybody's cup of tea because we got a lot of negative Nancys in the world. But I don't take time to listen to positive stuff usually. You know, I kind of listen to just raw, real things, you know, truthful things and all that stuff.
You like raw dog in life?
Yeah. You ever see South Park where like Carmen's mom didn't buy him something and he's like,
the iPad?
Yeah.
She's like, maybe, I could get you the Toshiba Handybook.
Hey, mom, how about next time you take me to dinner first before you fuck me?
I love that episode. That episode is so good. It's like, I love how they just make fun of Toshiba. It's like, I can get you the Toshiba Handybook. Man, why the fuck would I want a Toshiba Handybook?
Yeah, bro, that show is so funny. But yeah, shout out to Smile Out Loud podcast. If you fuck with it, you fuck with it. But yeah, I'm gonna sit down and cry again. I think it's important, especially for men, everybody, all humans, to show their emotions. It's good. It's important. And yeah, Elvis has been doing that shit. Oh, his mom was actually worried about how sensitive he was as a person. A lot. Yeah, so that's also I mean, when you really look at when you really look at it, of course he was his own person with flaw, you know, but he definitely was somebody real down to earth in terms of like church, family, and you know those basic values, from what it seems. And he was definitely taking
American values,
American, but he was definitely taken advantage of like crazy.
Interesting,
crazy, yeah, man.
But we get to "I'll Never Let You Go" in parentheses, "Little Darling."
Little darling.
And I in my notes I wrote that this song is a lullaby turned into classic Elvis in the last like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
which is pretty funny because it starts off slow and nice and stuff, and just that last bit he's like, all right, but let's fucking
because I love you a little bit. Yeah, but even in the right here it says like the stars would tumble down beside me.
Those are lyrics I have
too. You read them.
The stars would tumble down beside me. The moon would hang its head and cry. And those are the 2 lines I got.
Oh, okay. And it says, my arms would never hold another baby doll if she would ever say goodbye. You know, and just like it's just a sweet, you know, little song. And man, I feel like sometimes people would try too hard and don't try at all today. You know, aside from rap songs, like my bitch and my hoe, I buy them both gifts. You know, it's like everybody's like, yeah, man, that's what that's what girls and guys are into today, just fucking being disrespected. And I'm not saying this is like the picture perfect version of romance either. You know, this is old style, old school, where they did beat their wives and shit like that. I'm just saying that today's day and age is kind of fucking ridiculous. You can listen to a lot of this music and it's stupid as fuck. I'd rather simply written than this dumb shit today, you know. So
you know, I'm just gonna say it, but I've always had this thought, but I don't like calling girls bitches.
You know, I don't like calling anyone bitches. You know what I mean? So, like, and I'm imagine one day, like, you know, I just meet up with you. I'm like, "What's up, bitch?" You know, you're like, "Yo, we just met up." You're like, and for me, like, especially with women, I'm not gonna call women a bitch today. I just don't think it's a kind thing to do. You know. But yeah, I have a lot of friends that are guys that are like, yeah, I was with this bitch the other day. But then girls call each other bitches. You know what I mean? So I think it's all about how you take it.
I know,
you know?
Because the reason why I brought it up is because we had that conversation about like calling people sluts and stuff like that. And like I've never been the type of person to like refer to like any girl as like a bitch or anything. And I'm like, I would imagine Elvis would be one of those guys.
He's like, hey, little lady. And then when he walks away, he's like, bitch. Oh. Who knows?
You know who Elvis? You know who else I think of when I think of Elvis?
Mitch McConnell.
Close. Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Bravo, he has to be influenced from Elvis Presley. That we should look into that for sure. Barbara, however you say her name.
Hanna-Barbera.
She came up with Johnny Bravo? I think she might have. Shout out to her, the legend, the one, the only legend. She's fucking awesome for that. But that guy has to be influenced by Elvis, which is cool to think. You know what I mean? Damn it, old cartoons are fucking awesome. Hey, better lady.
I remember because of that show, because they had Pops in that show. I started calling my dad Pops, and I remember one day he like got real serious and he's like,
"What'd you say,
Javi?"
bitch?
He was like, "Javi, don't call me Pops anymore." I was like, why? And he was like, it makes me feel old.
Oh, you know, it's funny. I was working the other day. I work at a dog cafe, you know, and fucking some guy came in and he came in with his children. He was like, "Y'all got bottles of water?" I was like, "Nah." He's like, "We're out of here." I was like, "Damn," you know. And then I just got into this. Like, he wasn't rude, but he rubbed me the wrong way, right? And I was like, so I just, you know, sometimes I'd be just getting like, when people are rude to me, I just get into this whole imaginary like back and forth. I was just saying mad shit. I was like, in my head, but I'm crazy. I'm a crazy person. I was like, "I'm surprised your balls ain't touching your knees, bro." And he's like, "Yo, I'm rich." And this is like, "Oh yeah, we only got 5 years left to spend it." You know, I was just having a fake argument in my head, bro. I'm a crazy person.
What the fuck?
Yeah, man, it's fucking weird. Hey, if you want to diagnose me, go ahead. But he's the old guy, right? So I was like, "Oh, Grumps. That makes a lot of sense." And that was the point of my story. Just cutting his ass the whole time in my head, bro. It was so interesting. We got the next song, Blue Moon.
Blue Moon.
This is my second favorite song. Yes.
I don't know what Take 9M means. Like,
I
is
think
that, like,
nine.
shoes.
Oh yeah, it does say Take 9M. We should look that up for sure. I could look that. I'll look up right now because that we got the internet right now.
But
I'm trying to get
I
better at
got in
typing.
my notes that this is a sad song.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. This song's a fucking downer,
Yeah.
man. This song just makes me want to curl up in bed with a blanket and just cry.
Yeah, and it goes to show the range of Elvis's voice. Cause like one thing that I was learning in the documentary too is that when he was recording all these songs, there was no him listening to the song afterwards. It was like just his take on it. So I have that in my notes for later on. That it's interesting how, you know, to have they were talking about how pure the music was, because I guess now, like, even you do covers and stuff, and when you hear your voice, you're like, oh, I could do this better and I could do this better and stuff. But him just doing it in one take and just putting it out and stuff, not one take, multiple takes, but you know, he had that one shot and not to re-listen to it again. So that's like, that adds on a little specialness, I think, to the music and stuff. Because especially when he has this voice where like he really stretches it, and I can't even mimic it, but he's like, like kind of almost like that, but way nicer sounding. And it's just kind of like, again, I think music is so, you know, it's to express yourself, you know, of course. And it kind of encapsulates or captures, what's the word? Encapsulates like the album cover of him like closing his eyes and singing and about to strum the guitar. And, you know, like this guy had to express, when he recorded, he couldn't stand still. Like he had to dance. What the Elvis you got on stage was the Elvis you got in the studio.
Wow.
Isn't that like, he really was that person. And he wore like makeup under his eyes sometimes and stuff like that. Like it's very incredible, man. So this is not a song he danced to, but it's like, I can only imagine, like, you ever see Mariah Carey do that and she puts her hands up and down and stuff like that. Like this is like a cooler version of that. No, but I really enjoy the song, and it's very sad, and again, very short lyrics, but just him throwing it out there, man. It's really fucking great, and I love this song too.
Can you read me some of the lyrics from that song?
I'll go through the whole lyrics actually. So it goes, blue moon, you saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own, right? Blue moon, you knew just what I was there for. You heard me saying a prayer for someone I could really care for. And then it goes, blue moon, you saw me standing alone, right? Without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own, you know? And then it says, blue moon again, without a love of my own, you know? And just like, and I jump off the bridge.
Yeah, it's, you know, this fucking song is a heart wrencher.
Yeah, man.
And that his falsetto is great.
Yes.
He again, his voice is an instrument. He does great with it. And
yeah, man.
like, I would, you know, I would love to cover an Elvis song.
Oh, that'd be cool as fuck, man. That really would be, to be honest with you. I'd be so interested to which one you cover, and whether it be a cover of a cover.
Exactly. That's what I was also thinking.
Cool. You're way ahead of me then. So Money Honey is the longest song, I think, on the album.
Is it what's its runtime?
I meant lyrically, but runtime it should be. I don't have it right here, to be honest with you, but I could click
How
it.
dare you?
I could click that shit right here. It's 238, 236, so maybe.
Okay.
But I mean, lyrically, like, it has the most lyrics I've seen for any of the song.
Yeah, I mean, for my notes, I have that this song tells a story, and that it's very cheek and tongue about it. But I didn't write down any of the lyrics, but I would, if you want to remind me the lyrics and stuff, because it tells a story, and I think it's pretty funny.
I'll read them aloud. So like the Money Honey repeats itself, but I'll just go the way it starts. It says, you know, the landlord rang my front door bell. I let it ring for a long spell. I went to the window, I peeped through the blind and asked him to tell me what's on his mind. He said, money, honey. Oh, if you want to get along with me. Well, I screamed and I hollered. I was so hard pressed. I called the woman that I love the best. I finally got my baby about 3:30. She said, I'd like to know what you want with me. I said, money, honey. So, you know, maybe it's a telling, you know, if you want to get along with me. Like telling how people what they want is money, you know, like the landlord, the girl, and the last lyrics are, well, I said, tell me, baby, what's wrong with you? From this day on, our romance is through. I said, tell me, baby, face to face, but how could another man take my place? She said, money, honey. And then the last one is, if you want to get along with me, well, I've learned a lesson and now I know the sun may shine and the winds may blow, the woman may come and the woman may go, but before I say I love you, so I want Money Honey. That's funny. That's pretty funny for a last song on the album too. And everything,
Yeah, like that, because again, it's pretty cheek and tongue. It's like it's not just like making fun of one person. It's kind of making fun of like even himself.
Yeah.
Of like at the end, he's just like, but what do I want?
Yeah,
money. And it's a pretty fun song.
Yeah, bro, that's awesome. I mean, this album is so like, and again, it's so basic and special because it's what Elvis was at the time, basic but special. And I mean, of course, this was when he was getting famous and stuff. I think it was in his 20s actually when this album came out. I'll definitely have it later on here, but just something that really special. And I'm not gonna say it's the best first album for like if you're gonna listen to Elvis to listen to. Like Elvis is Back is really good, I think. So like, that song Now or Never that I played before this is one of the songs Elvis, he had a big hit for. And that and like Viva Las Vegas, that song, right? And there's a whole bunch of stuff. So I mean, I'm gonna get into some history now of it, just because I want to do Elvis justice. And if you haven't seen the movie, maybe this will help you get a better essence of the movie. And if you've just watched the movie, you'll probably get some filled in information. So I'm interested to see how this information is gonna not affect how you watch it. I still think I'll give my thoughts on the film later, but I wonder how it'll like make you perceive the movie factually.
Okay.
All right, what's that? Got a fucking, what is it? Like a fucking loogie?
Yeah.
I'm gonna spit on Javi's house right now. About to leave this in.
Oh God, that sounds so gross.
That's Earth Mind Matter. That wasn't me, by the way. That was Javi. Fuck it, you're gross, Javi. we got the. But I put a rat out.
Stop.
Let me pee real quick.
God damn it. I feel like my ears rumbled from that.
All right. So, I have the notes here. I mean, I got them mainly off the searcher, ones that would stand out the most and not dive too deep into Elvis because, I don't want to, take up all your time, listeners, so, but I do have a lengthy amount of fucking information here. Essentially, so we listened to the album, right? And he covers artists like Little Richard, like we mentioned, Arthur Crudup, Joe Turner, and Lloyd Price. Those are just a few artists that he's covered.
Okay.
And so he was born in a shotgun house. Those type of houses were like meant for like the poorest of the poor of this neighborhood. He grew up in Tupelo, Mississippi, and was born on January 8th, 1935. When he was being born, he had a twin brother. And his twin brother didn't survive birth. So his mom would always tell him that he had the strength of two men.
Wow.
Because his brother didn't. Imagine his brother was alive. Who's to say we would have two Elvises? But that's pretty crazy. So, what his mom would tell him is that to Elvis, she would say to him, when the moon was full at night and Elvis sang, his brother would hear him. So just, a little like story, uplift his spirits and stuff. But the reason that his mom and him were so close, because it was in 1938, his father was sentenced 3 years in prison. He forged a check, and Elvis was 3 at the time. So because his father forged a check to put food on the table.
Okay. Killing joke.
Yeah, basically. Oh yeah, he fucking just loogie in my nose. Another one?
No.
Okay. He would often go see his father in prison, and his father was embarrassed by this. Seeing his son visit him in prison. But rather than 3 years, he only served 6 months. But his mom's name was Gladys, and his father's name was Vernon, like Vernon Boulevard. And Elvis and Gladys, his mom, spent a lot of time together because often his father tried to find a lot of work and he wasn't unable to. He struggled. So his mom worked crazy hard.
Okay.
Like she worked her ass off. Elvis actually was a huge fan of the Captain Marvel Jr. comic books. I didn't know that. This I don't know how true it is, just because but this or that, whatever. But he says that he speaks about the Mountain of Eternity. Do you know what that is?
The Mountain of Eternity. I don't think so.
I may have gotten that wrong, but just curious. Just curious if you know about it. But you know about Captain Marvel Jr.?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you know about that? Like, just because we are also AMC, you know?
I mean, it's just literally what it is. Captain Marvel Jr.
With a little version of him?
Yeah.
Elvis was a big fan of that comic book, apparently. So I didn't know that shit either. Fucking, yo, that looks delicious, bro. What? Yeah, of course, bro. So when in terms of gospel music, he was always surrounded by it. His parents sang it, and when Elvis was young, this is a quote by his wife. He walked into a church and started listening to the music, and he went up to the choir and started beating time, like counting time with it. And that actually
you were
was
gonna say beating off
right in front of the church, and that was actually not a quote from his wife. That was Elvis himself saying that to the camera.
Oh, okay.
So he remembers that when he was younger, and I said it here earlier, but I'll say it again. I wrote, "Black people in all sorts of manners are the reasons we have many of our genres to this day and forever." And I still think that and always will think that. Elvis would listen. He would walk into black churches and listen to the sermons and music, and his mom let him do that. And at the time, white and black people didn't intercross music preferences, and racism and segregation was terribly real. So that was like alive and well. And for his mom to allow him to just go anywhere, it really goes to show how, that segregation and racism kind of, I would assume, existed more with people that are wealthier, because there's a classism as well, But even then, I imagine all sorts of, classes were racist and did all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't think race and class were ever like conjoined like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have just been two separate issues that just coexist.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely. But I still think that there's both just ignorant ways of behaving. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, just they're terrible things. But again, both alive and not well. Elvis
would you ask?
Yeah, you're right. Elvis would seek out anyone with music or radios in his neighborhood. Always loving music since he was younger. And at the time, music Memphis, where he was at. Well, later on, where he moved to, Memphis was very diverse but not integrated, and his family moved there for better opportunity. There was a radio station called WDIA. It was a 50,000 watt African American station that emphasized black music, and Elvis Presley definitely listened to this radio. I don't know what 50,000 watt means, but I guess that's I know it's like electricity, right, or something like that. But I wonder what that meant towards radio.
So it was a 50,000 watt radio.
It was a 50,000 watt African American radio station.
Oh, I mean, I guess I would probably just imagine, like, if that's a radio station, like the amount of wattages is how far out you can reach.
Oh, maybe that
like
makes
your
a lot
coverage.
Of sense. That makes a lot of sense. He grew up in Lauderdale Courts, and this building was made possible, became because of the New Deal housing program. And now, how there's certain neighborhoods have certain streets that are lively and stuff. I was gonna say Times Square, but that makes no sense. Certain sections of certain neighborhoods and stuff. So Beale Street, which I'm sure you've heard of that before, right? Like, what's the famous thing about Beale Street?
I just had it on the top of my tongue.
I'm thinking of a streetcar named Desire, but that makes no sense.
Let's talk about Beale Street.
Maybe or some shit. But he would go to Beale Street to a place called the Flamingo Room, which had soulful music. And David Porter, the producer of Stax Records, he would say color, clothing, and dress and vibe every time you go there. And Rufus Thomas said it's a black man's haven. So that's where Elvis would always go to when he was in Memphis. And white music had like slick back hair, tight suits, and they sang in quartets and more things like that. So more like, hey darling, but black music was more like lively and soul and real good music. Elvis went to L.C. Humes High School in Memphis, and he went to the talent show with his guitar. He sang about his dog that died, and he won first place at the show.
Wow. What's his dog's name?
I don't know.
Damn. How dare you?
Fuck, man. Just cancel the show.
Disrespect that dog like that.
It was probably.
I feel like more sympathetic towards dogs now that I'm working in a cafe. Bullshit.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Or you could just edit it in. His name was.
I couldn't find it.
And Javi put in the name, so you'll find out his name when you listen to this. At the time, radio, DJs, artists, and producers, such as producers later, like Sam Phillips. Sam Phillips was a producer. Let me rephrase that. Artists didn't really rely on having people mix their music and produce their music. It was kind of like do it yourself. right? And Sam Phillips loved the blues, and he recorded as much songs as he could, right? And he recorded them at Sun Studios. So to rephrase that and make it much simpler, everything was do it yourself. There was no middleman to get your music out to the world. And Sam Phillips was a producer who was much ahead of his time in that realm of music, you know. And he's very important to Elvis' career, because Sam Phillips was looking for a white guy to sing black music, but for reasons that were more noble rather than commercial. He really loved blues music. You know, it wasn't just a profit. Some would say. Who knows the real truth of it? And one day Elvis saw an article on the paper, and he called up Sun Records, and he was like, "Hey, let me." He saw an article regarding the Prisonaires. Right, the Prisonaires were an African American doo-wop group whose hit "Just Walking in the Rain" was released on Sun Records in 1953. The group was incarcerated in Tennessee State Penitentiary in Nashville. Wow. So they were in jail and they were recording this music. So you can see how Sam Phillips was like getting all music within Sun Records.
So wait, they recorded the song while they were in jail?
Yeah. Like if I'm not mistaken, from the document. Yeah. I think they came into the studio with handcuffs on.
Wow.
Isn't that interesting? So they called the Prisonaires, Prisonaires. So that's interesting as fuck. So when Elvis saw that in the paper, he called up Sun Records. He was like, "Hey, I want to record a song." Elvis was a truck driver when he was younger. At the time, he was 19 years old. And when he walked in and he went to go record, he played like melodic love songs. But Sam Phillips was like, nah, like he did not want that. And so instead, Elvis started playing some blues. Right? And then, Elvis became Elvis. Like Sam Phillips saw what he saw, and then he went on the road. You know, like let's skip over a lot of things. He just went on the road and just started touring. Like, you know, just playing shows back to back to back, and not like touring like epically, more so just finding any way to produce his music to people. You know, perform his music to people. And what was more iconic of Elvis that people recognized was how he wiggled his legs, how he moved his hips. You know, we hear Elvis in the album, but we don't get to see him perform. Mm-hmm. And the way he performed was super iconic. Yes, black people have been doing it forever, but white people were more stale, kind of like just snapping their own fingers. You know, like even Frank Sinatra, he sings so good, but he doesn't really move. You know, black people moved, and that's what Elvis did on stage. And like the more he would like wiggle, the more people would move. And he eventually got a gig at a place called the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, and this was due to Sam Phillips. This club was a very famous club that was still segregated, and they required a certain style and a way to dress that Elvis pretty much like didn't do at all. He performed it, and because he did what he wanted to do, how he performed music. You couldn't really restrict that, you know. If you're restricting Elvis's style, you're restricting his music. You feel me? So to defy that in that area where it was famous to not be that was pretty interesting.
Imagine if Freddie Mercury couldn't be Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. Imagine he had to exactly. That's exactly a good way to put it. And the crowd here, they didn't cheer at all for Elvis, but that didn't discourage him at all. So then Elvis and his band played at a Louisiana hayride show, a country show where countries and blues collided. And this was a huge moment in Elvis's come up. He took influence, like I told you earlier, about like stealing moves and integrating parts of other artists' act into his own. So that's where he kind of did this at this hayride show.
Okay.
And then he understood that when he was performing, that it was important for him to make contact with the audience. So like, you know, reach out, touch their hands, like have the woman screaming, you know, this and that. He used the microphone a lot. I don't know, like, you know, when you see James Brown, like, you know, he's using the microphone crazy and he's fucking the god of fucking the king of soul. You know, Elvis did that a lot too. And that was very crucial to his performance. He moved around and he was a true entertainer. That's ultimately what Elvis was, like the best entertainer in the world at the time. Who's to say there were other artists that were I was telling this to Beatrice this morning. For every one Elvis, there's 100 black artists that didn't get the same shine. You know, and I think that's very true. You know?
It'd be interesting to see like exactly like the ratio to that, because definitely has to be true to an extent.
Yeah, man. I mean, I have a little article here on the side that I don't think it was Ray Charles per se. I think it might have been somebody talking about Little Richard, saying that like if Little Richard was white, who's to say that he wouldn't have been as famous as Elvis? You know? And it's true. I mean, you saw him perform Tutti Frutti, and like you didn't get to see the dance moves that he was doing because he was doing more of a taping, I'm assuming. But that guy went off, man. That guy was, and even like his craziness of his voice, like his notes were crazy that he hit, you know. And I mean, yeah, man. But after all this, Elvis, he gets voted most promising new artist. He was then able to buy a Cadillac, something he daydreamed about when he used to drive a truck. So his Cadillac was pretty important to him. He said that his first car, when he bought it, he went to the hotel and stayed, and he loved that car. And then when he was in the hotel, the car set on fire.
What?
Yeah, bro.
Did he name the car?
I don't know, but he said that he'll never forget that car. Regardless of the situation, he said he'll never forget it. It's pretty funny. That's his ass. So, a lot of major labels at the time passed up on rock and roll. They were the only labels that kind of took in rock and roll were indie labels. And major labels eventually saw how popular rock and roll because of this, but still it was kind of hard to like. Rock and roll wasn't on the rise. It was kind of just, I mean, I guess it was, but just very slowly. And Elvis was a big attributor to its rise. How can I say? Like I told you earlier, a lot of music Elvis had not reheard once recorded, so there was less self-criticism. And with Sam Phillips' production of it, it came. The sound was super pure. And I wrote here that doesn't occur too much today. There's a lot of just like, let me hear that back. Let me do this. I mean, I was in the studio with my friend Tim, and it was just constantly back and forth. Like, hey, let me hear it again. Like, hey, do this, change this up, change that up, and this and that. So I wonder, like, if people would make music differently if they couldn't rehear it. I'm sure, literally, yes. But I wonder if that would benefit or not benefit. What do you think?
I think it kind of speaks to the passion of Elvis, where it's like, he didn't necessarily care too much about how it sounded. He just wanted to get it out more than anything.
Yeah.
So I think that just kind of depends on the artist, because I'm sure there are other artists that are sort of in the same camp as Elvis who probably don't look back at their like recordings or whatever and just kind of go for it. So I don't know. It would be interesting to see if any modern artists do that today.
Yeah. And I doubt it. Only just because it's so accessible to do, you know, to re-listen and stuff. But I would even find it hard to resist, you know, to be like, imagine we re-listened to this whole podcast right after we finished it and we added it to our liking. I mean, that's what you'd do, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you mean like what I do?
But imagine like you had a take on something and then you're like, oh, I don't like that take. Let's go back and let me change the take. You get me? We don't really do that at all. We don't do that at all. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean also. Like, you edit it, but imagine like, no, like, I don't want to say spiritual. I want to say more energetic or something like that. You know, like just, that definitely is different from music for sure. But, you know, I just kind of trust what I say here because I don't really. But, you know, the YouTube thing, that's when I see. There's a funny ass edit I put in the last one. It's fucking funny, man. I want to show you, but you can watch it yourself. Nah, I already have it as a highlight. Anyway, so now this is when the twist comes to Elvis's life. His manager, that's not the one to be remembered, was Tom Neo. But there's a manager that he would later have called Colonel Tom Parker. That he met he was managed by him, and he met him in Nashville.
Tom Neal and then Colonel Tom Parker.
And Colonel Tom Parker is the person that you're gonna see a lot of, the main person, right, in the movie and everything. And he used to be working at Carnival, right? This is the most controversial part of Elvis's career. Tom Parker dropped every artist and took up Elvis as the only artist that he would manage. And more so than a manager, he was a promoter, like one of the best promoters, admittedly. He got Elvis on Hank Snow's show. Hank Snow was a major country singer. And eventually Elvis became such a big star that people would leave after Elvis performed. Nobody stayed for Hank Snow, who was always the headliner. So imagine like you're a headliner for a show and then Elvis takes over and people stop coming for you. They start coming for Elvis.
Yeah.
And the only reason Elvis...
I mean, that happens today.
True. But it's just one of those things where like they were very different too. Like Hank Snow was a guitar player. Like he just kind of like strummed the guitar, country music, stayed still. And Elvis like just, you know, like wiggle and everything and just move and everything and just solar opposites. You know, I'm sure it does happen all the time and it sucks. Even in sports, this or that. But it's interesting. It sucks for Hank Snow. I could care less though. And in 1975 and forward, everybody wanted to buy Elvis' contract. And this concerned the shit out the Colonel, Tom Parker. Remember him, right? So that therefore began the manipulation of Elvis' career. how can I say, Sun Records failed to push Elvis, his original record label, and how can I say, this eventually made Elvis go to Tom Parker, because Tom Parker, again, he was a better promoter than a manager. Right?
Okay.
So Tom Parker even went with Elvis to his parents' house and convinced them of buying out his contract. They were suspicious of everyone, but they trusted Tom Parker, Elvis's parents, right? And again, around 1956, most music, not all, they were ballads. Like that song, like "Put Your Head on My Shoulder." You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's what I can't say in my throat. But you know, like, I'm not sure if that song came out during that time, but that was pretty much the song they were pushing.
Okay.
You know, like, and that was not what Elvis was. I mean, you could argue that it was with Blue Moon and I'm Counting on You and stuff, but he also had like Blue Suede Shoes and You Ain't Nothing But a Hound, you know, that stuff and everything, which is a great song. So it was still very like, you know, like Elvis wasn't thought to be the one to blow up. Like, who cares, right? But he was definitely getting people's attention. Now, again, like, rock and roll wasn't being pushed as much, and a lot of this was due to the shareholders and the distributors wanting white music more than anything else.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The RCA, or Radio Corporation of America, eventually bought Elvis's contract because of Tom Parker. David Porter, the producer of Stack Records, said, Abel was able to bring the value to the presentation of black music, African American artists, at a period where they were being ignored by the great artists in a credible way, because he learned it from the source. So I think that's very important. That's a very good way to describe Elvis Presley. Yeah. You know, like, it's again, like, it's not him stealing like Led Zeppelin, you know, it's him literally
making it his own,
because he loved it. He loved it so much, you know, and now
and still giving credit at the end of the day. So yeah.
Now the Colonel, which is Tom Parker, loved selling Elvis merchandise. Even to this day, you could probably find a bunch of Elvis merchandise, right? And they even had I Hate Elvis pins. And that was to be like, fuck it, like, if people are gonna hate you, they're gonna buy it to hate you, which is very clever and ahead of its time, because I feel like those things exist today too. You know, even those like those little bracelets. I know this is for charity, but those bracelets that say like "I love boobies" and it's for breast cancer, and like "fuck cancer." You know, like, that's obviously a different thing, but it makes a lot of sense. You know, how can I say? Ministers and reverends at the time would refer to Elvis as the devil for being
refer to Elvis as the devil
because he was indecent and sexual while performing. Yeah, fucking not so different from today, you know, I guess we're like, you know, fucking idiots. Now, I'm gonna read you a couple of newspaper headlines. I kind of grouped them all together to not refer to them later. So, this one read, televiewers protest. This was the newspaper. It said, Elvis Presley's act on Burrows show disgusts fans. The second one says, to wiggle or not to wiggle. The third one says, Elvis is a bit disgusting. Then it says, what your daughter really wants. The next headline is, TV ignores Elvis pelvis. And then the last headline that I have says, Elvis sings from the waist up. So Elvis pelvis and stuff were like names they gave him because, again, they, in a segregated time, there was a white guy dancing like a black man, singing like a black man, sounding like a black man.
Dancing. Wait, so read the last one again.
Elvis sings from the waist up.
What does that mean?
So basically saying like he sings from the waist up, but his legs dance. Like he's moving while he dances. This for some strange fucking reason really upset white people. And the next point you're gonna understand why. But it just man, they've gotten into so much trouble. He got into so much trouble for fucking dancing.
Interesting.
And again, all because it kind of like led to race mixing. Like black people and white people, because both of them had to love his music, you know, because Elvis was singing black music and white people loved Elvis, you know. Now, first of all, Elvis was in love with God and his mother, and then be such a devil, quote, devil on stage, which was a paradox to the people. Now, the reason I mentioned the whole headlines is because the mid 50s, Southerners were scared of race mixing because this is when the civil rights movement had just begun. All right. I'm going to show you some pictures real quick. I know you can't see them, but on the YouTube we'll put them and everything. But right here, I'm showing you protesting white people with holding an American flag and with signs that say race mixing is communism. The next one says stop the race mixing. And then race mixing, again, it says communism. You see all the white people, right? And then you see all these black people walking through a white crowd and just, you know, serious faces and just, you know, walking through these protests. You see a white guy smiling on the left, right? And yeah. And
hey,
so,
Mom, I'm on TV.
and I'm a racist. Fuck yeah. So that being mixed in with Elvis's timing of performing obviously got white people tight, you know? So, I mean, that sucks for Elvis.
Are you a white person? Do you hate dancing? You should come on down and fucking yell at Elvis.
And he's just there trying to sing about fucking God and his mom. And so now he was booked on a show called The Steve Allen Show. Steve Allen hated rock and roll. And he pretty much had him on the show for a sarcastic and condescending reason, right? He made him perform Hound Dog, the song I keep referring to, the "You ain't nothing but a hound dog." Next time I see you, if you have watched the movie, you know, if you haven't, all good. There's a certain thing that I don't like about the film that has to do with this song, not Elvis's version of it, but somebody else's, and I hate that they did this in the movie on several occasions. You might even catch it if you watch it. It gets me tight. But Steve Allen, the show that he was on, that he was making him be on for a sarcastic reason and all stuff, he made him perform "You Ain't Nothing But a." The first two lyrics go, "You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time," right? He made him perform with the hound dog, like a real dog, on the show, wearing a suit that made Elvis unable to dance. So Elvis was just standing still. They didn't want him to dance. They didn't want him to do that. And again, the Steve Allen guy, he basically wanted to humiliate, quote, hillbillies, right? And yeah, so that was something that Elvis, you know, just did. He just did it though, and it was very unlike him.
Why'd he do it though?
Tom Parker, Colonel Tom Parker. Everything he's doing it was as if Elvis was a puppet and Tom Parker was the puppeteer. And it's incredible how much things he did that, you know, just for Tom Parker wanted the money. And it's sad, But nonetheless, Hound Dog and Don't Be Cruel were singles of his that sold 3 million copies. His first copy sold 300,000 copies. I think album sold 300,000 copies.
Okay.
His Heartbreak Hotel topped all 3 Billboard charts: country, pop, and R&B. He was only 21 years old. Crazy, man. Now, he was invited to the Sullivan Show, right? I'm getting through this and everything. I think all this shit is dumb interesting, man. And when you get to watch it on the documentary, it's crazy. He was invited to perform on the Sullivan Show, right? And he really wanted to perform the song "Peace in the Valley" because his mother, again, who he was very close with, loved that song. But the show was like, "You can't do that, man. We've never performed a religious song on the show." But he needed and wanted to do it for his mother, and so he did. And that's pretty awesome. It really showed his values to like God and his mother, you know?
And did he get in trouble for that?
I don't know that for sure, but when you watch the performance, it's amazing. It's really great. And he really also wanted to be an actor. But what ended up happening is that he would get roles where he would have to sing when he originally didn't want to sing. He just wanted to act, right? But he loved shooting the movie King Creole.
King Creole. That sounds so familiar.
It's an Elvis movie, and he loved shooting it. And now some of the songwriters for those movies were Jerry Lieber and Mike Stoller. They were songwriters for the 50s and 60s. And yeah, I mean, they were one of the best songwriters ever. They also loved like blues and jazz. They even sound like, we thought we were the only white guys that love blues, you know? So it was awesome for them to collab and everything. One key element of Elvis's life that's still here to this day in Memphis, Tennessee, is Graceland.
Graceland?
This is the house that he bought for his parents, but mainly his mother. It's still up today. And for the celebratory, for sure, I'll even send it to you. You're not supposed to film in there apparently, but somebody definitely filmed it there. And you can see, and it's so amazing. Then this I'll say, the movie and the film, the movie and the YouTube video, sorry, Elvis and Presley, they look exactly the same. Like, it's fucking incredible how much to the T. I wonder if they even shot in there. I doubt it. But if they got that shit on point. Every wow, bro. Like, thinking about it now, every little detail from the documentary to the Graceland, amazing. Now, This was represented differently in the movie, but I'm not sure if it applied or not. I'm pretty sure they did the correct facts. In 1958, Elvis was drafted into the U.S. Army.
Oh, I think I've heard of this.
Yeah, so there's a reason he did that, and I'll say that they say because he was dancing again like a black person, he was not supposed to act like that, and that I gotta fix the facts on that to be sure. You'll see why. But it was definitely the plan of Tom Parker, the colonel, to make him a respectable figure in the U.S. Right? Also the government and stuff like that too. This again, it says this in the movie. I'll just say that straight up. He was told he'd be drafted or go to jail for 2 years. But that was anybody, right? Anybody that refuses draft goes to jail. Like Muhammad Ali, right? Rather than shoot a whole bunch of records to have while Elvis was away, the Colonel Tom Parker figured it was wiser to just have enough records to have Elvis remembered, but to keep the mystery of Elvis alive. So that was his plan as a promoter, to not like have constant songs come out as he was gone, just enough to keep him relevant. It's interesting. So they want
weird guy.
Yeah, man, what a dickhead! I'm telling you, they wanted him perceived as a good soldier with fans waiting him to come back. And so before he was shipped off to Germany, his mother passed away, and it's so sad, man. Like he loved his mom, like he loved his mom so much. And his mom was always overprotected and always worried about him. So this is by his wife. Losing his mom was the most devastating time of his life. And afterwards, he matured a lot, but in the moment, it was unbearable. And of course, he said this, Elvis, before he left to Germany. He said, "I'm going to be very honest about it. In spite of the fact that I am going away and I'll be out their eyes for some time, the fans. I hope that I'm not out their minds, and I'll be looking forward to the time when I can come back and entertain like I did." In Germany, he met somebody named Charlie Hodge, and they became friends because Charlie was also in the music business, right? This is when he was finally exposed to pills, uppers, methadone. These pills helped him get through the army, right? Through the cold, staying up and stuff like that.
Okay.
Colonel Tom Parker also set a mandate where Elvis could not record any music or make new music while in Germany.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Why?
This is just history. Colonel Tom Parker lied to Elvis. He couldn't leave the country.
He couldn't leave Germany?
He couldn't. No, Tom Parker couldn't leave the U.S.
Oh.
He never had his papers in order.
Huh.
So he always prevented Elvis from touring. He never let him world tour.
Wow.
Because he basically accrued a bunch of debt from all the money he spent on women and partying and stuff like that. That he basically signed Elvis off to a deal with the hotel where he would just to perform there, and all the money he would make, like out of 10 million, Elvis would get 4 and the Colonel would get 6. Some bullshit, man. And he always deemed it more so like, I didn't make Elvis do anything, but he definitely manipulated him. And a lot of people in the documentary say to this day we'll never know why he was able to manipulate him so much.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Tom Parker wasn't a legal resident in the U.S. Therefore, any travel for Tom would be like, if he left the U.S., it would be hard for him to come back in. He would lie to Elvis and his family about why he couldn't travel. Tom Parker. He would lie to them all the time. To this day, Elvis's estate is worth $300 million. And he died on August 16th, 1977, found dead in his home that he bought for his mother, Graceland. More specifically, his toilet. He died of a heart attack. His wife, right? She actually told him, "Don't fall asleep on the toilet." And his last words that she heard were, "I won't." And so that kind of runs down Elvis's life. Afterwards, there is some more history, more so like doing movies that he hated to do, but Tom Parker would always say, "Just do them." And he shot a shitload of films up until he liked doing some of them, but it was the same story over and over again. Okay. Just the man gets the girl and they live happily ever after. But one time, Elvis was like, "I don't want to do the movie," and Tom Parker was quoted to be like, he even said you can hear his voice. That's why I think Tom Hanks did such a bad job. He sounds nothing like him. Okay. And who would have played him better is that guy from McDonald's, the founder.
Michael Keaton.
He would have been the best role for that guy. Like, he looks exactly like him, in my opinion. Anyway, the colonel says, I didn't force him to sign the papers. I didn't make him do anything. He could have not did it if he wanted to. But Tom Parker, the movie studio, and like a bit higher ups all pressured Elvis into doing those movies. So then he would just do them over and over again. And then, yeah, it sucks.
It sounds like Elvis also has a problem with saying no.
And that's what it was when you went. I get chills hearing that, because what I think it is, and back then, like, I think he was just a respectful Southern guy who wasn't trying to be this Hollywood, like, I think he was finding his inner beast later on, but that's what it is really, because he respected Colonel Tom Parker for who he thought he was. Yeah. And never really looked at the evil that was blatantly in front of him, That's why he always played those Las Vegas shows, because he couldn't leave. He was in debt to Tom Parker at the end of the day. He was pretty much broke at the end of his career.
That sucks.
And how can I say? I mean, it's super sad. He did all those movies he didn't want to, and this I'll just leave for you, like, for the the people could look it up on their own and stuff. But finally, in 1968, he has this grand special on TV, and he just he wants to make a comeback. People don't want to see Elvis no more. No movie studio would accept him anymore because they were tired of his films. So he performed. No music studio would make him go on like the films again, right? So he had this TV special on TV in 1968, and he just blew everybody's fucking mind, bro. He just made a comeback, and then he was Elvis again, and just the world was fucking in love with him. Elvis was very overweight by the time of his death. Very overweight.
Is that why he had the heart attack?
I'm assuming so, but he died at 42 years old, if I'm not mistaken. But if you look it up, you can just see how bad it was, But he still sung amazingly, and I'll keep that. But the last thing I wanted to throw in here was basically his wife. This is one thing they left out the movie completely.
Really?
Yeah, and his wife. I mean, they didn't. They definitely put her in the movie.
Oh, I thought you were just like she wasn't in it at all.
But they didn't put a lot of details in it. But even his wife said that she liked how Elvis was portrayed, and that Elvis would have liked it.
Okay.
And she liked how she was portrayed as well. She's still alive today. So I'm just going into some detail for that.
Damn, she must be old
as fuck. But the story she has to tell, probably, right?
Oh yeah.
They borrowed Frank Sinatra's jet after their wedding and everything.
Damn.
And there's footage on YouTube, you can look it up, where Elvis and Frank Sinatra had a performance together.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's fucking cool, man. I will get a poster of that. It's so dope. I like Frank Sinatra because my name's Frankie. You know what I mean? Like, he's dope as fuck too.
What a nerd. What a load of this guy.
What the fuck with you fucking nerd? He met his wife Priscilla in Germany, where they were together for 6 months. Elvis and Priscilla's relationship ended in 1973 after 6 years of marriage. But they met and started a relationship when Priscilla was 14 years old. She was underage, and my notes fucked up here, but it says in a decade, his junior, when their courtship began. So I don't know what the fuck that says. Yeah, what the fuck? Like
a stroke.
Yeah, right. But basically, she was 14 and he was like 20 something when they met. Right?
Was she German?
Huh?
Was she German?
I don't think so, actually, but that's a good question. I'm not sure. But even though she was 14 and he was 20 something, she claimed that she was never a victim of abuse because of that. Right? They reportedly met at a party in 1959. Okay, Elvis was 24 and she was 14. What the fuck? And how can I say? Before that, Elvis and Natalie Wood, she's from West Side Story, they dated briefly in 1956. Natalie Wood's sister, Lana, claims in 1984 memoir that after the breakup, Elvis and Natalie, sorry, I know this little, basically after, you catching up with me, right?
I got you.
Nice. After they broke up, Natalie said to her sister that she then later wrote in the memoir, quote, "He can sing, but he can't do much else." Oh,
damn, fucking shots fired.
Crazy, right?
Wow.
Fucking sorry, you fucking are boring now. Maybe you're the problem.
Frankie, I think we need to just take a moment of silence and hit F to pay respects. All right.
All right, respect. In her 1985 autobiography, Elvis and Me, by Priscilla, his wife and ex-wife, Priscilla wrote that her relationship with Elvis did not become sexual until they tied a knot in 1967 when she was 21 years old. So that was a promise. No, she was said, quote, "That was a promise he made to my father," end quote. Elvis to her father.
It's a little weird.
It's a little weird. I'm not gonna smash your daughter.
Don't worry, soon to be stepfather. I'll only fuck your daughter when she's ready.
Her cheeks getting clapped when she's of age, pa. And she told that to close her weekly in 2017. That is kind of weird though. But I guess try to cancel Elvis, bitch. He did date her when she was 14.
You know, just sounds like Elvis was an upstanding guy.
I guess. But one thing I will say in the movie, she does not look 14 when they met. Because that would have been bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would hope she doesn't look 14.
Ooh, man. You got to make film what it is. But that would have been interesting if they made her look 14. All I got to
say is, if you've seen Good Time, you know how weird it is to have someone underage get kissed in a movie.
Oh, what? Does it really happen? Or like, no fucking
I don't know if the
way.
actress is underage herself, but like her character is underage.
Oh, but they portray it, so
they show it.
Ooh, that's interesting. This is two movies. One where like a lady actually gets beat and she wasn't expecting it, and the guy does it. Like he slaps her around, and like they kept
like
the footage.
Actors.
Yeah,
okay.
Like she was. There was nothing in the script where she was gonna get beat, and he did it anyway, and they kept it in the film, and it's fucked up.
Wow.
And there was another scene where like some lady blew a guy, like the director or the somebody else, and they kept it in the movie.
What the fuck?
Crazy. Yeah, film, bro. Harvey Weinstein. That wasn't Harvey Weinstein, but you know. Elvis, she said this. He, referring to Elvis, this is Priscilla talking, applied makeup so heavily that you couldn't tell if my eyes were black, blue, or black and blue. She told People magazine in 1985. She said, quote, "That was what Elvis wanted." She later admitted that Elvis never saw her without her makeup on. Quote, "Some can't have the truth," end quote, she told ITV's Loose Woman in 2016. She said, "I always had a little bit of makeup. He never wanted to see me getting dressed. He wanted to see the end result." That's interesting, right? Isn't that kind of just like weird, not kind of borderline psychotic, kind of not like psychotic, but you know, like kinky, I guess, you know.
I've had this thought before where
where
I've thought to myself before, do some women look better in just their clothes?
Oh, like not naked and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, probably, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Probably. Unless you're a hound dog. You know?
So it's like maybe Elvis was just one of those guys.
I think some people look better just in clothes. You ever, this is a funny thing in Seinfeld. He's dating a girl. Jerry Seinfeld is dating a girl. And he's telling his friends like Elaine and George and Kramer, he's like, "She's naked all the time," and they're like, "That's awesome." And she's like, "No, man, like it's awesome, but there's some things you're just not supposed to see people do naked." And then he just gets tired. He's like, "She's naked all the time." Or like she sneezes or something, and that's fucking funny. But like, even when somebody's naked and sneezes. That's a good fucking show. So Elvis, Jerry Seinfeld, Seinfeld's a good show, man. I hated it when I was younger though. They married in May 1st, 1967. The wedding only lasted 8 minutes. It was organized by Elvis's longtime manager, Tom Parker, who reportedly believes that the couple living together out of wedlock was hurting Elvis's image. The Rocker's cook reportedly said that she found Elvis crying about the wedding, and when she asked why he couldn't cancel it, he told her, "I don't have a choice."
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? Interesting.
It's getting weird.
Yeah. Tom Parker, he arranged for the just married couple to meet with the press right after, and they said, after they said "I do." So right after they said "I do," they talked to the press. Because of Colonel Tom Parker. You see how he fucking sticks his nose into every little bit of Elvis's life?
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. And I didn't know any of this beforehand either. Like the movie made me more intrigued into looking it up. But like that's why I wanted to watch a documentary. I didn't just want to put the movie onto here. Now this is for sure facts right here. Nothing but the facts. They had a child and they named her Lisa Marie. She was born 9 months after the Vegas wedding. Makes sense. Clapping cheeks. And this is very interesting. Priscilla Presley, dope name, has admitted that their marriage ended in 1972 due to infidelity on both sides.
Huh.
Oh,
Damn.
He wasn't faithful, she said, to Australia Sunday night in 2017 when they asked about Elvis's numerous alleged affairs during their marriage. And she said, quote, not that he had someone special, but when you're in the entertainment business, there was always that, and I tried to turn my back to that, but I just didn't want to share him, end quote. So that's really unfortunate. She and otherwise began a relationship with her karate instructor. Oh, wow. That's very interesting, right? He was named Mike Stone, and this occurred in the early 70s. But she said that later on, she said that her marriage was troubled from the start. I'll read the rest of this article just because it's dope. Not the whole article, but the thing I got. She said, with Elvis, my life was his life, she told People in 1978. She said, he had to be happy. My problems were secondary. And in her 1985 autobiography, she said that her feelings of neglect and loneliness drove her to have an affair, and leaving Elvis resulted into her finding myself for the first time, she said. And in 2016, she told ITV's Loose Women that she, quote, did not divorce him because I didn't love him. He was the love of my life, but I had to find out about the world. So again, the divorce in 1973. Elvis, this is interesting. Elvis introduced her to drugs when she was just a teenager. He offered her, quote, white pills, end quote, to stay awake. She said, Elvis honestly believed he was doing me a favor by giving me the pills, and I'm sure the thought never entered his mind that they could be harmful to him or me, she said. So again, this is innocence behind Elvis too. You know, I know that all those other things are like, you can pick and choose whatever you think is what, but that I think is very interesting there too. Like
it could be innocence, or it could just be her naivety.
Too. And so could Elvis's naivety, you know? Like, he wasn't exposed to drugs. He doesn't know what a manager, how evil they could be. He doesn't know Hollywood, you know? Like, he's just trying to sing music. When Elvis was by himself, there's a song. This is what they said on the documentary. Whenever he was alone, he would go to Graceland and he would just sit by the piano and just play gospel every single time to himself. And I think it's called Preacher to You, I think, or one of the songs. And when you hear it, man, it just breaks your heart. Like it's just sad, like, because they played the actual recording of it, and I mean, it just sounded like he was just taking advantage of too, you know. And so then Priscilla had this to say about the movie. This is the last thing I'll say. She said she was thoroughly impressed by Austin Butler's portrayal of her late ex-husband. Elvis's daughter Lisa Marie is also a big fan of Butler's performance, so that's awesome. Like, you know, like, fuck everybody else, like, fuck me, fuck you, like, like, as long as they enjoy the film, really, you know. Like, I think that's important, because, you know, you don't want the Elvis being portrayed incorrectly. After watching the film, Priscilla wished that Elvis could have seen it. She said, quote, it was perfection. She told that to GMA. She said, this is a movie that Elvis would have really loved, for showing you who he was, what he was striving for, and what his dreams were. And yeah, man, pretty much that's what it was. And to really put this in shortly, he was a very talented musician. Like, otherwise the songwriting, he was orchestrating craziness with everything. And he played not just guitar and singing, but just getting everybody to just come together musically. And he was very much a genius, because
he's very much a leader. Yeah,
man, exactly that. And after, like, you know, changing studios and finally, you know, going to different ones, he had to take charge. And when he did, he was natural, man. Like, it was incredible. And I really want to put that in there too, because he had a gift, and it was just, I mean, after Elvis died, the Tom Parker got in trouble so much for all the fraud and the money, you know, thing he did to Elvis Presley. Good. And it's sad. It's super sad, man. And when you about the film, all I'll say is that as a film, I'll give it like a 7.5, maybe 6.5.
Okay.
But as somebody, like, after learning this, or somebody that just likes Elvis, I give that shit like a 9-10. Like, I love that movie. I loved it, man. It really did. I only say like a 7.5 or 6.5 because if you want to judge it as a movie, and like, I think the director was very young. I don't know if he's a young person, but I think he did very young things to keep the attention of younger people, which I really hate. I really, really hate it. Like, it got me so mad. And they're not major things, but you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But other than that, I very much enjoyed the movie. I think Austin Butler did a great job. I think everybody did a great job. I think Tom Hanks did a stupid voice. That's all. He talked like this when Tom Parker talked like a grown ass man, and there was no reason they should have got Tom Hanks in that movie.
Interesting.
So I'll show you some audio of Tom Parker so you can see what I'm talking about. But Tom Hanks did a good job too. But he's just a shitty.
I want to hear Tom Hanks first.
Oh yeah, no, I'll show you after. Like after, I'll show you. But hear Tom Hanks first, and then hear that. but other than that, man, like may not be the king of rock and roll, but he was the most iconic king of rock.
He's my king.
He's our king.
Nah, he's just mine.
Fuck. But yeah, man. I mean,
just because I love you doesn't mean we're in a relationship, Frankie.
Damn,
okay,
man. Damn. So what are your thoughts on all that? I know I gave you a shitload of information.
Man, we just went through his life.
I know, man. I had to. It's Elvis Presley. I wasn't gonna do him injustice. I really like when I did it for Whitney Houston, so I wanted to do it for this guy too.
Beefy episode.
Super beefy. And Brian Anthony and Jess is here too. Everybody's here. What do you guys think? Yo, that shit was crazy. Yeah, man. It was super crazy. Yeah.
Nah, I mean, definitely Elvis has lived a pretty interesting life, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And, I think a lot of people probably relate to his story.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure a lot of people find him very inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
And he does have a lot of ideals and morals that can just generally be seen as positive things that most people should follow.
Yeah.
I think as a person, he definitely had his flaws, but who doesn't? And it's just kind of, he did his best. It sounds like he just was doing his best in a world that was trying to control him.
Yeah.
But, and musically, great.
For real, man. Honestly.
I love his guitar playing. Love his solos and stuff. Love his riffs. They're great. He's great.
and iconic as fuck and in all sorts of manners. And some may argue that Tom Parker was the reason he blew up so much. He did get him a lot of opportunities, and sometimes you just, I mean, who knows, So I'm not gonna, I don't fuck with the guy Tom Parker, but it's very interesting how
Is Tom Parker still alive?
No, he's dead as fuck.
Okay, I was gonna say let's go egg his house. I mean, we can egg his tombstone. Is that disrespectful?
We can egg his children.
Ooh,
but instead of eggs, we throw rocks. And then we put little pieces of poison on the rocks.
Wait. I got it.
What's up?
We'll put rocks inside of eggs.
Oh.
We'll surgically open and close the eggs and put rocks inside of them.
And instead of the yolk and stuff, we can take it
poison.
out. It'll be our blood.
The poison. And that way when we fucking nail these kids, they'll get a black eye and AIDS.
Oh, fucking raids. Rock AIDS.
Rock AIDS. Coming to you live.
New shirt, Rock AIDS. What the fuck was I gonna say? Rock AIDS just definitely threw me off. Oh, I was gonna say, I don't know about funny enough, but today a lot of artists, black artists, do get robbed by their record labels. So it's not a new. I mean, sort of in a way, Elvis kind of portrayed that too from black people,
Mm-hmm.
And Jay-Z and a lot of artists really warned black artists to own their own music. And a lot of artists, before they die or go to jail, they give their rights to the music or something to their family. So after they're dead, they can still profit after, this and that. And unfortunately, a lot of young black artists have been taken advantage of. And record labels are a bitch, you know? And of course, that's not only black artists, but definitely predominantly to rappers. If you ever watch, and I recommend it, even if you don't like rap, watch the first season of the Wu-Tang show on Hulu. Mm-hmm. It's a great show. And I think I've said this before on the podcast, actually, that I think that show is one of the best shows for somebody trying to make it in this world, for you to believe in your own self. And that's very vague, but check it out. I think it's a really great show.
You sound like a cat poster.
I used to always say, I'm gonna start doing it. When everybody was fitting down in the dumps, I would always send a picture of the cat hanging off that says, hang in there, baby. That's just the best motivational post. You don't need anything else. I'm about to get a tattoo of that, bro. That's a good tattoo.
I could see you with that tattoo.
I just might get that shit on my leg or whatever.
That tattoo.
Or that tattoo. That tattoo. Get it right here on my arm where it's hanging off, and I just put it like that. And they're like, yeah.
You should get it on the joint of where your arms bend, so that way when you open it, it looks like it's falling. Or so it's when it's closed, it looks like he's hanging, and when you open it, it looks like he's falling.
That'd be pretty cool. I'll draw it for us to see. Or I could dress up like a cat with cat makeup and cat ears and cat tail and cat everything.
Like from the movie Cats.
And then I could hang off a tree. And then you could dress up as letters that say "Hang in there, baby."
That'd be so dumb, but that'd be awesome.
It'd be a moment. It's the cats for me. You know what I mean? Idiots. But yeah, bro. That was Elvis Presley's 1956 album, Elvis Presley. And I mean, I had so much fun researching it, and I can't wait to just listen to more Elvis. And I really do hope you watch the movie, even if it comes out like on the fucking HBO Max, whatever. Check it out whenever. And yeah, anybody, go check that shit out because it's a good movie. And yeah, and go watch The Searcher on HBO Max too. That shit is awesome as fuck. That shit is good.
Yeah, I mean, all I gotta say, guys, it's like, we're fucking at the end of the episode. We
fucking it's a long one.
Did it. Like I told you, beefy episode.
Oh shit! Also, I forgot to do this at the beginning. This has to do with the Uber shit. I'm not gonna go through that because that shit was crazy long. One day in the future, I'm gonna revisit that shit. But it's so shittily written. I just wanted to give the name of the story. So the name of the story is it's by the Washington Post. It's titled "Uber Leverage Violent Attacks Against Its Drivers to Pressure Politicians," written by Aaron C. Davis, Rick Nowak, and Douglas McMillan on July 11th at 12 p.m. Do better, guys, because you write some boring ass articles. But I just wanted to put that out because I do think that good journalism is good to have, even if it's not that entertaining. Those facts are super real, super raw. And if you're an Uber driver or like have a family or loved one that is, or you just care, check out that article because it's a really good one. Yeah.
And guys, fucking next episode, big episode 25.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
It's gonna be a pretty big milestone episode. It'll be pretty special.
I'm wearing my 25 shirt.
We're definitely gonna get drunk.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll have a bottle, right? Yeah. And we'll be talking about the movie. I won't say it. Give a little hint. That's my hint.
Okay, I got you with a hint.
It has to be a very vague one.
It's more about soap.
Yeah.
Or it's more than soap.
It's more than soap. And yeah, man. And be sure to follow us on the socials, Instagram and TikTok, Earth Might Matter Pod. YouTube, Pablo, Earth Might Matter, Pablo Escobar. YouTube, Earth Might Matter, all one word, together. And catch me on a Patreon where I just talk by myself and I just talk mad shit about Javi. It's $500 a month for the basic package, and the VIP is $10,000 a year. Yeah.
And make sure to catch me on my Patreon where I just spy Frankie all day.
It just be eating like a sandwich in the middle of the street, and you're like, "Yeah, spy on Frankie." That'd be bad fun.
So it's funny because you charge $500 for your episodes. I charge $250 for my episodes that are the ones about you shitting on me.
Okay.
Because I like to undercut you because I'm fair smart enough. Like that. Okay. Call me Colonel Tom Parker.
Call me Priscilla. But yeah, man. Rest in peace, Elvis Presley. He's buried next to his mother and father, if I'm not mistaken. I think his father might be still alive. I don't know. But yeah, fucking Elvis Presley. Follow us on the podcast if you want to come on the show, be a zombie. That'd be cool as fuck.
Nice.
Yeah, man. So what we do today, Javi?
Talk about what's going on in the earth.
What's in our minds.
And this is why it mattered.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter. Good morning, good evening, night.
Boom, boom.